Hello.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the UK Nationals at Royal Armory, Leeds. Our commentary team, Push the Point, Sean and Trip.
Hello, hello, hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hope you're all feeling great on this Sunday morning in the UK. We have 6 amazing games of Flesh and Blood to bring you today, all classic constructed, the best of the UK Flesh and Blood scene. Baz, you've joined us for the intro. You're going to be interviewing some of those players throughout the day. How excited are you to speak to some of these fantastic players today?
Oh man, it's so good. We've got such a diverse sort of like hero spread for the top 8, or top 8 in the minute in the standings. It's so nice to meet everybody at the Nationals. You know, you see them all through the year, sort of like at some of the events, some of the skirmishes, the Pro Quest, the Road to Nationals, and to see everybody, you know, the best of the UK in this room battling it out for the championship. It's absolutely fantastic. We had some awesome games yesterday. You know, even sort of like Monarch Draft, where some people might think, oh, it's not the greatest format to watch. And some people do tune out on the streaming. So thank you to everybody who watched. But those games were absolutely brilliant. The Bolton Mirror was fantastic. The end one between Liam and Ollie Cornish, where they both thought that that was the end of their.
They both thought they'd lost. Yeah, I thought they were out of top 8 contention. But it was a really close game. Sean, how did you find it? How did you find it being in the casting booth for a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a great challenge. First day casting.
Easy.
Obviously, working alongside yourself.
How hard can it be? Just sit down all day, talk about fab.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. I mean, we do it anyway, don't we? But yeah, no, we're really looking forward to bringing you day 2. I think we've got 56 players coming into day 2. Alongside that as well, there's also the PTI. So whilst we won't be streaming the PTI, we will certainly be sort of keeping up with that as well, and we'll be able to report back to you how that's progressing throughout the day. But really, we're here for UK Nationals, aren't we?
Yeah, totally. We're here to see the best players in the UK. We're here to see a lot of players who are trying to prove themselves, trying to prove that they are the best player of Flesh and Blood in the UK. We've got a lot of top names up there, a lot of people who have been at the edge of getting to top 8s at Nationals in the past, or have maybe made the top 8 or the top 4. A lot of players that want to convert that into a win to be able to go around and say that they are the UK National Championship. And we have up on the screen right now the current standings as of the end of day 1. And now it's all about these classic constructed heroes. It's all about the heroes that they chose to play, not the heroes that they had to build as part of the draft. So it's really back to the fundamentals of classic constructed. And Baz, you know a lot about the meta. You do your meta reports. You did one yesterday live on stream. What are you thinking when you're looking at the heroes that we're seeing in this top 32 on the page in front of us?
The thing is, you've got the heroes that you would expect. Lexi's there. Bravo's there. Dromai, there's one Dromai in there, you know, but I'm not surprised. Jamie Faulkner is such an amazing Dromai player, but you know, the jumble of draft, Harrison Shaw is there with Katsu, you know, he's given himself a chance. Nathan Hills is there with Dorinthia Great Axe. He's given himself a chance, got through the draft, which can be extremely tricky. But we saw some players like Matt Folkes. Yeah, he went 2-1 in the first CC, rounds. But, he thought he was really far down in the standings. And you're just like, wow, you know, Matt's really struggling. And he's got through the draft, and now he's sitting in 13th place with Briar. You know, some players have really pushed themselves up through the draft, and some players have fallen off. Like we saw George Keys, amazing player with Viscerai, but struggled through the draft phase. Same with Samuel.
I agree, Baz, and I think we should shout out as well Jason Rolfe here, sitting pretty on 3rd at the moment with Bravo. He was not that high up after the first few rounds of CC. Really let his draft game do the talking, and he's really risen up the ranks to sit just under the 8 wins of Jamie and Harrison. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what that Bravo can do. We do have another Bravo sitting in 11th place as well. We've seen Bravo have success, especially at the Calling Birmingham, where Pablo took Bravo to 2nd place, though he did lose in the final to Sammy Braven, sitting on 17th there, still playing Icelander. And although Sammy didn't have the greatest draft run that he probably would have liked, went into the draft 3-0, did still manage to pick up 3 wins out of the 6 rounds of draft. He'll be looking to try and go 3-0 today to try and get into that top 8, try and do a back-to-back Calling and UK national champions. But when we're looking at any of these players, sitting on 6 wins, any loss essentially takes them out of contention today. they really need to go 3-0 today to actually have a chance of making top 8, and not all of them can do that. So a lot to do, a lot to prove, and it's going to be really exciting to see some of these players come up, how they're going to navigate this field.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like just touching on some of the players that we can see here. Obviously, you've got Jamie Faulkner in position 1. We've got Jason Rolfe. We've got Rob Catton. Harrison Shaw's done amazing to get up there. We've got Alex Chitu as well. But then even all the way down, we've got Sammy Braben. You know, UK calling champion is down in 17th. So certainly participating still to try and make that top 8. And we've got our own boy as well. Hamish is in there, you know, hoping to make it through to the top 8. So, I mean, there's just some big names. We've got Sharif. We've got Matt Folks in there as well. But no, we've got first round we've got coming up. We've got Damon Elgi, 7-2 Viscerai player, playing against Jason Rolfe in 3rd place. So it's sure to be a really good game between Viscerai and Bravo. What do you think, Baz?
It's going to be interesting to see how Viscerai now navigates this sort of like, you know, the last rounds of Classic Constructed. You know, he you know, at the moment, people say he's struggling because of warmongers. You know, Damon has set himself up really well, same as Tim Coates, got through the draft period, put themselves in contention to get into the top 8, and anything is possible now in these last games to get into that top 8. You know, some people talk about luck, but it's not just luck, it's prep. You've got to put the time in, and these guys have put the time in, must have had a really good, you know, CC part, and then done well through the draft, you know, and set themselves up really well. They must be really excited. You know, I would be.
Yeah. I don't know how well I would have slept last night, I think, if I'd be looking on for top 8. But
yeah, I spoke to Nathan yesterday, Hills, with Dory, and I was like, how you feeling? He was just, you know, and he was pretty nervous last night.
Yeah.
And I saw him this morning, and I was like, how you feeling now? You know, how much sleep did you get? And he went, yeah, I've had some sleep. I actually feel really, really good.
Good.
So, yeah, very best of luck to Nathan. He's my local guy. So, yeah, I'm very excited for him to be in, you know, 6 at the minute. And hopefully he can continue. But everybody's got their favourites. Like you guys are all sort of like London meta. You want the London guys to do really well. These are the guys that you see day in and day out.
Yeah.
You know, like last year, you know, I was over the moon when George won. He was my local guy, you know, and, you know, yeah, I got a bit emotional when he won because it means a lot because your mate won.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's super exciting to see, you know, these players make it through. Even James Clark on Reiner.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? James Clark is quite a new player and he's done himself really well. 24th place and he's pushing on.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so let's
Yeah, we're going to have to wrap it up now. So we're going to come in soon, right with round 1. I think we've got a Viscerai versus a Bravo. So a really exciting matchup to bring to the top table. So stick around, get yourself a drink, settle in, and we'll be right back with the first round of day 2 of UK National Championships.
Cool.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Very, very quick break there. We are right back in with the action. We're going to be showing you the cards to watch for the first game we are showing you today, the UK National Champions, which is going to be a Viscerai versus Bravo. A few cards for you to look out for on the field of play, and we'll talk about what impact they can have in this particular matchup. So, yeah, good morning to you all, and let's get stuck straight in with Viscerai Runeblood. Sean, I remember you played a little bit of Viscerai back in the day, so tell me about these cards you're seeing on the screen right now.
Man, I mean, okay, let's just start with the boogeyman here. Rosetta Thorn, we all know it. That one resource coming in for 2 physical damage and 2 arcane damage. I mean, it's just an absolute menace. And that's the exact reason why we'll be seeing it join Briar in LL when the Living Legend points roll over, right? But then also that Revel in Runeblood, conditional, but just being able to 0 resources create those 4 rune chants, it can just be overwhelming pressure sometimes, right? And then moving over to the Swarming Gloomveil, I mean, I think we've all been on the receiving end of multiple Swarming Gloomveils. It can pair really nicely into the rest of Viscerai's card pool. Some of those more challenging turns can certainly feature a combination of Swarming Gloomveil and Reveling Runeblood and Rosetta on the end of a combat chain, just to I guess top it all
absolutely. And we're going to see Viscerai come up against the classic hero from Welcome to Ray, Bravo Showstopper. You've probably seen it many times before. The Guardian hero that knows how to hit very hard and to pummel their opponents into submission. Going to be looking to set up a little bit of disruption, but going to be able to rely on the new card Starstruck as well. Being able to shut down attacks with base greater than being able to shut down attacks that Viscerai is going to want to play. Viscerai needs to do some attacking, though Viscerai can sit back and create rune chance as well. Crippling Crush, it's a classic card that if you hit, you discard. Discard 2 random cards. Viscerai can do work with a 2-card hand, but he's not going to want to take 11 damage to do it. And of course, you've got Pummel over the top. But the one thing we need to bear in mind with Guardian is they do have a very high blue card density in the deck, going to be able to deal with this rune chance very efficiently. Not going to have to worry like Dromai might do, or a more red line deck like Fi, when they might not have the blue in hand to pitch to rune. Rune chance and arcane damage, so really going to be able to capitalize on that. Difficult matchup for Viz Journey, says Mark McCherry in the chat. I agree. But we got
Totally
some top
agree.
players here. We're going to expect the best Viscerai and the best Bravo. Though, of course, a lot of these players, we don't know what their record was going into the draft. I think Jason Robb, I can't remember if he was a 1-2 or a 2-1 and did very well out of the draft to get back up to the top of the tables. Probably a 2-1, to be fair. So we'll see how they adapt back to the CC portion of the game.
Absolutely. But that's what it's all about, right? You can step into, a lot of players went into that draft maybe with the not the best start to the day yesterday. After 3 rounds of CC, they walked into draft and they were like, I need to nail this.
Yeah.
If I want to make day 2 and be competitive and be pushing for that top 8, I need to pull out the best draft possible. And these 2 players certainly did so.
Yeah, today it's all about the Classic Constructed. It's going to be 3 rounds of Swiss that's then going to cut to a top 8 to be crowned the UK National Champion. It's a big deal in the UK. We've had Matt Folks, winner of the first UK National Champions, then went on to win Pro Tour 2 in Lille. And we've had George Rogers, who went on to finish 9th place at the Calling Birmingham. 2 great players of the game, 2 figureheads of the game. And we're looking to crown a 3rd winner. Or possibly one of those. Matt Folks again seems to be in contention. I'm not sure that George is going to go for it this time. But today, and this game in particular, it's all about Damon and Jason right now, seeing how they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Matt, for just letting everybody know that in the chat there that this is certainly a matchup that I practiced many a time when I was on my Runeblade, back in my Runeblade days, the old heydays. Bravo matchup was always a bit tough. It's just like you said, just that such a heavy density of those blue cards to be able to just prevent an awful amount of the arcane damage by pitching to arcane
and just
barrier.
good blocking as well. Bravo really capable of shutting down a lot of what Viscerai wants to do. Back in the old days, you had access to Skeletor. You could build something big. If Bravo was trying to do a bit more of a control, you could just set up with Skeletor, go over the top. You could kind of do that to everybody, and that's why that card is no longer in the game, because it was too good, unfortunately, for the meta. But the other thing, of course, is that Jason, he's going to be trying to do a little bit of disruption here, going to try and hit some cripplings and try and hit with a new card Starstruck, trying to make sure that Damon can't set up one of his sort of big, massive turns as Viscerai. And Damon's going to have to think, well, if I'm not able to do a huge turn, what can I do to generate as many rune chances as possible? So on a follow-up turn, I can go over the top. That is the one thing that Viscerai can do, can kind of break the rules of the game a little bit by going above, the normal amount of damage you would normally be able to do in a turn by sort of banking damage for a following turn. We've obviously got Hamish Chisholm Brown, of Pusher Point, big Viscerai player, done a lot of Viscerai deck techs. A lot of people in the UK fell in love with Viscerai because of some of the content that Hamish was producing. So it's always good to see a Viscerai on stream, and it's always good to see a Viscerai in contention for the top 8 of the UK Championship.
Yeah. And Viscerai has sort of fallen out of favour throughout the national season, right? We haven't really seen him sort of produce too many big results, and I think that comes down to, we've actually seen, like you said, Hamish has actually moved away from Viscerai in the UK Nationals, as has equally famed and renowned Viscerai player Alex Chitu has also moved over to Briar. So we're seeing typical Viscerai players who have seen an awful lot of success with Viscerai over the recent years even, actually moving away from Viscerai. So really interested to see what Damon has in the locker here to really try and push through to that top 8 and see success with Viscerai today.
Yeah, absolutely, Sean. And as you mentioned in the cards to watch, Rosetta Thorn is out. You know, Briar is Living Legend now, and with Briar going into Living Legend, that means that Rosetta Thorn will go with her. And Rosetta Thorn has been a big part of what has made Viscerai go sort of over the top from being more of a mid-tier. I mean, I hate to say it, but before Skeletor was around, kind of a lower-tier hero. And then when Rosetta came out, it really made the math add up. Back when it was Nebula Blade, the 2 cost of Nebula Blade was a little bit too much. And the 1 for 3 from the other weapon, Reaping Blade, was just not as effective as you wanted it to be. The 2 physical and 2 arcane of Rosetta is really difficult for other heroes to deal with. And of course, in the late game, if you can't prevent 2 arcane, if you're only running AB1, it could be a death sentence. So this could be one of the last times that you actually see Rosetta Thorn on a stream of Flesh and Blood. We don't know. I think it will probably be, there might be a couple more national championships next weekend. I'm not actually sure if there are, but this could be the last time you get to witness the power of Rosetta Thorn in action as we see the players cut the deck, and we'll be moving shortly to turn 1 of the game. Jason just giving a little shuffle there.
And we get to see, the equipment that both players are bringing into the game whilst they're just getting set up. But I'm curious to see just exactly how much Arcane Barrier, or what pieces of Arcane Barrier that Jason's going to bring to this game.
Yeah, I'm interested as well whether he decides to run, for example, he could run Hammer and Arcane Lantern and then maybe Null Boots. I'd be interested to see if he does go up to AB2 just to make sure he's completely shutting out the Rosetta. But if he does go for AB1, might show that he's actually going to try and take a more aggressive stance here, trying to be in control of the game, not just trying to block out.
For sure. Both players just making sure that they are happy with their opponent's shuffling and their opponent's decks here. I'm going to bring you the very first round of Day 2 UK Nationals 2023.
Jason does appear to be counting the opponent's deck. Just trying to check to see like how many cards that he's running. Is Matt Fox still in contention for top 8? Yes, Matt Fox is.
Absolutely.
He was 2-1, I think, coming out of the... It might have actually been 1-2. I can't remember if he was 1-2 or 2-1. I think he was in the same pod as Hamish, so he probably was 2-1 coming out of the CC portion of the first 3 rounds, and then did very well in the draft.
I think he finished around in the top 20, somewhere around
he was
13,
20,
14, something like that. So yeah, absolutely. Matt Folks is very much come prepared for pushing for top 8 today. Absolutely.
You still got to convert it though. A lot of players on 7-2. A lot of players on 6-3, trying to go 3 wins to try and get into the top 8. It is really a matter of finishing X3 today to put yourself in contention for the top 8. We do see Jason put down the shield rather than going for Arcane Lantern. He's going to run Null Rune gloves and Null Rune boots. So I want to kind of try and use his shield. Of course, the Rampart, if the opponent does break the chain, and you block with it, you can bring it back to block again. So quite a good card against Rune Blades when they do occasionally break the chain to play a non-attack action card, for example. Though Damon can get around that by trying to play some of his non-attacks at instant speed, which he is incentivized to do so. And Sean, what are we seeing on the Rune Blade side, on the Viscerai side? What kind of equipment has Damon put down today?
So I guess kicking us off, Damon's brought that Rosetta Thorn, the ever deadly Rosetta Thorn, along with Crown of Providence. We've got Grasp of the Arc Knight. We've got those Creepers for the boots, and Didactic. That's not a card we've often seen since the release from Dusk Till Dawn. But Damon's kicking us off here. Mordred Tide, absolute classic, staple card for Viscerai. Very much a card to watch in this matchup, along with Maruvian Skies into, Deathly Duet.
I think it's Deathly Duet. We've got it's not as clear on the table, so we'll try and get the cards to come up on the left-hand side as they're played.
So coming in for 6 and arcane damage as well. Jason pitch into the arcane damage. and then is looking to block out the 6 damage from Deathly Duet. A lovely card from for Viscerai here.
And Viscerai is going to be able to push some damage through here because it looks like Jason's last card in hand is a Sigil. And it's going to be pushing for 6 damage here from Rosetta and 2 Rune Chance. He is going to have to sink 2 because of the 1 remaining resource he had to pitch to Arcane. Then he's probably just going to use the Sigil later on to heal that back up. Damon deciding to go very aggressive here. It's always an indicator when your opponent chooses not to Arsenal going first. Viscerai always has access to, just making a few Rune Chants, pitching to Grasp, for example. Which is would have been a line, I think. Could have gone Mordred and then pitched into the Grasp and then played the Morph Skies and just to create a bunch of Rune Chants, for example.
Yeah.
But he decided to push through and has taken 2 points of damage off Jason. But I think Jason's still pretty happy about that, especially seeing a Morph Skies early on. Morph Skies, big power card for Viscerai. Being able to play that into something huge could be one of the ways that this Viscerai player tries to go over the top of the Guardian. And as we were saying at the start of this game, it's a really tough matchup for Viscerai. And looking at what Jason, we said if Jason chooses to run AB2, he's probably going to go for
one of them. So 11 damage coming at Damon here. If it deals 4 or more damage, activates that crippling effect or crush effect. And he has to discard 2 random cards.
Yeah. Kieran in the chat saying, I'm pretty surprised to see the use of Mordred. Yeah, would it be maybe interesting to Arsenal the Mordred and save it for a follow-up turn? But this crippling is going to put a bit of a spanner in the works anyway. Damon not going to want to take a huge amount of damage. As I was saying, Bravo going to play more defensively, and then it comes out the gates with a crippling crush. I mean, if you have the 3 blues and the crippling, right, you're not going to not play, eh? So not going to Arsenal this turn, obviously, from Jason, but it's going to be very happy about this turn of events anyway.
I mean, for Jason, that opening hand, he's seen one of Damon's most powerful cards in the form of the Mordred Tides into the skies. He's quite happy to block that out, draw up for his next hand.
I mean,
and then present a dominated crippling crush.
He did.
Very nice.
He just drew into the crippling, like he didn't know that's what he's going to draw into. But he's happy to block out anything turn 1, and he's probably pretty happy that he actually got to use all the cards in his hand because it's led to this turn. Like if Damon had just created a bunch of Rune Chants and passed, Jason would have been left with not this hand. But you never know what the Bravo player is going to draw into, of course. But it's a pretty good outcome. And he's actually going to sink all of his equipment on this really early. This is going to be music to Jason's ears. That he's already seeing the Crown of Providence being popped, and the 2 block off the Dyadic and the 2 block off the Grasp being used this early. Jason's just going to feel very happy about this. Good outcome, even though he's going to shut down the crippling.
So we see Damon there activate the ability of Crown of Providence. So when you block with Crown of Providence, you can essentially sink a card from your arsenal, from your hand. And I mean, without a card in his arsenal, that's maybe not the most efficient use of Crown of Providence. But Damon's certainly here seeing or worried about the threat that is being presented by that crippling crush.
The thing is that Damon doesn't want to sit back. He doesn't want Bravo to start rolling and letting Bravo have 4-card hands continuously, 5-card hands potentially.
Yeah.
Looks like actually
is that another crippling crush?
It is. I can't tell what the second card is with Written of a Blue, but it's looking like Jason's looking in a good position here. Damon going to try and strip a card out of
3
Jason's
cards in hand.
But I mean, you saw the players shuffle their deck to the end of time, so clearly Damon didn't shuffle it enough.
So comes in, and now we see the Swarming Gloomveil activated.
So this is the decision point here for Jason. If he does have the 3 blues and the crippling in hand, he might have gone into this matchup thinking, I'm gonna play defensively, but it's a decision here for him to make. Does he want to keep pushing damage? Looks like he doesn't. It looks like he's going to respect this, play into his game plan of blocking out and not getting too greedy. I can't actually see the second candidate's hand. Obviously, if that is a red, he wouldn't be able to play the crippling. Anyway.
So Jason here just deciding to pitch to the Arcane Barrier. He's going to block out that Swarming Gloomveil with the shield and a block from hand, and then Rosetta Thorn for 2/2 and 1 Arcane rune chant coming in as well. So 5 in total.
Yeah.
Let's see what Jason does here. Like you say, it seems to be that he was quite happy with the cards that he was given.
Yeah, decided
at the
not
start
to
there.
take the damage here, but obviously with the Morph Skies coming down, was going to represent a lot more arcane damage if he didn't block that Swarming Gloom Veil. Probably just going to see him pitch to Arcane here. He does have AB2
Pitches to
to
Arcane.
deal with the Rune Chant and the 2 Arcane of Rosetta, and then he's probably just going to block here. Yeah, going to respect the block, not going to be greedy, not going to try and Arsenal that Crippling Crush, because that's his game plan, when you open with the Crippling Crush and you think to yourself, okay, maybe I'm the aggressor, it could be tempting when you see the next one to be, I'm going to keep going. But Jason's got
Or
a
even
plan.
Arsenal it ready for the next
Yeah,
round, right? But
or
he's
even Arsenal, but
respecting his life
he wants
totals.
to just keep blocking. He wants to play this really defensively, and that's the deck he's got. He can't rely on continually getting the on-hit effects. Clearly, he's running a more defensive build.
Yeah. So Jason there just passes, draws up to 4, and back over to Damon here.
Because if
who's
you
looking
think
at his hand,
if
he's
you think to yourself, Sean, if Jason had decided to keep that hand of 3 blues and a crippling, he would have taken I think it was something like 4 damage from the swarming,
and then 5 from
and then the morph skies would have created another. I think the swarming was coming in for 3, but if the swarming had hit, it would have created another 4 rune chance. Another 3 rune chance. Sorry, from the morph skies hitting. The Rosetta was then coming in for 4 and 8,
So
4
8
and
in
4,
total.
so 8 in
Yeah.
total. So Jason would have lost a ton of life that turn if he had decided to clap back with the crippling. And that's just not the way he wants to play this game. He wants to play defensively. So it can be really tempting to think, oh man, back-to-back crippling crush, why not? But he's got a game plan. He's sticking to it, and that's the sign of a player who knows how well they want to play this game.
Yeah, and Jason may be also thinking about the density of threats in his deck as well, right? I know we talked about Crippling Crush being one of the cards to watch in this matchup, but I mean, Bravo just has some big threats still within his deck. He's able to produce those big attacks and dominate them on a stick as well with his ability. So Eamon here, I think just Arsenal and past. So Jason maybe has a bit of an opening. I know you said he's playing defensively, but there's maybe a bit of an opportunity here to present some damage and put Eamon in a bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, I kind of I assumed Damon just didn't have a hand there. He just left Jason with a 4-card hand. Jason's still sitting on 38. Didn't have a card in Arsenal, so yeah, clearly Damon must have bricked. Now Jason can think what he wants to do about that. He's going to heal up a little bit, take himself up to 41. He's got a Warmonger, so he might just play this out and Arsenal. Yeah.
So again, this might sort of cause Damon to again brick a hand, right?
Yeah,
because
because
why is Warmonger so efficient?
The thing is, Sean, is that
right?
if your Runeblade opponent just passes to you, basically the read is that they've got all non-attacks in hand. So if you play the Warmongers, you know that they're, even if they want to play one of those non-attacks, that even if they like we see that David has a Sonata, for example, could draw into attack. But now what is he going to do? Even if he draws into attack, he can't play it because he can't play both the Sonata and attack in the same turn. So Jason has completely locked Damon out of this game right now for this particular turn. Damon's essentially skipped 2 turns because I'm not sure what he's going to do here. Maybe try and make a rune chance somehow with some non-attacks, but he's not going to be able to swing back. And he doesn't. He decides to go for war anyway. So all he's going to be able to do here is just swing for 6.
So Damon just arsenaled the Amplify the Arknight in the previous round. Has been put in a situation really with the choice of war from the Warmongers. Simply allows him just to play out the Amplify the Arknight, but maybe not. You know, he was trying to set up for a big turn with the Amplify the Arknight in Arsenal, but then he's just not able to as a result of that Warmongers. So 2 turns here, maybe this isn't quite going the way that Damon would want right now, right?
At least Damon had an attack that he could get into the Arsenal there.
Yeah,
He was able to do something on this turn. It's not the end of the world. You know, swinging for 7 in mixed damage is not the end of the world. But Jason, this is easy stuff for Jason to deal with.
Jason just having to think about his block here and keep his life total high. He's also got that card in Arsenal as well.
Jason looks like he wants to maybe play out the Starstruck.
So he's just going to block the 3. Take 3. Did he also take the arcane damage from the
Yeah, he didn't
one
pitch,
rune
so
chant
it
as
must
well?
have done, yeah. remember, Jason is also on war. When you play the Warmonger's Diplomacy, you also have to choose for your next turn as well. So Jason may be incentivized to use this opportunity to attack. Gonna use the Rouse the Ancient, so he's actually going to put on a lot of pressure here. Going to reveal the Starstruck, which is going to be enough here to give the Rouse the Ancients +7 attack and go again by revealing 13 power in his hand. And Jason will be able to follow up with another attack after this, putting a little bit of pressure on Damon. And Jason only really taking, I think it was 3 damage in the end to do so. Looks like he used his Tunic counter actually to prevent the 1 rune chant on the previous turn, which, clearly, had the resources to be able to play something out this turn with the Rouse. So was happy to just use that Tunic counter to essentially heal 1 from the rune chant. But Damon does appear to have some defense reactions, but he's going to still take 3 damage here.
So 3 damage coming in, 7 go again on that Rouse the Ancients. Obviously conditional. Rouse the Ancients actually comes in for 0. But it does need you to reveal at least 13 damage power cards in your hand in order to be able to activate that 7 go again ability. And then just comes in Titan's Fist, Hammer for 4.
Mm-hmm. And Jason just going to get this Starstruck in the arsenal. Not necessarily going to play it out, but maybe he'll move it around with Crown of Providence at some point. But if he is given another opportunity like he was given earlier in the game when Damon gave him a bit of space, I guess he could play it out, but not with the hand that he's drawn. Actually, it's a pretty awkward hand.
Yeah, a lot of defense reactions in Jason's hand there.
It's also a lot of red cards. So if Damon comes in this turn with a large number of arcane damage, Jason might have a little bit of trouble. Probably got the Staunch there that he can pitch. Can't see the color of the Staunch. Assume it's the blue. But if so, that will probably get pitched to Arcane and then use the defense reactions and the Sigil to try and not end this turn with too much damage being taken. But maybe it's a red Staunch, can't tell. Probably would be a blue.
Damon's opened his turn with a Snarter Arcanix. Absolutely wonderful card. I love the art on this card. But what he's done there is he's simply revealed the top 3 cards of his deck. He's looking for an attack and a non-attack card in those 3. And then he's able to take one of those attack action cards and add it to his hand. So he's setting up maybe for a wider turn here, especially with that Movsky's in hand as well.
We did see him hit an attack as well, and that Snarler is also going to deal 1 arcane damage to Jason. And we didn't see Jason pitch that arcane either. So maybe he is a red Staunch. You think that maybe he would pitch the blue at this point, but maybe he just doesn't want to reveal at this point that that's what he's planning on doing. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to get the Starstruck out unless he decides to commit the Crown of Providence this turn. Maybe he will, because he doesn't have any way of playing it. Might just want to, cycle a card into his hand, especially if he needs another blue. But he does have this covered really well with the Sing coming in for 4.
Yeah, and Rune Flash, a lovely Viscerai card again, able to reduce the cost of Rune Flash by the amount of rune chants you control. And here we see the Revel in Rune Blood card to watch coming down, creating 4 rune chants itself, and then a 5th using Viscerai's ability, and then presents that lovely Rosetta Thorn for 2, and then 6 rune chants.
Yeah, this is really awkward for Jason because he does seem to have this Staunch, I think, is a blue, so maybe able to prevent some here, but the other 2 cards in hand are red, though the Sigil is essentially a prevent 3 arcane damage by healing for 3.
And there's the blue.
Oh, it was a disable. I swore it was Staunch. Sorry if it was a... My bad. I thought it was a Staunch in hand, but turns out it's a blue disable, so he's pretty happy there anyway.
So pitches 3, takes 2 fizz... Oh, takes
3
2
arcane.
It
was 6. It was
3
6
rune chants.
It was 6
2
rune
arcane.
chants. So he took
and plays. That's his 3rd sigil now. So Jason out of sigils. Sigils of Solace, gaining 3 life.
He synced the Staunch. Thank you, Towering Titan. Yeah, I wasn't losing my mind. And it's worth pointing out that in that turn, all that damage, and Jason has come down to not down to 29. He played the Sigil, so yeah, he's back up, thank you, to 35. So after all of that, I was just trying to make a point that the live titles were going all over the place. My point was that after all of that effort from Damon on that turn, even on a hand where Jason had a bunch of reds, and was able to finish that turn by only taking 2 damage. So had it covered, it looked pretty rubbish, but just because of the way that he could cover the arcane damage with Sigil, was able to sink the Staunch to fetch a blue, was able to deal with that turn very effectively, taking 2 damage. But of course, Damon coming back with a 4-card hand here. You do have to think to yourself, Sean, that maybe Damon needs to start setting something up in the arsenal rather than playing these 4-card hands out. Maybe needs to try and get something in the arsenal, try and do a mid-turn, and then try and come back with a 5-card hand, because, you know, look at what he just did on the previous turn to the grand total of 2 damage to Jason. Pretty rough.
He's going to be burning through threats quite quickly if he's not able to produce some wider turns. So he's opened up here with a Rattlebones, and Rattlebones allows the Viscerai player to go digging through his graveyard. He can bring an attack action card and banish it, which he can play out this turn. So he's pulled back that Swarming Gloomveil, pitches 2 to the Rattlebones. Swarming Gloomveil costs 0 resources, so he's able to come in with 4 go again, creating the 1 rune chant. And has already created 1 rune chant as well this turn, so that's 2 rune chants, which activates Swarming Gloomveil as a 4 go again here. We see Jason is pitching to Arcane Barrier, and then he's activating the Rampart, as well as blocking with his 3rd Crippling Crush in order to cover up the Swarming Gloomveil. Then Rosetta again for 2, 2, and 1. Won't be hearing that for much longer. Rosetta hitting Living Legend along with Briar. We see Jason pitching again to block up more of the Arcane Barrier, and then covers up the entire Rosetta Thorn.
And Jason just very happy to see Damon work through these threats, these power cards that he has in the Viscerai deck, and taking no damage in the process. Feels very confident with the combination of Arcane Barrier 2, or I should say 2 sources of Arcane Barrier 1, and Rampart, making sure that he can make great use out of his pitch cards whenever he pitches to arcane damage. Even if the Viscerai doesn't come in with more than 2, he can always use that last remaining resource to block with Rampart as well. So very, very confident looking Jason right now. Looks like he's in control of this game, and the chat is also saying the same. 66% of people thinking Bravo's going to win this. You're just looking at the way that Jason is handling these hands from Damon. It just feels very confident and very good. I think we're just going to see Jason settle back, just continue to handle what Viscerai is throwing at them, not being too greedy. You know, we've already seen Jason make a sensible decision not to take a bunch of damage to play out a Crippling Crush earlier in the game. Sends the signal that Jason is going to play this very patiently, going to try and dismantle this Viscerai turn by turn rather than do a very explosive turn to try and win the game. And we're just letting Damon make a few decision points here, taking a little bit of extra time on this particular turn. Maybe has a little bit of a clunky hand, doesn't know quite how to fit it all together.
Yeah, and as you said, Damon maybe needs to look to set up wider turns here with a card in arsenal. He's done just that. He's opened his turn by pitching to the Grasp of the Arknight in order to create that first rune chant. He's now having a little think about how he wants to navigate this turn. Pitches a lead the charge there in order to come in with the Deathly Duet for 1 rune chant and 6.
Yeah, so Deathly Duet will
attack.
Create 2 rune chants if you pitch a non-attack to play it. So we see that we Damon pitching so that he can make a couple of rune chants in the back too, probably setting himself up for a future turn. Just having a think.
If you're joining us in the chat, welcome to day 2 of UK Nationals. We have our first game of 6 today between Jason Rolfe on 7-2 and Damon Elgi also on 7-2. It's been an interesting game so far, but like you said, Jason very much sitting back, soaking up that pressure from Viscerai so far. Jason just looking to cover this one up. He's been using that tunic as well quite handily just to cover up any additional rune chant damage too, right?
Yep, and he's just going to block 4 here using the tunic to use his ramp up for free. And he looks like he's probably just going to pitch the next 2 cards in his hand to swing Hammer for 4. He's got Starstruck and a red Command and Conquer in hand. I guess he could actually swing the Command and Conquer. That would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? I'm so obsessed with Bravo swinging that hammer. I don't even see the line where you can actually just play it. Imagine playing an attack as. But yeah, just putting a little bit of pressure here, just forcing Damon maybe to respect this or lose the Arsenal. So why not? Don't have to always swing the hammer. Actually play out an attack now and then. Interesting how Damon deals with this. So this is the good part of getting that crippling crush earlier in the game from Jason does mean that he stripped Damon of pretty much all of his about half of his armor, I should say. Lost the crown as well, which is one of the best cards you want to play against Command and Conquer to sort of put your arsenal at the bottom of the deck. So Command and Conquer is not destroying a card either. You're not losing a card from it. But because Jason managed to force the crown block early on from the crippling, I think it was just his turn. It was Jason's turn one of the game. This Command and Conquer much more impactful.
And Damon looking to respect the Command and Conquer here by blocking it out.
I don't know if I think I'd be interested to in the studio. Is the round timer for this particular game, or is the round timer for the tables in the room? Because I think the stream game did start a little bit later than the table. So it is for the game. Yes, that is interesting because they did sort of hang around for quite a while.
A lot of
game
shuffling
started. So you'd think maybe they'd want to get stuck into this one pretty quickly because the game basically started at like 49 minutes. So which is not really in anyone's best interest.
It doesn't play to a fatigue plan at all.
You need to? Main round is slightly ahead, yeah. But the time is for this particular game just going into 24 minutes. Good point from Kale. Fatigue. We are running out of time for a fatigue strategy. So Jason may need to actually switch pace if either of these players actually want to win this game. Hopefully we won't see a draw.
So we see Damon here coming in with the Movs guys into the Shrill of Skullform. Very efficient card. Pitch for 2. Coming in for 7. Jason here looking to cover up the rune chance, as we've seen time and time again. Damon, as we were expecting really at the start of this game, Trip, you were saying Jason's able to cover up an awful lot of the arcane damage, and Damon's certainly struggling to push that arcane damage through. And coming in with a Rosetta for 2, 2, and 1. Blocks the 1. Jason able to make handy use of the 2 arcane barriers he's brought to the game so far.
Yeah, Jason using a lot of his threats to block with. We've seen him block with a crippling, block with a Starstruck, but I think we've actually seen him block with 2 cripplings. I remember maybe it was a Spinal Crush, but yeah, I think it's I think Jason's got a plan, and I just hope he has enough time to execute it. A bit of a weird one here, it looks like, but in the hand at the moment. Maybe looking at his arsenal, which I think is still the Starstruck. Maybe thinking maybe I want to play that out at some point, maybe take a little bit of initiative in the game. But if he is running a defensive deck, he does want to run himself through a few of those defensive cards, so he can be a bit more confident of drawing into impactful cards that are going to influence the game, going to provide disruptive on hits on the Viscerai player. But Damon's still sitting on 31 health. Jason's sitting on 34. This game has gone down to 22 minutes already. 30 minutes of the game basically gone.
And neither player taken much damage in the last few rounds. Damon's still struggling to push through any damage. Jason using up his hand in order to block out the threats from Damon. Like you say, 22 minutes left.
Yeah, this is the trouble as well. Both players taking a little bit of time to think about their blocking or think about Damon taking a little bit of time to think about what cards he wanted to play. Jason taking a little bit of time to think about their blocking. Did you think, if we're playing this kind of game, we need to put the pace on?
Absolutely. Damon have a little bit of a think about his turn here. Think about pitching that. So pitches the Rune Flash, as well as and just simply comes in with blue attack, so 2 and
Jason,
1.
This would have been a good chance to maybe play out an impactful card here, but he just does not seem to have the resources in hand to do so. Looks like he's got... it's hard to see the 2 cards in the middle, but would have been a good time to maybe slap back with something on this turn, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Jason will be on Tunic resource 1. Yeah, he's got a Fate.
He's looking to cover this up with a Fate Scene.
Maybe he would have played the Sink there and sunk one of the cards, sunk the other defense reaction round.
Damon
He's
just
probably going to
Arsenal
play
from
this.
pass.
He's probably just going to play the Spinal Crush out here. He's got, he's got enough with the Tunic resource. Kind of think to myself, maybe I would have played the Sink there, sunk the Fate for Scene, hope to draw into a blue, and then maybe use the 2 blues in the Tunic to dominate the Spinal Crush. But
So Spinal Crush coming in here for 9, and if that crush effect goes through, Damon takes 4 or more damage. He will lose Go Again on everything. Absolutely everything. Simply plays out the...
so it looks like Damon's now playing to a more, like we were saying earlier in the game, needs to get a card in Arsenal and start setting up something huge. It looks like that's what he's trying to do. He's made 5 rune chants over the last 2 turns, just trying to build rune chants and try and go over the top of Jason. Damon may be getting the read quicker that, if he wants to win this game, he needs to do something. But in doing so, in having that passive approach, he has given Jason a bit of space here to play out something big. Looks like he might go for the dominated Starstruck here.
So Damon here looking to build up some rune chants. Jason with the retort. Pitches to dominate with Bravo. And then we see that Starstruck coming down. A card that is an absolute delight for Bravo players to see released with recent Dusk Till Dawn. Damon having a little read here. To be fair, it's a lot of text. Will be quite small. So coming in for 10 damage. Damon having to have a little think here. Again, 26 life, plays 33, 18 minutes left on the round.
Looks like he kept...
Crush effects activated.
I think Fab Chaos, I think he kept Tear for the Arsenal. It looks like he pitched the Warmongers. I think at this point, Jason wants to win. I think at this point, one of these players
Jason
wants to actually win this game, recognizing that time is running out. But that big attack there did make the life totals a lot different. Really took Damon down to 19. And actually looks like Jason may have drawn into a nice hand, though don't think he has the attack value to do something with Rouse the Ancients. Might try and get that Rouse into the Arsenal set up for another future turn.
I think Damon just played a Movskies there and passed.
Yep, probably because of the hit effect of Starstruck. Yeah, I think I agree, Ethan. I think Jason might decide to switch it up, just recognizing that the fatigue plan, if he had infinite time, he would get it. But he does not have infinite time. He needs to actually push some damage through against Damon, try and make Damon run out of life rather than run out of deck or run out of threats here. Looks like Jason's going to keep the Rouse and the card with attack power, hoping to draw into another one on the next turn so he can get that up to 13, come in with the Rouse into something else on the following turn. This turn, actually, he'll probably... he'll probably just get the Rouse into the Arsenal and then try and play that out next turn, put on a bit more pressure, hope to draw into another threat.
Yeah, so Jason playing out big attack here, Thunderquake, coming in for 8. Just looking to push through that damage, as you said, sees the Rouse in hand. He's probably thinking, I can really start to put Damon in a tricky position here. Damon having to think about his block. Looking at this hand, I can see there's a Revel in Rune Blood in there as well.
So this is the impactful thing now is that Damon's, he's thinking, I can't go down to too low. That puts Jason in a position where he can get a dominated attack over the top. Damon probably still trying to play to his game plan of trying to build as many rune chants as possible. But obviously the Revel not going to really help with that. If you do play the Revel on your turn, you do lose all your rune chants at the end of that turn. Jason looked like he's going to be able to do something on this turn with the Rouse the Ancients in the Arsenal and enough attack power to reveal to play that as a 7 go again and then follow up to something else, just trying to push a bit of damage this turn, try and close this game out. The game plan of just controlling the game and working through Damon's threats would work if he had enough time, but this game is down to 15 minutes. Just thinking that the speed of the play is not really sufficient to go for that game plan. Neither of these players wants to get a draw. It really impacts their chances of getting to the top 8 of the UK national championships. Decides to actually go for the imposing Visage. Probably going to go for the Showtime.
And
then,
Showtime allows you to search for card and deck. Typically, the target
he's gonna
for this
he's
will
going to
be...
search for a threat.
Typically, the target for this is Crippling Crush, right? But he's actually been through all 3. Or the preferred target.
Yeah, I don't think he's even got a Starstruck left in.
So he's having to have a bit of a think here about what he wants to bring.
Interesting choice. I think maybe Jason thought he still had a bigger threat than that in the deck. It doesn't look like it.
Brings out the Debilitate.
Giving Damon a bit of space here. This is a bit passive when he had the... yeah, it's probably just a blue here, but he definitely had the 13 to reveal for the rouse, but chooses to go for this play instead. I think he had the 13 for the rouse, surely.
I mean, he had the Visage, and he also... Oh, no,
will draw in his
fetched
next turn, but I think... Yeah. Can we get the imposing Visage up on the screen for us, just to read that again? Yeah, because you put it in the arena. It basically imposing Visage allows you to search an aura that normally wouldn't have go again, and you put it in the arena. You put it in the arena, and then because imposing Visage has go again, you can follow up. So a bit of a weird one, but a turn happened, right? He made something happen. Didn't want to play the rouse. Maybe he wants to save that for a little bit later in the game, try to go over the top. But he did give Damon a little bit of space here to do something with the Sonata. But like we were saying earlier in the game, Damon really needs to be playing with 5-card hands to go over the top of Jason's defenses.
Yeah, and he's creating that 5-card hand here really by being able to play out the Sonata Arcanics.
Thank you, Fab Chaos. Can you believe I've only had 2 coffees today as well?
Well, we've got 13 minutes till we can all grab one more, top ourselves up on caffeine. So we see Damon here coming in with the Swarming Gloomveil.
Damon going to make his play here, deciding to cash in. I believe that Damon still has a Rebel in the back. Did he only reveal 3, Quim?
I think he may have pitched to the...
Did he make a
I think he
rune chant
pitched to
from
the
Grasp?
Rune Chant. Because otherwise he wouldn't
No, he
have...
couldn't have done. He couldn't have done that because he was on 5 rune chants. They would have cost him like 7, 8 resources to do that. So it must have been that he paid to the Sonata and forgot to reveal 4 cards. But yeah, as Ethan's pointing out, maybe feeling the pressure of the timer here a bit. Both these players want to win a game or at least not end this in a draw. Going to come out with the Rebel now, go up to 7 rune chants. I feel like Jason feels pretty happy though still with the amount of life total he has.
So 2, 2, and 7 coming in here.
But he's going to strip out all of Jason's cards.
Does Jason have the time here to really continue with this blocking plan? Is he?
Well, I mean, he has to do something. He doesn't want to take 11 damage here. The thing is, Sean, is that I wonder on that previous play, I really think maybe Jason should have just gone, like, sent it with the rouse. I like the way of playing, but it's just whether he thinks he can finish it out with this amount of time left in the clock. And Damon now back if the tempo, if he can draw into some decent cards here, try and go over the top again, he might be able to start to swing this back in his favor. But Jason's still very happy to contend with 4-card hands from Damon, especially looking what Damon's got. It's not looking super fantastic, and he is going to probably commit a card to block here. I think Damon's drawn into a Morph Skies, but not much to do with it. Might need to get that into the arsenal. Yeah, exactly, Shamir. It'd be a very expensive grasp when you've got 5 rune chants in the field of play. Oh, he actually plays the Morph Skies out.
Plays out the Morph Skies here. Creates
Morph into grasp. And then Arsenal's the other card, decides to not
So
get the morph
Damon,
into Arsenal. Yeah, I think at this point, Jason needs to step up the tempo. He needs to start hitting hard and hitting fast. He does have the
he's got
rounds.
an
He's
opening
probably going to play
himself.
that out now. He's on a point now where he can start presenting 14 damage with a 7 and 7, for example. But he might want to push a little bit more damage first, maybe with a dominated attack. He does have the I think it's cranial. It's not cranial crush, is it? The super rare. Remember when we had super rare, guys? Yeah.
Super rare. So Jason here with an opening. Pitches.
Oh, it is.
It's
No, there is a crush of the week there. So I think he did actually have the rounds, but just didn't have
the resources.
No, I think he did. I think he's just trying to push Damon down a little bit lower before he tries to go for the kill.
So Damon here choosing to take the 4. Hammer for 4. Damon with an opening of his own now. We see both players have suddenly... It's almost like the feel of the game's suddenly just taken a bit of a turn as both players have recognised time is ticking.
To be honest with you, Sean, they probably needed to recognise about 5 turns ago, but they are playing much faster now, recognising that if they don't finish this game, they're both going to draw. You can't really blame either player. They've both been playing at a decent speed, but the game just started a bit late, about 50 minutes. Hammer for hat, indeed. Hat for hammer. And there's a very nice hat on Jason Rolfe's head, I must say. Big fan of hats in Fab. We need more of them.
When you got Fab at 10, Day 2 UK Nationals at 10, but fishing at 5. We see Damon.
Ethan, I think they have picked up the pace and they've sort of changed. Jason's changed his game plan a little bit to try and push a bit of damage. But it has taken he's taken a little bit in order to do that. Jason probably thinking, what can I do with the hand I've got in front of me? Might try and keep the command and conquer and use the rest to block out this turn. But obviously Damon pushing a lot of damage
a turn
here.
for himself.
7
so
off
if
the shrill and then 3 rune chants. Looks like a yellow morphs, guys. So if this does hit, he will get 2 more rune chants.
So Jason pitching to cover up the 3.
He'll probably pitch to 2 of it, use the rampart. Oh, he's got 2 left for the HPC other blue, so he's not
and then he's covering up 2 more arcane damage with the rest of his pitch and taking 3 in total. So 10 plays 22, 8 minutes left on the round. Jason just going to pass and draw up, ticks Tunic up to 3, so that Tunic is now primed, ready for the next round. Damon
Jason's got a really good option here now. He's got 3 blues, he's got a Starstruck, he's got a Tunic counter, and he's got a Rouse the Ancients in the arsenal. He could potentially pitch a blue for the Rouse, use the Tunic and the other 2 blues to follow up with a Starstruck, but obviously would have to take a ton of damage to do so. Let's see what he decides to do on this turn. Yeah, we'll get the winner of this game on it. Well, we might not have time for the winner for an interview after this game, depending on how long this turns out. But Jason now thinking to himself that he does have the gas in hand if he wants to do something on this turn. And Damon's not really thrown down the biggest threat.
No, he just presents 4 physical damage, but the benefit of this Spellblade Assault is that it does create 2 rune chant tokens. So he's looking to maybe present more damage next turn, but will Jason give him the opportunity to? Damon's only on 10 life there.
Yep. Jason going to use the crown.
Utilizing that crown, cover up some of the damage.
Going to sink the Rouse.
Sinks the Rouse, draws a card, goes up to 5 in hand. Utilizing that Crown of Providence to its maximum utility.
He did have Rouse Star, but decided to do a bit of blocking instead, probably thinking the Spellbound Creepers is going to come down. This Spellblade Assault is going to result in more. Damon does pitch to reveal more. Actually hits 2 attacks and 2 non-attacks, so he is going to be able to do something on this turn.
And then Jason pitching to prevent the 1 arcane damage from the Sonata Arcanics. So Creepers there being utilized to play the Sonata at instant speed.
Yeah, to reset the action point.
Yeah.
But he's just going to finish with a Rosetta.
Rosetta.
This
for
could be the
two,
turn
two,
that
and two.
Jason decides to. So he's got the Starstruck, and I think it's 3 blues. So he could potentially dominate the Starstruck, but he is gonna probably just keep 2 blues, use the tunic counter to play the Starstruck out, use the last blue to prevent a bit of damage. Who needs to dominate, right? When you're pushing for your opponent's life total with your attacks.
Jason here looking to cover up more of that Rosetta. Time is ticking. We're on 5 minutes left in the round, as the other games for our
And
round
Jason
10
just
is
gonna keep
finishing
blocking
up now.
here.
Okay. So is that to say, did Jason take any arcane damage there? It looks like no.
Yeah,
Creepers has been
gone.
destroyed as a result. Since Jason
just gonna get that Starstruck in the arsenal now. Decided not
This
to be
is
greedy.
tight, Trip.
Decided
This
to
is-
just keep swinging the hammer for 4. Creepers is
just-
gone because no arcane, like Sean was saying. Jason checking his watch. 5 minutes left on the round.
So Trip, why is Jason just seemingly quite happy to keep presenting the Titan's Fist here?
Well, because Damon's on 10 health, he just has to swing Titan's Fist 3 times, and suddenly Damon's out of life. If he keeps just pushing, keeps blocking, using his life as a resource very carefully, because, you know, we got to respect the Viscerai. Sometimes they can come up with crazy turns, especially when you see Damon with 5 cards. Jason just playing very conservatively.
Yeah, Ziran, I think I did see Damon pitch to the Creepers there. So we see Damon here up against time. He's coming in with multiple guys into Deathly Duo.
Sean, is that Damon's starting to get down to the point where a dominated big attack might be enough to just win the game. It's not quite there yet, I think. Damon's still got the 2 armor block to work with, and he's going to keep pushing damage here. He's going to come in for 4-3 and follow up with the 5 of the Rosetta.
With that swarming Gloomveil, as we said, card to watch, allowing Damon to go a little bit wider here. And this is what we were saying probably when life totals were closer to 30.
And now he's going to come in for 5. Jason needs to just to take this because he's used all of his cards to block with already. He's now down to 15, not able to swing back this turn. He's worked for a lot of Viscerai's threats at this moment, managed to get Viscerai now down to just a 4-card hand rather than a card, by forcing him to use the card in Arsenal.
As we said, the main round off stream was a couple minutes ahead, so time's been called on the round, but we've got 3 minutes left here between Jason and Damon. An interesting game. It's been almost like 2 phases to the game, really. You see both players speeding up as they recognize time
And
is
this is the
running
opportunity
out.
here. Damon is not drawn into what he needs to go wide again this time. He does have to lead the charge there, though. So he choose not to play the lead the charge there. Maybe it was the wrong for Vexing Malice, maybe. But this is giving Jason space. That was the time. This is the time,
This
Jason.
is it.
Come
Okay,
in with the
dominate.
dominated Starstruck.
Dominate, Starstruck. Coming in for 10 dominate. Damon here going to have to utilize his
Equipment to live on
in order
one
to
life.
live. Jason here really maximizing the time on the round.
Jason has perfectly used the time in this game. Got to give credit to Jason here to recognize that he felt like he could keep blocking, keeping his life total as high as he can, understanding that he has just enough time to close out this game. Damon now on 1. It's just going to take one more dominated attack from Jason to win this game. If it can come in for 8, he's covered with a 3 block and a sink in Arsenal, potentially. I don't think that's even what Damon has in the Arsenal, but that's what Jason has to consider. How could Damon survive a dominated attack? If he can come in for 8 here dominated, he has to feel confident that he can win this game. And he's even got a Tear Asunder to finish it off with.
Tear Asunder.
That's going to be
+1
it, ladies and
dominate.
gentlemen. Stein
Coming in
crush,
for
nothing
10.
Damon can do. And Jason winning that
sees it
game.
out.
You can see the relief on his face. Can't believe that. Absolutely fantastic play from Jason, I've got to say. Did not take the risky plays, even with the time on the round looking really tight. Recognized that he could finish it up. Absolutely fantastic. Wow, what a great game.
What a game.
Great game for turn one of this tournament, game one of this tournament. We're going to have to cut straight to the break before round two because it's coming up very shortly. We're not going to have time for an interview, unfortunately. Me and Sean are going to need to take a quick break as well. But we'll be right back with game two. It's not going to be long, guys, because that game really went to time. Welcome back, everybody. No breaks here. Which is constant action. We had like 2 minutes. It was time
No time
well
for
spent.
coffee.
No time for coffee
time for
either.
coffee.
So
We're
if
straight in.
I'm grumpy in this one, that's why. And I'm not being deprived of the coffee that I need. However, I can't be too mad because we do have one of the best classic matchups that there is in the game of Flesh and Blood. No, who we got, Sean? Tell us who we got.
Oh, we've got a classic Axe Dory.
Okay, the axe part.
Maybe the axe bit isn't. But we have a Dory versus Katsu.
It's like the least classic part about the Dory. But we got a Katsu and a Dory. That's what
Katsu and a Dory.
Katsu and Dory. What more could you want? You know, those are two heroes to be in the game since the very beginning. Very beginning. And
Absolutely.
It's a ninja. What more could you ask for? I mean, we're not going to show you the cards to watch because you guys at home, you must know the cards to watch.
Dory.
Watch out for the axe and watch out for
Keep
the
an eye out for the
axes.
axes.
We're
Yeah,
going to go straight into the
absolutely.
game because we are ready to roll. And let's get it up on the screen and see who we got playing. I think it is Nathan. We've had Nathan on the stream before, and I think it's Harrison. We also had Harrison on the stream earlier today too. Two players that we've seen, two fantastic, talented players, very, very good at the game and taking it to the top tables here at the UK National Championship. Both of these players on 8-2. Oh, sorry, one of these players on 8-2, and Nathan Hill's on 7-3. Harrison wanting to, I think if he gets this win, he is basically locked for the top 8, so does want to secure this win here and get himself locked in the top 8 as soon as possible. And Nathan Hill's in 7-3, doesn't want to lose any more games. He needs to win the next 2 if he wants to go all the way with Dorinthia into the top 8 of UK Nationals.
Yeah, so I know we said we don't quite have time for cards to watch for this one, but I mean, Trip, as a seasoned Katsu player yourself, what cards are you really looking to utilize most in this matchup against Dorinthia here?
Well, in the old days, it was a tricky matchup into Dory. The value they could get with Dawnblade by continually hitting with Dawnblade and growing counters on it was difficult to break, especially as Katsu doesn't really have too much equipment loadout to play with. But now Dorinthia is running often running the Great Axe build to deal with Lexi at the moment in the format. Harrison's just going to really focus on just doing some powerful lines using things like Bonds of Eternity and to keep on pushing. Isn't Nathan 8-2? We'll get the studio to confirm if 7-3 is correct, and we'll get that updated if it is not. Otherwise, we will just keep on rolling. If they are both 8-2, they are both trying to get their win here to secure them in the top 8 of the UK National Championship.
Absolutely. So we're on
Thank
second.
you, Halfie. Halfie, I believe you're good mates with Nathan, so you probably know it better than most. We'll get that updated in due course. But right now, we're
second round of the day.
Yeah, second round of the game. Sorry.
And we've got one more after this before we cut to top 8. So both players looking to confirm their position in that top 8. Harrison opening up proceedings here with a Kodachi for 1, folks. Kodachi for 1.
Yeah, Harrison just pitching a red card back into the deck. Just trying to keep it simple. Turn 1. Nathan just sorting himself out with his pen and paper. So yeah, Sean, what we're trying to see here is we're looking to see Katsu really capitalize on some big combo lines. Harrison needs to bear in mind that Nathan is probably playing a much more defensive Dory build with a lot of cards to heal and block with, efficient cards to heal and block with, and Harrison needs to make sure that he respects that and that he is able to go over the top of what Nathan is trying to do with blocking. So that means Harrison needs to go really, really wide. He needs to use cards like Bonds of Eternity that allow you to push damage over multiple chain links. Probably doesn't need to worry too much about Dishonor. Though Nathan probably would like to swing twice with an axe, but might just be looking to block out here. Maybe pitch sack something late game and keep himself safe from any potential Dishonor threats. I do not believe that anyone is technically locked yet, Aaron. I mean, I think theoretically Harrison might, but we're not 100% sure if Harrison was to lose the next 2 games on 8 and 4, he might just scrape in at 8th, or he might bubble on 9th. So this game right here, as we understand it, Nathan Hills is actually on 8-2, not 7-3. This would be the first person to definitely be locked for the tournament. Yeah, as Quinn says, this game defines first lock. Yes, Jamie would be the one because he's on 8-2, did lose the game to Katsu. Very difficult matchup for his Dromai into Katsu. Classically difficult for Dromai to win that game, especially against a very seasoned player such as Harrison.
So we see Harrison here pitching 3 red cards in order to swing back with a Decimator Great Axe. Not a card we often see in Dory. The first time that it's played, the first time it's defended by a non-equipment card each turn, half the base of the target defending card, rounding up, presenting 4 damage. So over that break point, Harrison down to 37 here. Nathan, as you said, keeping life totals high, playing out that sigil. We also saw a Finals Fighting Spirit pitched as well. So, and we can see another one in hand. So definitely looking to keep life totals high. Harrison Shaw pitching a Warmongers. Do you think Warmongers is going to see much utility in this game?
Yeah, Warmongers is really good because Nathan Hills is running a lot of non-attack actions. You see one right there, like Warrior's Valor, and he's going to want to do Warrior's Valor into his axe. And if you've played a Warmongers, that's not going to work. You can't. Yeah, you can either choose War, which is weapons and attack actions, or you can choose Peace, which is non-attack actions. So that would shut down anything that Nathan is trying to do. So Harrison might try to keep playing out the to get the Warmongers back into their deck, hoping to draw them on turns later on in the game if Nathan does decide to set up a big combo turn with the axe and some of the cards like Spill Blood and other axe base buff axe cards that buff axes that are in the game.
Axe buffs.
Axe buffs, indeed. And Harrison just doing a pretty standard Katsu turn there. Nathan making the good blocks. Did see him block the Be Like Water for 3. That's always a risky one when you can go over the top with an Ancestral Empowerment and potentially turn that into a Surging Strike to start your combo line. So that might be something that Harrison wants to consider, is to try and get a relevant buff on one of these early cards so he can get his Katsu rolling. And the way Katsu works is the first attack action card that hits, you can discard a 0-cost card from your hand to search your deck deck for a combo card. Jamie is not 9-1. He lost the last game of day 1, finishing 8-1 and top of the tables, and then he lost his first game today, so he is now on 8-2.
So Harrison here coming in with that 100 wins.
The trouble is, Dyson, is that Katsu is really difficult to fatigue because of Winds of Eternity. Sorry, not Winds of Eternity, because of Lord of Winds, being able to shuffle cards back into the deck. I do see that Harrison is not running Snapdragon Scalers, which is an option when you think you're coming up against an opponent that is going to try and fatigue you, because you can then just make yourself a little mini combo line and shuffle a bunch of cards back in. And we actually see something that I was just talking about earlier, wasn't I, Sean? Trying to get over the top with a little attack reaction. The Concealed Blade there, a nice new card, allowing Harrison to get the on-hit to then start building a combo from Descendant into Bonds of Eternity there.
So again, Descendant Gustwave, new card here from Dusk Till Dawn. And Nathan respecting it, covering it up with that Fate Foreseen. Has a little luck. And we're just going to put that to the bottom. So 3 damage blocked up here. Following up the Descendant Gustwave.
So Harrison going to be coming in for 4 and 4 here, 4 from the Bonds of Eternity into the Flusterfist for 4. Nathan probably going to be able to cover this reasonably well, though one of the cards in his hand is a Steelblade Shunt. Probably just going to keep that one and arsenal it and save it for the next turn to prevent a bit of damage. Yeah, these defense reactions really doing work. Harrison probably thinking to himself, need to try and go a little bit over the top here. Maybe he's going to get this Kodachi through.
Plays out Flusterfist. Nathan also just having to bear in mind, I know we've said he's going to be playing this defensively, trying to keep his life total high, but he's also having to respect that Mask of Momentum, right? It's always lingering in the background. 3 attacks hit in a row, 3 ninja attacks hit in a row. Then
Jody,
Harrison
unfortunately, the Hamish Dream is dead. He did lose the first round of day 2, putting himself on X and 4. With no shot at the top 8 anymore, but he is going to be playing to try and finish in the top 24 to try and make some moolah.
Yeah, those monetary prizes trickle down all the way down to 24th 9th to 24th, still walk away with $225. Without my calculator near me, that must be around 150, 180 quid. That should cover most of your weekend nicely. That's an awful lot of pizzas in Pizza Express, where we were last night. Harrison coming in with Kadachi, and then another Kadachi. Nathan taking both here. Mask of Momentum is now on.
Yeah, it's good to see Harrison has picked up the tunic here for this matchup. Much better into a longer game like this against Dory. Sometimes it's good to run the heart and cross trap to be able to play out these surging strikes for free, though of course you can only do it once. Sharif is indeed still live. Won his first game of day.
Covers it for 5. It's nice, right? Like you said, it blocks out the potential for ancestral, just to go over the top. Coming
Looks
in with
like
the Winds of
Harrison
Eternity.
is also running Winds of Eternity and 100 Wins in this list, so might be able to work in a little bit of recursion from that too if Nathan does try to deck out Katsu. This is the thing, it's not like a standard aggro deck with Katsu. It's not like Lexi where you can really just run them out of threats. Katsu does have a lot of ways to bring cards back into the deck from the grave, though of course they do deck themselves out a little bit as well through the nature of Katsu's hero ability. When you're if you're using a card to search a card from your deck, you're not only removing a card from your hand, you're also removing a card from your deck. So you do work through your deck a little bit faster than other heroes. So Harrison is going to want to be careful about how often he does actually trigger the Katsu hero ability if he is worried about Nathan trying to run him out of threats.
Dory swinging with that axe. Harrison says, I'll take it, and I'll present you with my 5-card hand. Opening up with Surging Strike. Coming in for 4 go again. Nathan having to think here. This is typically a lovely opener for combo line. Nice wide combo line for Harrison. Is having to, again, just looking to block it out. Plays a Steel Blade.
Harrison going to go over the top here, yeah.
There we go.
This is the issue of blocking 4 for 4 against these ninja cards, is that the Ancestral Empowerment has maximum impact, not only getting the draw from Ancestral, but also meaning that Katsu can get his trigger off. So we're going to see what Harrison's going to be able to do here. He's now Chainlink 1 hits as well. Going to try and do this in a way that he might be able to enable a Mask of Momentum draw. Nathan already committed his defense react from Arsenal and a card from hand, leaving himself with 3 cards left in hand to try and prevent this Katsu turn. Chooses to chooses to discard the 100 wins. Probably going to search for the Whelming rather than the Descendant. Put another threat on hit. Does have the breaking scales if he wishes to use it. Has already blocked with it, so wouldn't be too much of an ask at this point. Going to try and make something happen here. Going to be coming in for 4 on hit, draw a card. Obviously Nathan very incentivized to block this for 4. Does have equipment with which to do, and also does have another Steel Blade Shunt.
Another one.
It looks like Harrison has the bonds in hand. That's going to break up the chain link, going to make sure that Mask is not, make it as difficult as possible for Harrison to get a draw off Mask.
So we can see both yellow and blue Steel Blade Shunts there.
Yeah, it's just such an efficient card if you have it in large numbers, because if you're just pitching 1 card, but you're able to play 2 of them, or you're able to play 1 off a tunic, these Steel Blade Shunts are really good in these defensive warrior lists. Again, Harrison fetching the Fluster Fist. Going to come in for 4 and 4. Probably has enough resources to throw a Kadachi as well. It does look like a full dedicated axe list with a lot of defensive cards, a lot of Steel Blade Shunts and defense reacts, used primarily to kind of dismantle Lexi, the most popular hero in the meta at the moment, but also great game into these other aggressive lists like Katsu and Fi, for example. Though both Fi and Katsu capable of going much longer and going over the top of what Nathan is able to block. But so far, Katsu's not been able to develop anything.
Harrison finishing off the chain link here with a Kodachi for 1. Nathan looking at his live total again. Flusterfist on the end of the combat chain. 0 for 4. Live total's 31 to 33. We've still got 40 minutes on the round. That's plenty of time. Do you think either player here, Trip, is sort of sitting pretty? Are they still sort of feeling
It's
this
too early in the
out?
game to say. We're still sort of developing a feel for the game at this point. You know, we're not even sub 30 life yet. Just we're seeing, you know, Katsu do very standard Katsu things, going really wide, using their Kodachis and their Bonds of Eternity. The one thing I would note is that I think Harrison has now played out 2 red bonds already. So Nathan's probably thinking, I've lived through 2 bonds turns, not taking a huge amount of chip damage. He's sitting on 31, probably feeling relatively confident about that. A lot harder for Harrison to shuffle in Bonds of Eternity. The way Lord of Wind works is it shuffles in the other side of the combo line, like Megenshi's and Whelming, rather than Descendant Gust Wave and Bonds of Eternity. Does choose to commit the first equipment block of the game. Nathan wanting to be, you know, use his equipment sensibly.
Nathan just pass, draws up to 4, back to Harrison, takes up Tunic to 2. See what he's got here. He's got that card in Arsenal. Maybe I'll be able to utilize it just to produce another wide turn. Both players still feeling each other out. Seeing how this game is going to progress. Nathan has shown us as well, he's got a number of defense reactions. Both blue and yellow shunts, steel blade shunts, and fate for scene sink blows. And to keep his life total high. Harrison having a good think. Plays out another Surgeon Strike. Great combo starter. Coming in for 4 go again. As I said, gets blocked up by the defense reaction there. Fate for scene. I'm gonna fate that to the bottom.
Yeah, I think I agree, Healthy. That's what we were saying earlier. It's really difficult to actually fatigue a Katsu, especially in a time, because of Katsu's natural ability to recur cards. So Nathan will want to think about setting something up using the more powerful cards that he seems to be running in his deck to do something to this Katsu. You know, keep swinging the keep swinging the axe. Sure, Katsu's probably not going to be blocking it anytime soon. But once Katsu does go down a little bit in life, try and do something with that.
Yeah. Harrison utilizing those Kodachis just to keep poking Nathan down. Now we're sub 30. Just simple axe for 4. We've always said it. We enjoy Bravo's hammer for 4. Now Dory axe for 4. Harrison takes it, decides to keep a 5-card hand here. I think I can see an Ancestral Empowerment in hand.
Ancestral's a little less good when you're coming in for 5 because it's so easy for your opponent to just block for 6 and then you don't go over the top with it. Like, it's so much better when you're coming in for, say, 4. Oh,
Pommel.
What is that doing in there? Some
Spicy
super spicy tech
Pommel.
from Harrison. Love to see it.
The
Why not,
response
though?
from Nathan.
Nathan
Smile face
does have
gets
it covered.
covered it up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Interesting choice. I like the idea, but it is very easy for Nathan to color when he runs so many defense reactions. But I mean, that gets you thinking as Nathan, what is this guy doing when he's got a pummel in his deck?
Makes you think twice, doesn't it?
That woke everyone up, right?
Yeah.
Pummel.
Okay, we're here for it.
Monka? Yeah, exactly. Shame it didn't really actually do anything. because Nathan's got it so covered with his defense reactions. But you got to think in other matchups, that's going to be really spicy for Harrison.
Nathan says, nah. Axe
To be
for
fair, you
4.
can play it on Bonds, you can play it on Surgic. So he's got the CNC in there too. So
I mean, it may cause us to respond with an interesting face, but
I don't. Yeah, I don't think Nathan's too worried about that sort of thing because his deck is so well suited for blocking anything. He's probably just saying, well, I've got the perfect deck to deal with surprise things like that with all of the defense reactions I've got. Just gonna stick a Sink or something in the arsenal or a Steel Blade Shunt, and I can always be wary of something like that coming out. And that's exactly what we just saw. Though it was pretty cute, Nathan had it covered perfectly.
34 minutes on the round.
It was pretty
25.
good that Harrison was able to play that out.
Don't think I need that next coffee. That pommel did the trick.
I definitely do, but it's to their own.
We've got Kadachi into Descendant Gustwave here. 25-25. Blocked out with the Spores of War. Ends the combat chain with an Enlightened Strike for 7 here. Again, Nathan thinking about keeping life totals high, really utilizing, we can see red Steelblade Shunt there, so really playing the full rainbow. Steelblade Shunt. Takes 1. Down to 24. Harrison draws up, sees an axe coming his way again. Decimated Great Axe coming in for 4. Axe for 4. Harrison saying he'll take it. And Nathan here utilizing Dory's ability.
Yeah,
and
just
those
swinging that
braces.
axe twice, using the
Axe coming in again.
using the braces to swing the axe a second time by giving it go again. Just pushing a bit of damage here, and we talked about this earlier that Nathan's just going to try and get Harrison down a little bit lower. Going to try and close this game out, not necessarily going to try and fatigue him. Got Harrison down to 17 life now. But Nathan did take a bit of damage in order to do that. He's sitting on 24 too. But Nathan probably able to stabilize a lot more easily than Harrison can. Nathan running all 3 blocks and good defensive cards. Harrison not got a huge amount of equipment block, got Tunic, got Boots, and got Mask of Momentum in a pinch, but not going to want to use Mask or Tunic until the very end of this game.
Harrison responds with a Be Like Water.
I think he's going to go over the top. Did I not say he would do that at the start of the game?
There
That's
we
what
go.
Ancestral Empowerment is. So he needs to be careful about just doing those 3 blocks against 3 attacks, especially against Be Like Water, because it's going to enable a huge turn here. Harrison probably going to pitch, going to turn this into a Surging Strike, and then use that to pop off this turn. And then also use Katsu's ability to fetch something useful. I think he's got 1 red bonds left in the deck, but he might need to pull the Descendant or the Whelming first.
So Harrison activating Katsu's ability here. Let's see what he chooses to fetch from his deck. As he shuffles. Interesting as well.
Takes the Spinning Wheel Kick. He probably doesn't... Maybe he has the Whelming, doesn't want to use his last bonds at this point. Or maybe he just... Oh, maybe he actually chose Twin Twisters here, trying to recur a card back into the deck. I quite like that, actually. So if he chose Twin Twisters, Spinning Wheel Kick will come into 5, and if it hits, it goes back to the bottom of Harrison's deck, giving him another threat to fetch later on. So it's not often that you see people using Be Like Water to turn into Twin Twisters. You normally just see them to use it to turn into Surging Strike and then build along Bonds of Eternity turn. But Harrison finding a way to make Twin Twisters work for him here with the Spinning Wheel Kick.
Harrison's really utilizing a number of different combo lines here, right? There's a bit of a Katsu with recent set releases has got a few different lines, a few different tools to be able to combat maybe some unusual matchups like an Axe Dory. Nathan able to cover that up with
He does have the other Spinning Wheel Kick in hand. Going to come in for another 5. He's pushed 14 damage this turn already.
Oh, Nathan hands on head.
Doesn't have a way of covering this. The spinning wheel kick will probably does actually. He can use his equipment. Nathan looking a bit upset about this turn of events.
Yeah, Nathan pitching a sigil there in order to use the steel blade shunt. Blocks out the spinning wheel kick. I mean, he didn't
Harrison
look particularly
thinking about
happy to
popping
do
his
that.
breaking scales. Yeah, he doesn't want to use his equipment at this
No.
stage.
Utilizes that rage forward braces. Harrison here, 5-card hand. See what he's got. Coming in with Kadachi for 1.
Dan Green in the chat.
Dan Green in the chat. Chunks, my boy. Some things don't change, Dan Green. Katsu's one of them. Showing us, Harrison's giving us a bit of a lesson here in how to play this Katsu out. 8 and 2. Looking to secure his place in the top 8, as are both players. Nathan just comes out with
a pretty weak turn there from Katsu. It's really given Nathan a lot of space here to actually play out this attacking threat. Harrison will need to block this. I think Vinky really feels comfortable going down to 10. And does get 2 cards out of the Katsu here.
Fandol's Fighting Spirit allows Nathan to gain an extra
But
life.
Harrison does have a
presenting
nice
7
hand
damage.
here to enable something. Probably going to do Kadachi into CNC. Maybe he has something in the... No, going to threaten
Kadachi.
that Arsenal card.
Kadachi.
Use the tunic counter here.
So
Yeah.
blocking with the Fandol's Fighting Spirit allows him to...
Both of these players are on winning
Gain a life.
ends. We're pretty sure that Nathan Hills is actually on 8 and 2, in which case both of these players, if they win this, they will make the top 8.
Command and Conquer coming in for 6. If it hits, will destroy Nathan's Arsenal. Can't play defense reactions to CNC. Nathan here just checking Harrison's graveyard. What would Nathan be looking for there in
He's
Harrison's
looking
graveyard?
for bonds targets and like what threats that Harrison's already played, thinking about how much damage output Harrison can actually do.
Nathan just choosing to pass and draw. Harrison again, 5-card hand. 4 in hand, 1 in Arsenal. Opening up. Pitches the Warmongers to harmonize Kadachi for 1. Nathan choosing to take it. Takes the second Kadachi down to 18. 27 minutes left on the round. There's still plenty of time. And comes in with another Command and Conquer. 2 rounds in a row. Asking the same question of Nathan. How much do you like that Arsenal card?
But Nathan pretty happy to block this with 2 cards, I think. They may be thinking about a pummel. We've already seen one. Maybe there's
a
another
spicy pummel.
one. That might have been what Nathan
Is
was
there a
looking
spicy
for.
pummel? He's got 2
one-off, or does he
resources
run more?
floating.
Yeah.
We've not seen the other one. It's not been pitched.
Going to
in the
use this
game.
crown on the Command and Conquer, like we were saying earlier. Really good use of the crown to make sure you don't lose your Arsenal card.
See if Nathan wants to block this damage out any further. I'm blocking that CNC out for 5 here. Maybe just having a little look at life totals. Having a good think about this one. I see he's going to be able to activate that Crown of Providence as well. So he will be able to cycle a card from his hand or from his arsenal. Looks like he's happy with that. He's just going to sink his arsenal there. Draw up, taking 1 damage. And that's what sometimes... It's almost Schrodinger's pummel. Whether it's there or not, you still have to respect it. Life total 17 to 16. Both players keeping things tight. Coming in with a finals fighting spirit. We said at the start of the game, Nathan's going to be looking to keep his life total high. We've seen a lot of defense reactions, a lot of these finals fighting spirits, and a lot of those sigils as well.
They're just good attacking cards as well, really putting the pressure on the Katsu. He wants to try and get the Katsu down low so that Katsu has to start blocking with cards, which is what we already seen Harrison start to do here.
Harrison blocking. Taking 1. Down to 15. As we can see, a number of the day 2 games behind Harrison there and began wrapping up. We'll be returning to that soon. As we have a look at how Harrison is doing here.
Good to see the table. Maybe we're having a little bit of technical difficulties because we're on the player cam. But no, we are back to the table. Just seeing Nathan going back with another finals fighting spirit for 6. Again, just pushing this damage when he can. Yeah, Harrison keeping his life intact for the big turn. Yeah, Harrison needs to make sure that when he's going for it, he's really going for it, and recognizing that Nathan can really efficiently block out his attacks.
Harrison blocking that one up with those boots, with those perch grapplers. Perch grapplers? That's not a ninja card.
Breeze Rider boots.
This is what happen. This is what happens. Round 11, folks. Breeze Rider boots. Comes in with a Surgeon Strike for 5. Go again. 18 plays 10. 23 minutes left on the round. See, once again, covering up this attack. Do we know? Does Harrison have any more ancestrals?
I can't remember. We've seen 2 for
2.
sure. Yeah,
May have seen a 3rd.
We saw that he was running the concealed blades as well to also try and get that on hit with Katsu.
So Senate Gustwave coming in for 5 there. Nathan having a think once again. I mean, it was nearly 20 minutes ago that I asked you, Trip, if either player was sitting comfortably here, but what are we thinking now?
I think it's still to play for, to be honest. It's like, I mean, Harrison has worked for a lot of his deck, but he does have a big turn coming up here.
George, maybe just having a look. How many sigils Nathan has? How many of those defense reactions has he been through? Nathan playing very patiently here as well. Just assessing Harrison's graveyard for those threats. Nathan having a think. Checks his arsenal. Neither player have an awful lot of equipment left to utilize. Obviously, Harrison has that block with the Mask of Momentum, but it's not typically something that you'd like to use to block, right?
Harrison building a huge turn here.
So what do you think Harrison's gone looking for here? What's he?
Just something he can play out. He's only got he's got no resources floating. Oh, he is going to go for the Dishonor play, which is good. Nathan probably needs to respect that. Might want to keep using his Dorinthia hero ability.
What is it? Dishonor.
It also comes in for 4, and it means that their hero loses their hero ability. So Dory will no longer have their hero ability in play.
Ouch. Heroes typically like their ability.
Harrison's already committed 2 blocking cards here. Still got 1 block left on his Braveforward Bracers. Probably doesn't want to be using his Tunic, but might have to. But if he uses his Tunic, then suddenly his Steel Blade Shunts become a lot less efficient.
20 minutes on the round. 13 plays 10. Nathan giving this one a good think. How much would he be able to get through the rest of the game without a hero ability? Or is he really relying on that to be able to swing that axe multiple times? We've already seen him do it once in this game. Nathan giving it a thought here. Both players Tunic on 1. It's ready to use it on a pinch.
Yeah, it's just disliking the damage, okay, Quinn. Doesn't want to lose the hero ability just in case he is planning on doing a big finishing turn, but I agree at this point. Another 4 damage is pretty rough.
Nathan has the sink to cover it up. Harrison coming in for Dishonor for 4 damage here.
I don't think he has a second bonds now, Fab Chaos. I think this is his 3rd red care.
Uses
red
the
one.
Oasis Respite to cover it up. Nothing else from Harrison.
Just gonna ask the pass, I think.
Oasis Respite. Nathan's really stacked his deck with defense reactions and instances of Oasis Respite here. Nathan covered up a big attack there, Trip. How do you think Harrison's feeling after seeing that? Now he's got an axe coming his
really
way.
running out of threats now. I think he's used all 3 red bonds. He needs to start doing something with his maybe if he's got the Megenchi's line in. I did see some Megenchi's pitched. He needs to start switching it up, going for a slightly different combo line, maybe doing something big with Lord of Winds to try and go over the top of this Dory player. But Nathan just very happy to block out that turn very efficiently and even swing a hammer at the end. Going to take 2 damage here because of the effect of Decimator Great Axe. Harrison getting pretty low and not got a huge amount of space now to play out these big turns. He's got to do something with what he has now. Do you see an E-Strike in hand?
Yeah, absolutely.
Going to be able
Quinn.
to do something with that.
Nathan with
but I have to say, Sean, like I feel like you've been asking like who do you feel is in control, and I feel like up until that last turn, I would say it was pretty even. Did I just say hammer? Sorry, Aiden. Up until that point, I'd say it was pretty even. But after seeing Harrison play out all 3 red bonds and Nathan just covering it like an absolute pro, now I'm thinking Nathan feels like he's in control, even though Harrison is the one throwing every single attack, having these 4-card hands. But Nathan is just throwing down these blocking cards and saying to Harrison, do what you want. I've got it covered. CNC coming down. This is the chance. If Nathan has a defense react in hand, he is going to take a bunch of damage here. If he has 2, he's going to have to take this whole 6. And is it Commentator's Curse? I think it is. That Command and Conquer going through. Nathan not being able to cover that. Clearly had some defense reactions that he was not able to cover that. And actually that swung that game right round. Commentator's Curse indeed. After that turn, it looks so good for Nathan. But that Command and Conquer proving absolutely clutch when Nathan has got the defense react in hand. But you know what? Nathan's going to keep on swinging.
Swings back with the axe. Axe for 4.
And that is not
Harrison
what
takes
Nathan
another
wanted
2.
at all. Nathan leads his life total high because he does not want to fall into Kadachi Rock Risk, where Kadachi starts to play a major part of this game. And hey, we've seen Harrison play a bloody pummel this game. 5 health is not a happy number when you know that your opponent might be hitting you with a pummel at any point.
Harrison coming in.
Still a
3-card
no more
hand.
CNCs. Should feel safe now, but that was a good clapback from Harrison. You'd think, oh, CNC for 6, what's the worst that can happen? They just block it with 2 cards, but not when you've got defense reactions that you can't play against a Command and Conquer. Harrison thinking, maybe I'm back in this. There we go.
So that last hand then, double defense reaction. Couldn't defend the CNC. Coming in with a Kadachi.
Harrison just wants to
for
keep
1.
pushing little bits of damage through.
This is tight, Trip.
Nathan now on 4. this is where Kadachi start to prove really strong. You think to yourself, well, Katsu, it's an aggro deck, but it has one of the best tools in the game for the late game. The fact that you can pitch a blue and hit twice, 1 and 1. You cannot cover that with one card. They both played the match really well. I absolutely agree.
It's been a
But I
fantastic
have to think
round
to
11.
myself, what has Harrison actually got left in the deck? We've seen him pitch a few threats. Obviously, he shuffles with the Katsu ability, and we did see him pitch that Command and Conquer at one point. Really helped him out on that turn. But does he have the damage? And importantly, with Katsu, does he have the go again to actually threaten Nathan? That is the problem. When you run out of, you can run out of access to go again as Katsu, and this is where Nathan needs to be really, really careful about not allowing anything with that Breeze Rider boots. That is how Harrison could potentially still go over the top. If he lets one of these ninja cards hit, Breeze Rider boots, allowing Harrison to give his combo cards go again, he could make something from nothing. And when Nathan is sitting on 4, even those little hits for 2 could be game winning for Harrison. But Nathan, he did take a big chunk of damage that D did not want to take. Though he is going to get this lovely heal from Oasis Respite here.
Oasis Respite goes up to 5.
And Nathan very happy to be swinging the axe again this turn. And hopefully developing, even better, an E-Strike. That's
E-Strike for
fantastic.
7.
It is definitely going to draw a block from Harrison. He can't just take this. Well, maybe he's still got equipment, Harrison, but he's probably just going to block this out. But every card that Harrison blocks with is another card that he can't attack Nathan with. And at this point of the game, Nathan is very happy to play that kind of game. He feels confident that his axe is going to close it out. But Harrison needs to be really careful what he gives up. But he also needs to be really careful that he doesn't run out of life.
I mean, I think we've seen all 3 sigils now from Nathan. He's been using them when the opportunities arise to keep his life total high. This is so... It's suddenly changed.
What a fantastic
this is
game.
Very
Sean.
tight.
This has been...
This
truly is like,
round 11.
we're pretty sure that Nathan is on 8 and 2, and this really does feel like a game between 2 of the best players in the United Kingdom right now. Confident players, sensible players, respectful players, really testing the depths of what each other's decks can do. Harrison here blocking for 2 right now. That would put him on... Oh, and he's going to throw the mask.
Oh, he's gone with the mask as well. He's saying, I need to keep my hand.
The thing is, he is now down to 3. He is in range of the hammer swing. Oh, no, Bonds blocks for 3. Forgive me. Guys, how does Bonds block for 3? What that card is crazy. But Harrison is, of course, now in range of 1 swing of the axe. We'll need to respect that every time, but his blocks are so inefficient against that axe.
Okay, so we see Kadachi for 1. Kadachi for
Anthony,
1.
I do think it would have been an interesting play. I think at this point, he didn't Breaking Scales on the Dishonor because he doesn't really think that Dory's going to be swinging twice with the axe at this point. And I think Harrison needs to use that Breaking Scales to enable a Breeze Rider Boots turn. I think that's the main way that Harris can use the less good cards in his deck, is he needs to basically build a big hand of lots of different combo cards, and he needs to secure an on-hit to allow the Breeze Rider Boots to give his combo cards go again. And he might have to use Breaking Scales in order to do that. So if you've given up the Breaking Scales on the Dishonor turn, that kind of locks himself out, because Nathan is so capable of blocking out everything that Harrison throws at him. And what a big hit here, coming in with the Finals Fighting Spirit. Harrison cannot take these 7s.
Coming in for 7. Allows Nathan to heal a life point as well. So quite happy to go down on life with one of those Kadachis, knowing he can clap back with a Finals Fighting Spirit.
And these Finals Fighting Spirits, like you say, Sean, are so good against these little Kadachi hits. Every time he gets a heal from the Finals Fighting Spirit, it's like he's blocking a Kadachi.
Yeah.
It keeps him safe, keeps him away from that Kadachi lock zone. And Harrison here having to give up his tunic, leaving himself with 3 cards in hand, 1 card in the arsenal, needing to try and push 4 damage through, but he does not have many threats left in his deck. Has he managed to keep something around in order to push enough damage through to go over the top of a 4-card hand from Nathan? A 4-card blocking hand. Nathan still got tunic, still got 1 block left on Brave Forge Braces. This game's really coming into its own right now. This is the end game of this game.
This is it.
Harrison needs to think to himself, what can I do? How many defense reactions are left? How can I chip through enough damage to win this game?
Harrison having to really give it a think. Nathan's...
And yes, Callum, It is time. It is shunt time.
Shunt
Does Nathan have any
time.
shunts left in the deck? He's
We're
played
on
a
shunt
lot of them.
watch.
Played a lot of them. If he does swing with that Kadachi, the shunt will close this game out immediately, dealing 1 damage to Harrison.
And we did see Nathan pitch a shunt to that Finals Fighting Spirit in the last round, so there's still plenty in the deck. We have seen
Nathan
all
having
red,
a look,
yellows,
probably
blues.
looking for Ancestral Empowerments, trying to work out if a 3-block is enough. Might choose to just cover this with his piece of equipment. Just guarantee that Harrison is not able to build anything from this turn. The one thing that Harrison can fetch at this moment would be Winds of Eternity. Comboing off this 100 wins to come in for 4. If it does hit, shuffling that 100 wins back in the deck, which Harrison would very much like to do. However, decision point for Harrison. I think he does have the Conceal Blade in hand, so probably will play this now to go over the top, maybe? Or does he want to save it? But is it enough?
Maybe he's thinking about
Harrison just
himself.
checking. Harrison probably using his graveyard right now to check what he actually has left in deck. If he does go for the Katsu, he needs to make sure that he can find it.
Got time on the round here. We've got 9 minutes remaining. Nathan, 4 life total, but as you said, he's still got 2 blocks in his equipment. Harrison, 1 life total. This has been a fantastic game. 11th round. Both players really fighting to secure their position in the top 8 here at the UK Nationals 2023.
Yep, going to come in with the Breaking Scales.
So Breaking Scales pumps the attack to 4.
He does have a Concealed Blade. Could pump it again to put Nathan down on 2, but Knight chooses to save it. Coming in with the Breeze Rider Boots. I think he's going to search for Winds of Eternity here. And then he's going to try and maybe go over the top of the Concealed, unless he has to remove the Concealed from the game, discard the Concealed in order to do the search.
I did
Having a
see
little think.
I did see a shunt there in Nathan's hand.
Yeah, needs to be
So
really careful
he's-
about these Kadachis.
He's maybe reserving it for if Harrison decides to come in with a Kadachi. Playing that shunt into a Kadachi will deal the 1 damage back to Harrison. So Harrison now really can't even use his weapons.
No, he's locked out of his Kadachis now by choosing to go down to 1 or being forced to go down to 1.
He's turned the Kadachi lock back round on him. Harrison really giving this one a think. Obviously, coming to the dying embers of this game. Both players in the arena.
He has to give up the Concealed Blade, sadly. He isn't
Ooh.
able to use that to conceal another hit. Does fetch the Winds as I thought. Looks like it's all blue cards left in the deck. Very few cards. If this Winds hits, he will be able to shuffle that 100 Winds round. But if Sean was right, if there is a shunt, maybe we'll just use the shunt to shut down this Winds. I mean, he could 3-block this and use a piece of equipment to cover it out as well. Let's go again from the Breeze Rider Boots. Gonna cover
Nathan
this.
blocks for 1 with the braces, and then 3 with a card from hand.
Does
Goes
have the other
over with the
concealed.
other concealed. That's all 3 concealed with
Nathan
him now.
down to 2. He is gonna be able to shuffle that 100 Winds back into the deck when the it goes immediately, and then he's gonna come in with the Kadachi, risking the Steel Blade Shunt here.
Shunt.
And that's going to be that. Look, good to see that Harrison still has the Spinning Wheel Kick. Oh, didn't really have the resources to play at that turn, though. Could have been
Was
huge.
expecting the shunt.
If he had one more, he could have done it there. Looks like he didn't have the shunt in hand. So was safe.
Ah.
Swinging the axe. Harrison really stuffed here. Probably going to have to give up 2 cards to block this. First card will only block for 2 because of the axe effect. Going to have to give up 2 cards. Harrison's barely got any cards left. I can't see how he's going to bring it back from here. Nathan down to 2. Shunt waiting room. Has to give it that 100 wins.
Harrison really
Immediately.
risked the shunt there.
But he just knows there's no other way for him to win this game. He's
He
just got
has
to
to
go for it.
go. Harrison just covering up these Kadachis now.
Nathan
covering up the
Nathan
Kadachis
very
now.
content to keep blocking these Kadachis.
Yeah, Harrison must be seeing the writing on the wall here.
Coming in for 4.
Magenchi's.
Nathan's still got the tunic with which to block with, so can cover this out with a 3 block, leaving himself with a card in hand to swing back that axe. Forcing another double block from Harrison. He's only got 5 cards left in his deck. He's going to have to use 2 of them here to survive, leaving him with 2 cards left. He probably has drawn into the spinning wheel kick now. Might be able to do Kadachi spinning wheel kick.
But for how much longer? Nathan's got shunts that are just
Dory
waiting
can do
to
this.
kill.
Dory can take this game down. Has to give up Magenchi's. 3 cards left in deck for the... 1 card left in the deck, 2 cards left in hand for Harrison. Going to be able to do something here, but it looks like Sigil in hand for
Nathan looking
He's got this
defeated.
covered. Sigil, the perfect card to deal with a double Kadachi.
Harrison looking defeated here, takes the 1.
Harrison, the game has gone out of his hands completely. Perfect answers here from Nathan. Perfect blocking, perfect
Sigil
plays.
goes up to 4.
Showing us how Axe Dorinthia can play, can win, can dismantle one of the best Katsu players in the UK. That is going to be game. I can't believe that. I can't see that Harrison can do anything now. 2 cards left in hand with Nathan going to swing that axe, and that's got to be it. That's got to be GG, and that is that.
Played.
What a fantastic game.
Wow.
What a beautiful game. What an excellent plays from Dorinthia there. Katsu played it so well, managed to make something happen on that final turn, used the Breeze Rider boots and the breaking scales to try and go over the top. Looked like he was a couple of resources off, maybe being able to play that spinning wheel kick. Maybe that would have been enough.
Wow.
But it was not. And
That
Dory,
was spectacular.
we have seen Dory. We are seeing Dory in the top 8. That was for the top 8 qualifying place of UK Nationals. Dorinthia is back, baby.
Wow.
She's doing great. She's being played like a master. And that was
Absolutely.
fantastic to see. Nathan and Harrison, that was such a fantastic game. Thank you so much for blessing us with that. This is going to be an absolutely stacked, fantastic top 8. I can't wait to see what other heroes make it into that.
Absolutely, and I'm sure we'll be bringing you the standings from the 11th
I'm so
round.
excited
there.
about that game. I've
That was-
undone my 2 buttons. Well, one of the buttons. You know, I got
That was
fix up, look sharp,
maintain-
and back on camera. I didn't even see. Sorry, folks at home, for giving you a flap for that. But what a fantastic game. That was an absolute... Oh, man, we're getting to the point now where you just got to stick around, guys, because it's just... These games are insane. These games are being played at such a high standard. The quality of games in the UK is just incredible, Sean.
Oh, and we're seeing that. I mean, Nathan's just given us an absolute masterclass there with an axe Dory. I mean, we said it was a classic battle between Dory and Katsu there, but I mean, recent additions with that. With the great axe, as well as with some of those new lines in Katsu as well, it just means that that game plays out like we've not seen before, and that was an absolutely spectacular game. For what, 30-40 minutes we were back and forth. I was asking you, Trip, who's in the driver's seat? We're not sure. We're still they're still both feeling each other out, and it just got down to it where Harrison just ran out of threats, right? He was just, and Nathan just soaking up everything,
Yeah, I
keeping
think,
his
I
life
think,
total
I
high.
think against that Dorinthia, you might need to, and it might not be in Harrison's list, but I think you need to do something like run the Snapdragon Scalers, try and do a mini. You can do a mini Magenchi line where you just you do Magenchi in Snapdragons into Lord of Wind, try and shuffle some more threats back into the deck, try and do something big with Lord of Wind, with Winds of Eternity. We did see Harrison try and do that later on in the game, shuffle in that 100 wins, but then he just had to block with it the following turn. It was no good. So unfortunately for the Katsu player, for Harrison, did manage to get the win there. Hopefully he can get another one, come back to the top 8, give us another strong showing of Katsu.
Absolutely.
But what a fantastic game. We're going to go to a little break there before we move on to the next one. It was another long one, guys, and hopefully we'll have
And
another
stick around for the
fantastic game.
standings as well. We've got
Yeah,
standings coming up for you as well.
And we will now move to a break, and we will be right back with the last game of the Swiss. Those 2 games have gone by like a... Was that the second
incredible.
game? Was that the
That was
second game?
incredible.
These
What a
games have gone
day.
by like a
Stick
flash,
around.
So stick around. We've got
Stick
another
around.
fantastic game coming up for you very shortly.
Hello and welcome to Tabletop 24. I'm Alan and I hope you're enjoying the coverage hosted by Living Realms. Now I'll be tinkering away behind the scenes, hopefully trying to make sure everything runs as smooth as possible, so you won't see too much of me, but I thought I'd pop along just to let you know what else we cover on the channel. Now of course we cover the Flesh and Blood events where possible, it is in fact where we started, but we do cover some other card games on here as well, and we're known to get the odd box break when new sets do land. Now, when we're not covering card games, we do get out and about and we like to attend some tabletop conventions, such as the UK Games Expo or Aircon, where we would look to catch up with publishers, designers and people from around the industry so that we can give you the latest and the greatest that they have to offer. Because you might not have been able to get to them when you were at those events, or you wasn't able to attend in person. So it's great that we do these convention catch-ups to keep you informed. Weekly, we release our review series, We'll Play Again, where we take a look at games we've recently got to the table, whether that be the latest hotness or something from the archive, and we take a view on how quickly we're going to get it back to the table, because we know how precious everyone's time can be, and we want to help those purchase decisions or getting that next game off the shelf of shame, so you know what you're going to get to the table as soon as you can. When the opportunity arises, we'll also work with publishers and designers for their related releases, often from a crowdfunding perspective. Recently, we've covered the now funded Roll and Write campaign, Luddite, so go check that out. In the coming months, we are looking to put out some live streams of games from the point of view for the first time playthroughs, so you can learn with us while we might make some mistakes so you don't have to. All of this, we'll be looking to expand the channel even further with your encouragement and support. So with that in mind, please drop us a like, hit that subscribe button, and stay tuned for more from us. Hope you enjoy the rest of the coverage. Take care.
You like Flesh and Blood?
Yes.
Do you like hairy British men?
No,
I do.
You like beer?
I do like beer.
Come and join us on Push the Point podcast.
Wow.
Wow.
What an offer.
We do deck techs, we've done vlogs, we've done interviews with very, very cool people from the Flesh and Blood community. We've got a wide range of different content that you can tune into, and I pretty much do most of it, and these two just freeload off the back of me. Don't just ask us, ask our amazing patrons with our awesome feedback.
What do? We drink beer. We tell you all about our decks.
A semi-terrible internet connection.
Why would you choose Push the Point over
Arsenal
other
Pass.
available
Or Steal First Speak. Do you want to listen to something decent? Then tune in to anyone else other than us.
Nailed it!
Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying the stream. My name's Barry and welcome to my channel, Baz the Bard. So when I'm not with Alan at Tabletop 24, what do? Well, let's see. I bring Armory games every week from the heart of Northampton Flesh and Blood community at Manuscrew, where we try out the latest decks or just come with a load of jank, but the main thing is we're having fun. But as the gaming season change, I take my trusty camera and tripod across the UK and bring action from the top cuts, be they Skirmish, Battle Hardened, ProQuest and Road to Nationals, and this showcases some of the very best players that we have in the UK community. This then feeds into the UK and Ireland Meta Report, and with my co-presenter James Ashall, we bring you all the weekly results of the event season, so you can see what heroes have won from each store. So if you're heading to a particular part of the country, you will know what meta you are heading into, so you can fully prepare for the tournament ahead. Take part in Question of Fab, so you can test your knowledge of Flesh and Blood. We also follow the best sellers on Card Market, so you can see how the meta is progressing and what heroes players are potentially building towards. So that's a whistle-stop tour of Baz the Bard. If you see me in an event, come and say hi. And you can't miss my white hair, it shines like a beacon across the gaming room. Join me on my channel, like, subscribe, become a Patreon, and help me bring the very best of Flesh and Blood gameplay from across the UK to the world. Before I go, I wish the players the very best of luck today, and hopefully I'll see you in front of the camera. Glory awaits. Take care and enjoy.
Hello and welcome back. Wow, we are much lower down than we were a minute
need to
ago.
sit up
Probably need to
straight.
sit up straight. We've been getting away with slouching up until this point. We have the final round of Swiss for you
Ooh-wee.
guys here. This is winning in territory. This is all the well, it's not all the marbles. This is your chance to pick up all the marbles. This is what this is right now. Sean, what do we got coming up for the guys?
Oh,
sitting at
wow.
home?
So we have Harrison Shaw is rejoining us on the stream from the previous round. Katsu player played an excellent game in that last round, but just wasn't able to secure his position in the top 8. And we have, I believe he's up against a teammate, Declan Patrick Azalea, playing Azalea 8 and 3 for today. So both players still looking to confirm that position in the top 8. So very much a teammate on teammate action, something that we don't normally like to see, but it's what they've got to do to secure that position.
Yeah, and both of these players trying to get into the top 8, trying to secure it. That's what it's all about in this final round of Swiss. There's so many great games that we could be bringing you, so many stories that are going on in the room. People trying to get into their first ever top 8 of UK Nationals, trying to get back there again, trying to secure that world's invite that you get for finishing in the top 8. So we can only bring you one game on stream, and we decided why not bring Azalea. Imagine Azalea winning an inning for a top 8 of a big nationals tournament a couple of years ago. But right now, it's going to be all that. So we're going to see what's going to happen here. We're going to see whether it's going to be Katsu or whether it's going to be Azalea that takes down this game. I can't wait. I thought the Harrison played it. Was it Harrison? Apparently I was getting my names confused.
Harrison had an absolutely storming game, but just didn't quite confirm
Nathan,
it.
guys, names are hard after you've casted
12th round.
This is the 12th game. Someone's saying take a break. Yeah, we don't.
There's
get
no
breaks.
We've got.
Imagine a break.
We're restocked.
Imagine a break. Yeah, the break
Coffee
is going
acquired.
to the coffee and
Coffee
going to the
acquired.
coffee stop and getting a coffee and then running straight back to the table because we want to give you guys the best possible content that we can.
Absolutely.
Anyway, let's do some cards to watch for Azalea. Sean, why don't you run through these ones for me?
So Azalea, cards to watch for this game. We first of all, Red in the Ledger. We're gonna take this all the way back to Arcane Rising. Red in the Ledger and Azalea specialization. Coming in for 5, cost 1. Obviously, it's an arrow attack. And if Red in the Ledger hits a hero, they can't play or activate more than 1 action during their next turn. Obviously, this is going to be a big card for Azalea to be playing into Katsu as they're looking to do those wider turns. We've got Remorseless as well. Again, another 1 for 5. I mean, all of these cards, 1 for 5 is great value. Blocks for 3 as well. If Remorseless is put into your arsenal face up until the end of the turn, defense reactions can't be played from arsenal to Remorseless' train link as well. Whenever they activate more action cards, they lose additional life. So really preventing that go wide strategy that Katsu's looking to execute. And then finally, Spire Sniping, able to look at the top cards of their deck and then put them back on top in any order. So really looking to manipulate that deck and pull out their, I mean, the other cards. Really, they're looking for those other cards, Remorseless and Red in the Ledger, and other threats as well. But taking us back over to Katsu, we saw an awful lot of his threats in that last game as well. He was able to utilize, or at least he was able to play out the Dishonor as well, something we're not able to see an awful lot.
Yeah, and I think we saw some really interesting cards in the Katsu list. Someone saying no red spires in his deck. Well, you never know. Would you imagine to see a pummel in a Katsu deck? Because that's what we just saw. But I'll take Levi's word for it. But we are seeing a very interesting Katsu deck. We have seen some cool cards being played in Harrison's deck, especially that cheeky little one-off pummel. Did look like it was just a one-off. Not sure if he's going to play it in the Azalea matchup. Maybe just a card to break through those more controlling decks. But you never know. When you got a pummel, right, you got to play it. But the other thing that I was really interested to see in Harrison's build was the Concealed Blades, just as another way to go over the top to try and get that Katsu trigger. Again, not 100% sure if he will play that into Azalea. Probably thinking that Azalea is not going to be blocking as much. And yeah, we will try and bring you all Harrison Cam again at some point, though probably not for quite as long as we did the last time. Okay, so we're just letting the players set up here. This is obviously a very, this is going to be a big tense game. Both of these players trying to make sure they get into the top 8, try and secure that.
So looking to push through
Yeah, so
additional
braces of
damage
belief.
with
Now
Braces
the
of Belief.
bullseye braces has been suspended due to the power of that card from Lexi. We have swapped in Breeze Rider, the Braveforge bracer as well. It does look like the stream has just frozen for a second, so we're going to try and bring that back to
So both players here looking to, again, confirm their position in the top 8.
We brought you back, Harrison, because he's currently the top seed who is not locked for top 8. So we wanted to give you guys a win and in. Also wanted to feature Azalea on the stream. Yeah, we could have brought you table 1, but both those players are already locked for top 8, so we decided to bring you this one instead, which is the reason why we have this matchup. It's also kind of an interesting matchup. I do like to see Katsu into Azalea. Normally Katsu can do some crazy stuff, but Azalea is pretty good at locking that down. And yeah, just working on bringing the table back for you guys. Currently it is frozen on our screen. Assuming it is frozen on your screen as well. We'll just be working on bringing that to you as soon as possible.
They are indeed
fighting
for top 8. Absolutely. 8-3. They're looking to secure that 9th win of the 12 rounds in order to confirm their position in the top 8. And all players here on day 2 looking to do as well as possible off of the back of a very successful day 1 to really secure as much prize money as possible. Yes, Lubosh, we have got a frozen at the moment, but we're just looking to secure that and bring that back for you. Baz the Bard working hard to keep showing cards on stream so that we can see the cards that are being played. Try and keep up with the game, at least just a little bit. Bear with us whilst we iron out our technical issues.
Yeah, a few updates from the room. I think currently Jamie Faulkner hasn't managed to convert any wins this morning. I think he's still sitting on 8 wins from yesterday. We were trying to work out if Jamie was to go 0-3 this morning, then whether his standing from yesterday would mean that he crept into the top 8 as the only X and 4. On top of that, Sharif is also going for a win and in. That would be Shingo to those that know him with that name. He is currently going for his win and in right now, playing as Lexi. Hamish, unfortunately, was not able to convert today. Did lose his first game of the day this morning. Still gunning for that top 24.
Absolutely. Matt Folks as well, very much up there. Going into...
Harrison was top seed, but did lose that last game to Dorinthia, to Great Axe Dorinthia in the previous match. So we're just working on the technical difficulties in the background. Looks like the stream has gone... Well, the stream hasn't gone down, but the camera that we're using to pick up the table is currently not working. You should still be able to hear us at home. Good opportunity to get a drink if you haven't got one.
Also, whilst we are ironing out these difficulties, obviously bringing a stream from a live event like this, you know, coming out on location, can come with its own hiccups, but the Tabletop 24 team, along with Baz the Bard, ourselves at Push the Point, working alongside Living Realms to bring you UK Nationals today. And after this game, we'll be able to show you the players that have made the top 8 of the UK Nationals 2023. then we'll be looking at another 3 rounds of CC this afternoon before we crown our UK national champion.
We do not know what the
Sadly
live
not,
totals
Noreen.
are right now.
No.
We are just got the same screen as you guys. We're actually sat in a completely different room to the live stream, to the actual game. So obviously we can cast and not worry about them hearing it. So we've just got the same screen that you guys can see right now at home. Just waiting for that to be restored, and then we'll get stuck into the game. We'll try and update you as best we can. Moshan, I for one am very glad you bought me a coffee before this particular. We've been casting
We needed
now
it.
for we casted for 11 hours yesterday and started today at 10.
Done 3 hours this morning.
Feel like we're still going strong. Hopefully we'll get a break for the top 8. Total of what, 13 hours so far.
Yeah. And these final players going into the tail end, into the business end of the UK nationals, really keeping us on our feet. That last game, we saw a pummel in Harrison's Katsu deck. That surely woke me up this early Sunday morning.
Yeah, it did wake me up a little bit too. And in the top 8, we depending on some of the players that do convert into the top 8, we may be bringing on a couple of additional casters. I think we might, sadly, as Hamish was not able to make it into the top 8, we hopefully will be able to get Hamish on for a game or two in the top 8 today, get him onto the stream, and then we may also have some other players depending on whether they convert to the top 8 or not. I think we might have Sharif on, but currently Sharif is still on a win and in, so if he does manage to convert that win and in, he obviously won't be casting because he'll be playing.
Yep, we'll be bringing in some guest casters inevitably in the top 8. Just keep things fresh, bring in that fresh energy. Although everyone here has obviously been fighting to try and make a name for himself for the UK nationals here.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe not everyone is quite so fresh, but trying to keep it fresh for you. I believe Jamie Faulkner, has he confirmed locked in a place
We're
in the
not
top
100%
8?
sure. We were trying to work it out yesterday whether if he did go 0-3 today, whether he would still be locked from his record on the previous day. I think he does need to get 1 win in order to secure the top 8. He did go into this day 8-1, just needing 1 win to guarantee a 9-3. Obviously, he would want to win a game or two today. So far, I think, though, he has not managed to convert a game.
And he had an absolutely spectacular game yesterday, didn't he?
Yep.
Okay.
So we're just going to reboot the stream, just try and reset for you guys, and then we'll come back when we can. So we will
You
sign
got time
off
for
there,
a coffee?
and
Tea,
we will come
coffee?
back very
See you in
shortly,
5 minutes.
hopefully with a live stream for you guys.
push Lex for the final. That's not good.
We ready?
Hello and welcome back to the
Ready,
UK
ready.
Nationals 2023. Thank you for sticking around whilst we were resolving those technical issues. As I said, sometimes being on location, bringing you these live events can come with technical issues. So thank you for sticking around. Declan Patrick here, 8-3. Harrison Shaw, 8-3. Azalea versus Katsu. Both players looking to secure the final win. They need that 9th win in order to make top 8. And the players were asked to pause the game whilst we were resolving those issues. Katsu here, coming in with the Bonds of Ancestry. Blocked out by the Command and Conquer from Azalea. Coming in with a Fluster Fist to finish off the combat chain. So before this game kicked off, we were looking at some cards to watch. Declan Patrick will be looking for cards like Red in the Ledger, Remorseless, and I believe has a deck stacked with Spire Sniping as well. There's a Red in the Ledger, one of those cards to watch, exactly as we said.
And Harrison's gonna think, has he had the deck space in order to include some defense reactions to do with these Red in the Ledgers? And Declan's just gonna keep pumping these ledgers as much as he can, secure those on hits, make sure that Harrison cannot do these big wide turns that he really wants to do.
Laced with Frailty, presenting that Red in the Ledger. Trip, why will Harrison not like the thought of those Frailty tokens? What are they going to be what are they going to be preventing in this game?
Just means the Kodachis will be going in for 0, essentially turns off the Kodachis for Harrison, those Frailty tokens.
As we saw in the last game, Harrison really utilized those
Just throws his
Kodachis.
hand at it.
Yeah,
There's no point in
don't want that.
not taking any damage when you're not going to be able to do anything on your turn anyway.
Harrison really just throws his entire hand at it. Draws back up. Also got that card in Arsenal. So when he does get an opportunity, he'll be hoping to clap back, I'm sure. Declan utilizing that cross wrap to reveal a card in his arsenal. Looks at the top card of his deck. And see, I think a Codex of Frailty in his hand there. Plays out the knock.
So being able to get a Red in the Ledger out really early is going to be super good for Declan, because it now means that he has a great target with Codex of Frailty to bring back in that Red in the Ledger.
Have a little look here. Here we go. Just giving the deck a little shuffle. So Declan's picked out a bolt and shot there. Red bolt and shot. Obviously if the attack is buffed, then it gets go again. And if it hits, we can reload. So really activates some wider turns for Declan. Uses the crow's nest to add a aim counter to that bolt and shot. Plays out a Lace with Blood Rot, pumping that bolt and shot to 7. Again, how would Harrison feel about a Blood Rot? Obviously, we know that he wouldn't like that he's not going to enjoy the Frailty, but Blood Rot trip.
I think Harrison just needs to be careful about his life. Doesn't want to go down too low, because he's not going to get a huge... If Declan can keep presenting these Red in the Ledger turns, Harrison needs to make sure that when he does have his big wide turns, he can maximize his value on it. And if Declan is able to get Harrison down super low, super quickly, the game's going to be over before Harrison can do anything huge.
Absolutely. So Harrison decided to take the 7 from the Bolton shot. Declan using that Codex of Frailty, exactly as you said, Trip. Bringing back the red in the ledger, puts it in the arsenal, plays that one out, has the resources to do so. Also has a ponder token as well, so he's going to be able to reload that arsenal.
This is a really
End of
bad
this
start
turn.
for Harrison.
This is
Forced
rough.
to whole hand block both these turns. Well, not whole hand block, but forced to whole hand block the previous turn, and on this turn actually take a ton of damage and leave himself with just 2 cards.
Declan here really showing us what Azalea can do. Okay, Harrison. Seeing what if he can regain some tempo here. Coming in with the 100 wins. 3 go again. Nice little opener. Obviously, if he's not able to pitch to that Blood Rot Pox token, he's going to be taking 2 damage at the end of his own turn here. He's also got that Frailty token as well from the Codex of Frailty, so he's not going to be able to utilize those Kodachis. So he's taken 7 damage to maybe not be able to present an awful lot back here. Declan utilizing the Remorseless to block out that. But what's the significance of Warmonger's diplomacy in this game, Trip?
Well, Azalea really likes to buff the arrows, so the Warmongers is just going to make sure that Declan cannot buff anything on the previous turn with a non-attack action card. Going to probably still choose War so that he can attack with an arrow, but it is going to limit what he can do.
Let's see. Chose War, but he's still got the Enlightened Strike. Still able to present 7 damage. Enlightened Strikes, time and time again. Showing us what raw efficiency is like. And flexibility as well. Declan able to choose either draw a card, +2, or go again. At the cost of a card going to the bottom of his
Harrison's really
deck.
leaking life very quickly in this game. This has turned into a big race very quickly.
14
Harrison's
plays
gonna try and
31.
make something happen with this turn.
Surgeon Strike coming in for 4, go again. $38 on the round, but as you said, really turned into a race here. Declan having a think. Hands on face. I don't think we've seen much of Azalea in performing at nationals around the world in this nationals season. So seeing Declan take Azalea to the top 8 here at UK Nationals 2023 would be absolutely spectacular. Azalea fans will rejoice, I'm sure. Declan just maybe respecting the Warmongers here. Just confirming what Harrison's able to do. Maybe thinking about what difference a ancestral attack reaction would do here. As we said, both players trying to confirm their position in the top 8 here. Both players needing a win in order to secure that spot. It sounds like there's Azalea over in the Swiss nationals as well. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I think that oh, we do see the pommel. We actually do see it.
There's the pommel.
So we've got the Declan was gonna let this hit anyway. Now he's gonna lose a card from hand from the discard effect from pommel here. That's gonna give Harrison space to try and push a lot of damage this turn.
Yeah, and we saw Harrison pull this exact line as well against the previous round opponent, against Nathan on that Dory axe list, that spectacular Dory axe list. Nathan was able to
And
able to
Harrison gonna
block it
force
out,
another
but
block here with the Whelming Gust.
an age-old combo line here. We're seeing folks. We've got Surging Strike into the Whelming Gustwave.
Force a block. Declan not got much armor with which to try and prevent this on hit.
Using those perch grapplers. Try and cover it up.
Perch Grappler's really good there to be able to block for 5. Just make sure that the Harrison can't go over with the breaking scales.
Okay, Harrison. Harrison was trying to claw back some tempo there and was very much able to do so. Declan having to discard a card as a result of that pummel. Really looking at his hand now. He's got a glide path in Arsenal, utilizing the cross wrap to have a look at the top of his deck. He's actually going to bottom that. Might be looking for some of those cards to watch that we showed you. Remorseless, Red in the Ledger. We've already seen Red in the Ledger utilized to good effect here. And with those Codex of Frailties, it's almost like he's got twice as many Red in the Ledgers in his deck. Pitches to Remorseless.
So Remorseless is pretty bad, obviously. It does mean that Harrison will be taking a lot of life if he does try to go wide. But it doesn't stop the turn necessarily unless Harrison is really low. So could potentially choose to play through it, but it's a tricky one. If he did take this, he'd go down to 6. That means he can only play 6 actions, 6 cards.
Wow.
Otherwise, he would die.
Again, is this another situation, do you think, Trip? Like maybe 2 turns ago where you just drop your whole hand in front of this and say,
I think
I'm not prepared
Harrison's
to take
running
the
out of
damage.
time,
I can't do
really.
anything.
I don't think he does. I don't think he wants to let Declan have another big hand.
Yeah, another turning point in the game. "34 minutes left on the round. Harrison's taking a significant amount of damage here. Not able to utilize his life as a resource, maybe as much as he was able to in the last game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Neither player really got an awful lot of, I guess, usable equipment block available.
The thing is, as well, is a lot of Harrison's cards block for 2. So this is a really awkward one to block out.
So if Remorseless hits, every action that Harrison plays will lose him a life. Really having to think about this. Just how much life is he willing to lose here? And blocks with 3 cards, keeps 1 in hand, 1 in arsenal. Says okay. Takes the 1. Down to 13. Just leaving Remorseless on the battlefield there. Just to remind everybody what's going on. Comes in with Kodachi.
So he won't lose the life in the Kodachis, but if he plays a card, he will.
Kodachi for 1. We see another Codex of Frailty there in Declan's hand. Just consistently able to put the pressure on Harrison. Harrison really hasn't been able to catch a break at all in this game. Declan takes the 1, down to 22. Second to Kodachi. Declan maybe now having to also think about that mask trigger. Declan may want to cover this up, but Harrison's had to lose a life as a result of that Remorseless hit for playing the spinning wheel kick from his arsenal. Obviously gaining the card from Mask of Momentum, he'll be able to arsenal that.
Could go again as well, like he might even be able to play it. Declan thinking about a block.
Yeah, as we said, Declan's got that Codex of Frailty, right? So he'll be able to bring back a red in the ledger. Again, every turn we've seen a red in the ledger. We've seen, those Codex of Frailties, those Remorseless, really putting Harrison on the back foot. He's just not able to get a foot in whatsoever. Both players thinking. We've got 30 minutes left on the round. Plenty of time to make sure that this Declan's able to execute this game plan to confirm his position in the top 8 of the UK Nationals. We'll also be bringing you... Comes in with a Fluster Fist. Fluster Fist for 4. Presents 4, bringing Declan down to equal life totals, but having to take a damage himself, Harrison, in order to do so. We'll be bringing you the stand-ins day 2 of UK Nationals after this game, and we'll be able to confirm who it is that's made it to the top 8.
Declan going to be able to do something big here, I think, with the cards that he's got in hand. Especially that Codex. He can finish off with a red on the ledger. Harrison will not be happy.
Declan using Crosswrap to look at the top card of his deck here. Thinking about swapping it out for the E-Strike with Azalea's ability. And he's just going to bomb deck that. Comes in with the E-Strike. Deciding what option to choose. Going to come in 5 go again. We're looking to use the death dealer after this in order to load his arsenal with an arrow. Harrison deciding what to block. Life total is still very close. Oh, we see him have to block with an ancestral empowerment.
He's got a rain razors as well, but he might need to use that to pitch. Oh no, he's got a blue bone shot actually.
Oh.
The rain razors and
Rain
then the
Razors.
Codex. So make sure that he doesn't discard a card by playing out his full hand completely. This is going to be a red on the ledger for 7 probably.
Also deals Harrison another frailty token. We've seen it time and
I mean,
time
he's barely got
again.
any cards. He's probably going to have to block with both of these cards here. Declan may be thinking he'd rather have like a blood rot arrow or something just to push as much damage as possible here. Or force Harrison to block with armor.
Chooses a Remorseless.
Yeah, I like that. When you think your opponent's just going to block with 2 cards anyway, there's no real point bringing the red on the ledger, I guess.
Frailty for you. Ponder for me. Harrison just having a little look at what threats he maybe has remaining. I think he's been burning through a lot. He's maybe had to block more than he would have hoped here, Trip.
Yeah, absolutely, Sean. It's not gone Harrison's way at all. The disruption from Azalea has been really, really strong so far.
Declan's been in the driving seat the entirety of this game. 27 minutes on the round. Declan edging closer and closer. Although life totals are close. 13 plays 11 at the moment.
Yeah,
Declan
Declan
in the
did take a bit of damage to make this turn happen, but he's getting the reward from it. Harrison thinking about what he can do here. I guess he's thinking, do I want to go for it? But if he takes the big damage here, he's in trouble. Oh, Harrison's thinking about what card to fetch from. Trying to think about what card to fetch from his grave to put in his arsenal because of the Codex, and he will have to discard one of his cards in hand as well. So Harrison's actually going to only have 1 card to block with here. And he's not really going to be able to play that card out from the arsenal without taking another hit from the Remorseless trigger. Goes for the 100 wins, but might just want to leave that in there
100
rather
wins.
than take the 1. And then here comes the Remorseless. He's going to block for 3. He's going to take 4, sorry, with the Rain Razors, taking him down to 7. And if he does want to play out that 100 wins from the arsenal, it's going to cost him a life, so he's probably just going to leave it there and pass. Tick up his tunic and pass, probably. Can't swing. Got not any cards in hand, so yeah, it's just going to go straight back to Azalea. And we got to think, if Azalea is going to be able to get off some more turns like this, it's going to be game. We see this Briar sniping, the card we were talking about, and the cards to watch. Going to be able to maybe use that.
So reveals a Lace with Inertia. Skullbone Crossfrat being utilised here.
Yeah.
The bottom decks.
Does bottom it. Might load the Spire sniping in order to look at what the cards are at the top of his deck.
Plays the Lace with Inertia, activates Death Dealer.
No,
to play out the
chooses
Sleep
to
Dart.
put the Sleep Dart and to load.
Okay. Sleep
He's
Dart.
got an E-Strike in hand as well. Might be able to go 5 go again here. And then follow up with the Sleep Dart afterwards.
There's a lot
of
of pressure.
pressure on Harrison.
Harrison only on 7 life. That's a lot of damage to be facing at this stage in the game.
He's
Where's
even
that
got a rabble of a red off the top.
The threats in Declan's hand here. Just
So
gonna
we're probably
be
going to see
proving-
Rabble into E-Strike go again, into Sleep Dart with the +3 buff from the Lace. This is going to be
Oh,
incredibly
this looks
difficult for Harrison to
close.
shot down. 8, 5, and 4.
Harrison
17
staring,
damage turn here. Harrison on 7.
Harrison staring death in the face here. Declan looking to confirm his position in the top
I think
8
he
of the
could
UK
probably
Nationals.
live this, but it's a tricky one.
Harrison sitting back from the table, assessing the damage. 4 go again. Takes the damage down to 3 trip. 3 plays 13. Declan taking a lot of damage in order
It's
to be
slipping out
able
of
to come.
Harrison's control here very quickly. This 5 income goes in, he's going to have to double block this. Maybe he blocks with 1 card, maybe he uses his mask. He's still got Tunic to block, all of his Battle Worn is gone.
Uses the braces of belief.
Yeah, get that additional buff. He knows there's a red on top now. Maximize the damage that he can deal this turn.
Uses Azalea
Yeah, gonna Azalea
to bring in the dominated.
Oh, it's not. It's another buff. Then he's gonna Codex. Didn't even see that he had the Codex there.
Oh.
Thought he might E-Strike. It's looking very bad for Harrison here.
Oh,
Gonna
the
load the
remorseless.
+3, +3, +2. I think that's gonna be
Ponder for
game.
me.
I know Harrison took the 4 from the rabble. He might have this covered. Gonna have to give some equipment, surely.
It's going to be a lot of damage here. 13. If Harrison wants to stay alive here.
Does have a flip flack in hand.
What's the second
Very
the second
prone.
pump?
Yeah.
What is that? Jeez indeed, Draco.
Yeah.
Jeez indeed.
Didn't even have a combo to. If he'd had a combo, he could have done something with that flick flag, but did not work.
Arsenal's the card off the ponder. And obviously, Azalea more than happy to Arsenal the card off the ponder. Azalea's ability allows him to remain flexible with that Arsenal slot. Flips a Rain Razors. Looks at the top card of his deck. Declan really looking for the final blow here to Harrison's
He knows he doesn't have a
day.
defense react in Arsenal either. He loaded that 100 wins a while back.
Plays out the Rain Razors. Giving all arrows +2. Pitches to load a red in the ledger. Oh, premeditate. Laced with blood rot and rain razors. Another 13 damage. How many more turns of this can Harrison face trip? Harrison hand on face at this stage.
Gonna block everything out.
Having to
As
block
best
with
he
a
can.
tunic as well.
Tunic gone.
Okay. Let's see. Declan again. Assessing the options he has. Plays a knock the death whistle. Allows him to go and
Dominate is gonna come.
find a card.
If you can get a buff and a dominated arrow, this could be game.
As I said, Harrison really facing death right now. Sadly, I believe these players are both teammates, so not what you want to see, but Declan really just laying into Harrison here. Another 8 with dominate. That's it.
That's
GG's.
game. GG's
GG's
called.
trip. Wow.
And that is the final game of the UK National Championship. Swiss and Azalea is going to be joining Dory in the top 8. Katsu falling short there. What a fantastic game, Sean.
Oh.
Getting to see Azalea really dismantling Katsu there. Completely different game to the previous one where we saw Katsu take control. Really fantastic
Absolutely.
stuff.
Now we'll be...
I think we're going to take a short break now, and then we're going to come back with the standings, and we're going to let you know who is going to be in the top 8 of the UK National Champions. We will be right back very shortly, but stay tuned for the
Stick
top
around,
8
folks.
and the standings.
Thank you very much.
you like Flesh and Blood?
Yes.
Do you like hairy British men?
No.
I
Do you
do.
like beer?
I do like beer.
Come and join us on Push the Point podcast.
Wow.
Wow.
What an offer.
We do deck techs, we've done vlogs, we've done interviews with very, very cool people from the Flesh and Blood community. We've got a wide range of different content that you can tune into, and I pretty much do most of it, and these two just freeload off the back of me. Don't just ask us, ask our amazing patrons with our awesome feedback.
What do? We drink beer. We tell you all about our decks.
A semi-terrible internet connection.
Why would you choose Push the Point over
Arsenal
other
Pass.
available
Or Steal First Speak. Do you want to listen to something decent? Then tune in to anyone else other than us.
Nailed it!
Hi and welcome to the Birmingham calling, the calling in Birmingham. Sorry, I've been joined by the wonderful Matt Rogers. That's why I am having trouble getting my words out. I looked over, I saw you there. I couldn't believe that you'd come to Birmingham. I was just like, oh my god, I've got to come up. I've got to have an interview with you. You're here with PCG.
Yeah.
People can get your cards graded, or their cards graded.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. So.
How long does that grading take? So so people know.
Yeah. So we've got our booth set up over here. So we're taking submissions this weekend. People can submit their cards, and it's a 2 to 4 week turnaround. So we take the cards back, we grade them at our new PCG office in Germany, and then we bring them back and ship them back from here in the UK.
Okay. So the European venture, or is brand new. You've got 5 offices now.
Yeah, 5
around
offices
the globe.
now. Yeah.
You don't look jet lagged. You look.
I feel jet lagged, so I guess I'm hiding it well.
Coffee. So you're not just here to grade people's cards. You are actually entering.
Yeah, definitely. I'll come have some fun. So I'll leave my business partner at the booth to do all the work, and I'll go have some fun and play games. So
that's brilliant.
That'll
It's
be
absolutely
great.
brilliant. So you used to play Oldham in the old meta. You did really well with Oldham.
Yeah.
Like New Zealand champion.
Yeah. So I won nationals, top 8 of the last 3 call-ins with them, but I played Oldham pretty hard right the way through.
Yeah, and you're still with Dragon Shield, Team Dragon Shield.
Yes and no, a little bit. They haven't renewed our team sponsorship there.
Okay.
So still a few things up in there. So we're considering whether we go with another sponsor or how that's going to plan out.
It's just contracts, isn't it?
Yeah. So I mean, for Dragon Shield, like the whole thing for them is like it was really good at the start to get all that exposure and stuff, especially when they were doing the fab sleeves and stuff. But yeah, their marketing team, it's like they have to be able to find the right return on investment and kind of sponsoring a team. And let's be honest, that's a little hard. It's been a little bit harder for them to get for a renewal on that one.
All right, cool. So Matt's looking for a team, everyone. So you know where to find him. All right. So let's talk about the calling.
Yep.
Okay. Oldham's gone. The hero you're going to play for tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay. Is
all right. There she is. We're back. We're back to Dash, baby. So, I think, I played Dash quite a lot before Oldham, back, kind of throughout a lot of the history of Fab since Arcane Rising came out.
Everybody knows you.
Everybody knows me for Dash. I am a big Dash fan.
Yeah.
And I think she's really, really well positioned in this meta as well. So, she really struggled in the last meta just because Lexi was real powerful. If you took too long, they could kind of set up a big endless arrow turn. They've taken away, they banned the arm piece that's used in that turn, so they've taken away a little bit of power there. And I think that she's got a good strategy against most of the decks in the meta.
Okay. Do you not feel she struggles because she hasn't got any, like her on-hit effects are not great?
Yeah.
Like Pulse Wave Harpoon was like a godsend.
Yeah,
She
Pulse Wave is
okay,
fantastic.
okay, I'm going to make you interact with me essentially. But a lot of her ones are just like, okay, you can dominate your next attack, and it's just like, really, like everybody else is getting either a massive beneficial on hit or a massive I'm going to punish you on hit. Whereas Dash is kind of like, she's kind of like in the middle.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the trade-off, right? So a lot of her cards are above rate, especially, you know, like a lot of the cards, you know, you're getting Go Again basically for free, right? As long as you had a Mechanologist card, which is the vast majority of your deck.
Yep.
And then she's got, you know, one of the most powerful equipments. People don't talk about it much, but her chest piece is like one of the most powerful equipments in the game. The fact that it's like, it can be a tunic every turn, you know? Obviously, like, you have to kind of manage your deck size and not mill yourself out to do it, but the fact that you can just kind of effectively use tunic whenever you need to, and it still blocks 3, is a pretty ridiculous rate. But yeah, just in general, I think, you know, the majority of her attacks are above rate, even though they don't on hit. And then, you know, induction chamber pistol is probably one of the most efficient weapons in the game. The fact that you can carry your resources forward turns as well, so it's a trade-off.
I always find when I'm playing Dash, you start off, it's like your boiler is full, you're on red line, and you just like, you see people when they play Dash, they've got a massive smile on their face, everything's working, and then when the kind of like the you know, the wheels go off the rail a little bit, it's like the boiler starts dropping, and you're like, I'm running out of steam here, and you see that smile slowly fade off, and you're just like, please, and then you hit like a maximum velocity, and you just
boom.
She's so high and low.
Yeah,
brilliant.
100%.
I love her. So let's get back to the other thing. PCG, you're showing off some new stuff today.
Yeah, well, so I mean, anyone with a keen eye might have noticed the little case that's sitting around my Dash over here.
Yep.
So this is one of the first in the world. This is a fab slab, a player's slab. So this is in a PCG case. This is a PCG case right here. So this is a PCG case that is barely bigger than a snap fit or anything
snap.
like mini snap, anything you call them there, and you know, it fits in a deck box. So if we open up, these ones are a little bit tough to open always, aren't they? But anyway, so you open up that. I mean, I don't have it full because I've taken out a couple to show you or whatever, but yeah, basically it just fits like perfectly in a deck box. So in one of these bolder things, you can have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think they fit 10, but yeah, maybe 9, I guess, in this one. But yeah, something like that. And then just
Brilliant. We're going to
closes
go
up there
over to
as normal.
We're going to go over to the streaming camera to let you guys have a really good look.
Okay.
But anybody coming over to the call-in, please take the time to go over to Matt's stall. Whether or not you're getting things graded or not, but have a look at his new sort of like snap cases.
Yeah.
They look really nice, and we're going to show you under the streaming camera exactly what they look like, so we can get a better look, because you know, this camera's not the best.
Yeah. So I will say they're not released yet. We are releasing them at Worlds this year in Barcelona.
Nice, another reason to go.
Yeah. So definitely a reason to come along to Worlds. So you're not able to get things Fab Slab graded this weekend, but we are showing off the Fab Slab.
Are you playing your deck fully Fab Slab?
No, I won't. But I'll probably play my Dash in it. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, brilliant. Right, let's go over to the streaming table and let's really have a look at these new slabs you've got.
Yeah.
Hi everybody, welcome back. We're at the streaming table. So Matt is going to show us the Fab Slabs with a bit more detail, and this is what you can buy at Worlds at Barcelona.
Yeah, so there we go. So these aren't sealed yet, so obviously they'll be sealed shut. And then a label will be on the back here. So just to give you an idea, I've got kind of a cut-off one. So this is our normal size label that's kind of been cut back to the size of a Fab Slab label, or a Player's Slab one. So this is how this all works here. So obviously we've got our little PCG there. The card will go in here and be facing front that way, so that there's, so just into a sleeve, and then there's a little compartment where the label sits here, and the label will just sit in there, and then this will just this will just go on the back like so.
So this is your new grading case as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Okay.
that they actually get graded like that. So
Because previously, trying to transport around the slabs as they are at the moment, they've got that
Oh,
big
like
bit
this.
at the top. So you've
yeah,
designed them to
It's
essentially
clumpy and
Yeah.
So basically, it'll get sealed like that.
Yeah.
You'll be able to see the card there. We've designed it so that you'll be able to see like a little bit of gold on the sides here. So when we print the labels, when we laser the labels, it'll be gold right to the end. So you'll see a gold strip here when it's a 9.5. You'll see a silver strip here when it's a 9. So even when the labels are face up, you'll be able to see whether they're 9.5s or 9s or anything like that. And then it's got the 24 karat gold if it's a quad 10, which we still don't have any in fab yet. No fab card has ever graded a quad 10. We've got a few 10s here and there, but never a quad 10. So and so then it'll have the card will be in here in its place, won't move around, and then it'll have the label here with the details on the back. So this is just a cut off of our regular label, so this isn't exactly how the Fab Slab one will look. Obviously it'll have the grade there, it'll have the QR code, it'll have everything like that,
like corners, centering.
each of the grades there as well. And then we're also going to be launching an authentication service as well, so people that couldn't care less about the grades and just want to have their cards encapsulated to be safe forever, they'll be able to choose an encapsulation service, which is a cheaper service, which will just have authentication service, which will just have an A here instead of the grades. A for authenticated, and all we do is authenticate that it is a real flesh and blood card, and then encapsulate it, no grades.
So let's get on to pricing. How much does that cost?
Or
how much will it cost? Because obviously the service is not available at the minute.
Yeah. So we haven't finalized everything with pricing, but it's going to be around about that €20 mark. And that'll be, across offices, maybe in the US, it might be around 20 US, maybe 25. And in New Zealand and Australia, it'll be that 30, 35 New Zealand dollars. So all should wash up around about the €20 mark.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Thing is, it's easier to transport. You've made your brand unique instead of having these massive slabs, because we've all seen you play before with your
and it just
looks
looks
ridiculous,
right?
Okay.
Whereas this is just going to fit perfectly in these little boxes. It's gonna exactly just like having your equipment out or having them in mini snaps or anything like that. Weapons, everything like that will just fit perfectly on playmats as normal.
Nice.
So, they all stack on each other as well. So, at the start of a game, I've got to put them the right way around. But at the start of the game, you'll be able to just bring them out in a big stack like this with your hero on the top, and then the opponent won't be able to see the rest, and then you'll be able to unstack. These aren't sealed, so they're kind of all over the place. But I haven't actually encapsulated them.
Nice. I think they're fantastic. I think they're absolutely brilliant.
Right.
Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it, Matt. Absolutely fantastic. Hopefully, we will see you in the top 8.
Yeah.
We'll get you on the table, or we'll get you before.
Yeah.
So, I can't wait. I can't wait to see you in action.
Yeah, cool, mate.
Thank you. Hi, welcome back to UK Nationals, Leeds Royal Armoury. Wow, okay, top 8s have been decided. As we've seen in the chat, Azalea did not make it. Yeah, Declan was just like, yeah, I bubbled out on 9.
He and especially when he put in such a emphatic performance in that last game. It was absolutely incredible. He was able to secure the win against Harrison, but it just wasn't enough in the end. He went 9-3. He's actually had a spectacular tournament, and he's just not able to really pull it out of the bag.
But we saw that at the call-in, didn't we? George Roger, he was
Rogers
the
did
only
the same.
player to, have a winning record good enough to get into the top 8.
Yeah.
And he bubbled, and
Yeah.
it's happened for Declan. But it just goes to show that Azalea can actually pull out some flipping brilliant results.
Absolutely. Maybe we can have a quick look here at who did make it in. Now, I know amongst those we had the likes of Jamie Faulkner. We've also got Sammy Braben as well. But let's have a quick look here. We've got Harrison Shaw in position 1, bringing Katsu to the party. Obviously, Harrison featured on our last 2 games on the stream and wasn't able to find wins there. So certainly is beatable. And Alex Chitu as well, bringing Briar.
Yeah, there was a lot of draws that happened in the sort of like last 3 games. So even though Harrison we saw lost twice, he still managed to squeak his way through.
Absolutely. So no one really making it into the top 8 cleanly, right?
No.
There's a few people have been losing. We see they've played 12 games in total. Harrison's won 9, as is Alex. So people are beatable.
Yeah, the thing is, we've got 2 Azuri in there, we've got 1 Lexi. So we kind of said it right at the beginning when we did the meta breakdown. Lexi is a fantastic hero. She can smash her way through most matchups.
Yeah.
But in the UK, she just does not convert very well.
No, and we saw that at the call-in as well, right? Like there was so many Lexis going into day 2, but none of them converted to the top 8. But again, we see the likes of Nathan Hills. We saw him with that Axe Dory build that did really well. It picked Harrison apart.
Nathan loves fatigue, and he was really struggling with what he was going to be playing after Oldham. He was just Oldham through and through.
Wow, that shows he's got an awful lot of patience, right, to be able to see out his opponent and execute his game plan.
I know he's playing Johnny, so it's Azuri versus Nathan. Johnny is not looking forward to that at all.
Amazing.
So yeah, we are bringing you Alex Chitu versus Sharif Shaban. That is our feature match for the top 8. So we have Aggro Briar versus Lexi.
Amazing. And although we did say there is only 1 Lexi in the top 8, it is a Lexi piloted by Sharif Shaban.
Yeah.
That's no mean, that's a tough opponent to come up against regardless of what hero is playing.
Yeah, the thing is, if you know Sharif's been playing basically Fab since the beginning. He was with us through lockdown. He basically just used to smash everybody apart with Dory. And he's tried a couple of other heroes out, and he's found Lexi at the moment that he's playing. But he was the first UK player to hit 1,000 XP.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic player. He now plays in Scotland, up in Geek Retreat Glasgow, and Mox in the Hole in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
So and he's still winning. He still wins regularly up there. If you follow the meta reports, you'll see his name, in the top 4s and wins.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant player.
Thanks, Trip. Absolutely spectacular top 8 that we've got coming up for you. I'm also very pleased, we were talking a little bit at the start of today, Baz, about seeing your local players appearing and doing well. So it's good to see London locals, Jamie Faulkner, as well as South England local as well, Alex Chitu, making it through to the top 8. Very, very pleased for my boys.
Yeah, let's talk about Samuel. Calling champion
Boy
from
wonder.
Birmingham. Started off really well in the in CC. Struggled through draft. He pretty much only plays Icelander, but he struggled through draft, and he managed to dig himself out the weeds and stay in contention. I think it was like 18th spot going into day 3. But he's pulled himself up there. He got into the top 8, knocking Declan out.
Yeah.
So he has proved how good he is with Icelander. He's just got a few more games to go, and can he get the UK Nats as well as the calling in Birmingham.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw, like it would be absolutely incredible if he was able to secure both the UK calling and the UK nationals weeks apart. Absolutely incredible performance, and even making top 8 here is a spectacular weekend for him. But he will be trying to secure that UK nationals trophy at the end of today, as well as the prize money that we're talking about here as well. We're talking about nearly £2,000, I think, that US dollar converts to.
It's a nice few months for him, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Like Calling gets about $5,000.
That's
now
the
he's
US.
looking at $2,400.
That's the world.
If he can get there. Let's not say he's going to win it. If he can get there, he's got to get through. Harrison Shaw first.
Yeah.
So this is the breakdown. Finalists, $1,200 US, 600 for third to fourth, fifth to eighth. Everybody in the top 8 has already got $400, and there's a few people, 9th to 24th, are already slapping themselves on the back. $225 US, like you mentioned earlier. Thank you very much. That's paid for my hotel. That's paid for my sort of like evening meals through this weekend.
Absolutely, or maybe even funding a world trip as well. There's some cheap flights heading over to Barcelona in November. It's not a typical time to be heading over to Barcelona.
It depends who you fly with.
It does depend who you fly with.
How much luggage you going to stick in the plane? You want the hold? You got to pay for that.
Yeah, you got to pay more for that one. But that's why you want to win. That's why you want to get some of this prize money. We'll be bringing you. We said the first game we've got Alex Chitu on Briar versus Sharif. Sharif on Lexi.
Aggro Briar versus Lexi.
A game for the masses, I think, for the ages.
We saw Alex play his Briar list. I think that was game 3.
Game 3 yesterday.
So we've all seen what he can do. He's got rights of replenishment in there, nimble strike and nimblism. It's not really a combo you see very often, but it's good.
I mean, he was just able to absolutely. I can't even recall now. We've done 12 games, haven't we, Barry, in the last 2 days. I can't recall who he was playing against, but Alex Chitu was very comfortable in that game. So we're looking to see what sort of challenge Sharif can provide him in this game. Let's
talk about a little bit on Azuri. Azuri isn't really seen, and we didn't really see her in. Breaking into the top 8s for the Nationals last week. But she's certainly done well today. She had a big representation. She was the second highest represented hero along with Bravo. 10 players took Azuri. 2 have managed to get in. Sean Nolden's been playing Azuri pretty much from the get-go. He played through the road to Nationals with Azuri. He has got a fantastic sort of like testing group down there with Francesco, who's currently absolutely kicking ass in the PTI with Reiner.
Amazing.
So he's doing really well. Jack Raven, that we've seen in the chat, he's a board in the city Southampton player, so he's also helping Sean Nolden, playing Azuri and stuff like that. So he's very good. It's going to be extremely hard for him to get through Jamie Faulkner on Dromai. He's already unfavoured, and Jamie Faulkner. When you talk about Dromai players. He's the best Dromai player in the UK by far. He is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, a force to be reckoned with for sure, isn't he?
Yeah, I bet Sean is not looking forward to that one. I spoke to Johnny regarding his match versus Dory. He wasn't looking forward to playing against Decimated Great Axe. He has moved from the UK to Malta. He's still registered as a UK player. So if anybody in Malta's playing, Johnny needs a play group. Another fantastic player, and has played Azuri through the road to national season as well. So he knows what he's doing. He's proved he knows what he's doing, even though basically he's probably been playing online, for a fair few months now, because he's gone to the sunnier climate of Malta, that's for sure.
Mate, I don't blame him, especially after the summer that we've had here in the UK.
What summer?
Precisely, Barry. Well, we're gonna also be mixing up the casting team as well. Obviously, you've had the dulcet tones of myself and my esteemed colleague Daniel Tripp. But we'll be bringing in some fresh faces and some fresh voices in the form of Hamish from Push the Point, and then we'll see how the day goes, and we may even mix things up a little bit more. But you'll be hearing from myself and
Can
Hamish
I just
after
say,
this. Yeah.
it's your first time casting.
Mm.
You've done a brilliant job.
Oh, thank you very much.
I've been listening in, because I'm like, anytime you go, can you bring up a card? I'm just like, I try and bring it up as fast as possible. I think you've done a really good job. It's
thank
not
you.
easy, talking through the games.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, thank you,
for that,
Barry.
Sean.
No, and obviously bringing up the cards, like that's normally my role when I'm also hosting the
Yeah.
streams myself on Push the Point. But by all means, if you're watching from home, leave the video a like, subscribe to Tabletop 24, Baz the Bard, as well as Push the Point. And thank you very much as well, as always, to Living Realms for being such lovely hosts here at the UK Calling, live from Leeds. National Armories. So I think we're going to cut to a little bit of a break here, hopefully, just to regather energy. Maybe another dose of coffee, and some chocolate, and then we'll be coming to you with the top 8 game between Alex Chitu on Briar and Sharif Shaban on Lexi. Thank you very much.
Hi, and welcome to the the calling in Birmingham. Sorry, I've been joined by the wonderful Matt Rogers. That's why I am having trouble getting my. Hi everybody, welcome back to the calling in Birmingham. I've been joined by Ed, lead designer from By the Same Token. Dude.
Hello.
Oh my God. Oh, I cannot thank you enough for what you've done for my channel. Oh God, it was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It was weird because I messaged By the Same Token through your website to say, look, any chance you could do some streaming tokens? And about an hour later, you actually replied on Discord. And I was like, oh, I was expecting an email. And it was just, we had a bit of a chat on there. And then on the Monday, you went, I didn't realise you sent that over.
I saw you comment on a Facebook post like 2 weeks before. And I was like, oh, it's Baz. I really need to. Baz likes our tokens. I need to message Baz. And then it just passed me by for a little while. And yeah, it was like, this is the weekend. I'm going to do it. And then I don't have access to that email usually. And I was just like, what? But yeah, great minds think alike. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been using your tokens pretty much from when you released them. I was just like, oh, I'll get some tokens. Brilliant. Because, essentially my channel's all about supporting the UK, supporting UK businesses. And, and that's what I like to do. Support the LGSs, support UK, players, everything. That's primarily the channel. And when you reached out to me and I was just like, I can't believe, this is happening. The tokens you made for me, they're enlarged tokens for the stream. They look really good. We've used them today on Friday's stream for the power tokens, which you designed specifically when I asked you. And I was just like, I'm going to take a shot. I'm just going to ask and put it out there. And you were like, yeah, no worries.
It's a nice quick job.
It was brilliant. The AIM tokens look fantastic. The Go Again, they're all out there for people to use. Everyone who sits at the table, it's like they're very tactile.
It's it's like, this was my thing getting into it. The first time I played Fab, which was when I was going to make a live dial for it. I'm not a big TCG player before this, and but I was a big MOBA gamer for a long time, and I was just like, wow, this is so visceral. This feels like a proper duel, and I was like, well, these tokens, they need to be your tiny weapons. They need to be your little armory, and you've got your little tiny sword you can swing around. It's a bit tongue in cheek, obviously, but you can swing that around whilst you're hitting players with your metaphorical sword, and yeah, it's great. And also, I think hopefully it appeals to that collectorness that you've got your little group of weapons in your bag. And
everybody likes to bling out their decks in whichever way is your flavor. But it's just something like a little bit extra that you can do. Instead of using a dice, you can go, look, this is what's representing what I'm doing. And it gets very familiar with what you're doing, like muscle memory. That, and put that on. That's what I like to see.
It's a bit of an indulgence, but when I'm drawing them, I know obviously you could choose to die for this stuff, but the hope is that there's enough theme and story and just little bits of story in this stuff that you want to use this because there's just little insinuations behind some of the objects. So there's a lot of inspiration in a lot of the little weapons and stuff. They've all got the same little angelic motif. And I just kind of trying to continue that theme. I'm combing the card art a lot. So all these sorts of little bits.
But it works. It's so good. You guys provided everyone who's entered the calling, the main event. As part of the Fable package, you supplied tokens to everyone, on-hit tokens. Which looked really, really nice. We had a guy called Sam Parry. It was just like, how many tokens can I get? Can I use? And he was just like, right, I've used the Go Again one, I've used the Dominate one. It's like you can't use the bow. You haven't got a bow. You're playing Bolton. But he was just like, when he had an on hit, he was just like, hang on, let me I'll fish that out. I'll peel the little protective tape. I'll put that down. And it was just like, oh my God, this is so cool. And so how long have you been designing the tokens?
I've been doing that for about 18 months.
Okay.
And I started doing Fab for that pretty early. But I mean, it's loads of other stuff as well. But
you guys cover a massive range. It's not just Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, it's all the big LCGs,
tabletop
Warhammer,
games,
stuff like that as well. And there's so many stuff to cover. But Fab for me is my personal little like it's my baby, really. And like we've got a couple more designers now, but that is always my thing because I just love that game so much. But...
So with the release of Dusk Till Dawn, I reached out to you again, and I was just like, Ed, is there any chance that you can design a token? Because there's a particular card that's come out, which seems to be like the card that everybody wants. Okay, we are going to be going over to the stream table so we can show these off properly. But Ed has designed 2 new tokens, and this is the first time, essentially, that they've been shown outside of, Ed's workshop. Okay, so if you bear with us, okay, we'll go over to the stream table, and Ed can really show off these tokens are just flipping brilliant. I love them. So let's go. Let's go over to the table. Okay, so we're at the streaming table. Ed has got some special tokens that he's designed just in time for the call-in. Ed, what have we got?
So, for a new big card, we have War and Peace now, and this is it in its kind of standard size. Little double-sided flip. Someone was suggesting you could flip it as a coin. Probably don't do that. Probably do
Brute
what
players will do that.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Gamblers clubs. But we've got that will be the regular size that it's available in, and then this is our lovely stream token, which hopefully is going to be nice and clear for everybody today.
Yeah, I mean, we can put them out so they're just on the table so everyone can see basically what the players have chosen. That's not the only token though, is it?
No, indeed. Bolton, hopefully, getting a little bit of love now, and he will have a new little charge reminder token, and this is for kind of each color strip, well, the ones that are significant. So it's got his basic charge token, then he's got his yellow color strip charge token to just keep track of all those abilities.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love the way you've put it on the banneret. It's just like, that is so thematic, and that's what we get from your tokens. It's just like, they're so in theme with the character that they're chosen for.
It's the extra little bit of story, I think, it's always the thing I kind of like to go for. Like, I mean, it's really silly with these, but you can kind of hopefully see the like pen is mightier than the sword kind of motif within this. And then you see on things like some of the weapons, like this kind of little jagged kind of stained glass type thing is always repeated, and then this one's a bit more floral.
I've probably got that.
But
Yeah,
I've got that on aim and go again, for example.
Yeah,
just need some
they
nice and peaceful ones now. Thank you.
Now, not necessarily the streaming tokens are going to be available, but it's something that you're going to be looking at providing.
We're thinking about it. I mean, having made everything I've made for you now, they came out lovely, and I'm now playing with oversized ones, just at the tables, and I'd love to make them available. It's just what's realistic, but hopefully soon.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, Ed, for making these.
Thank you very much.
And we shall see these on the table today.
Excellent.
Hello and welcome back to the UK Nationals 2023. I'm joined here by my esteemed colleague, Hamish from Push the Point. How's it going, Hamish?
Oh, mate. I'm brilliant, man. How are you?
Fantastic. I am good. I'm tired.
Yeah.
But I've just restocked on a Tesco Express meal deal. And feeling re-energized, ready for this top 8 at the UK Nationals.
Fantastic, and what an exciting split for the top 8 it is. I've been playing in the Swiss rounds as well.
How did you get on?
I came 24th.
24.
So not
Cash
bad.
money.
Not bad. But
money in the bank.
Right now, we're going to be watching a Sharif Shaban on Lexi versus Alex Chitu on Briar.
Absolutely. And whilst we haven't seen much of Sharif Shaban on the stream this weekend, we did see Alex Chitu bring Briar to or see Briar to success in round 3 of the Swiss yesterday.
Okay.
So it was an absolutely fantastic game. I mean, normally, a bit like yourself, he loves to play Viscerai, but he's actually brought Briar this time. But we'll move on to
we're going
Alex in a moment. But Sharif, bringing Lexi.
I know Sharif very well, very good friend, and one of my longest standing testing partners. So it's actually his accolades. I've been with him for a long time. He is a massive Dorinthia fan. He is currently playing Lexi. It's such a hot deck, and there's something that I know that he's been practicing with a lot. He was the first to hit the 1K XP in the UK, and he has hit a top 4 in the nationals
in 2021.
2 years ago. 2 years ago.
Absolutely. His locals as well. His mocks in the hole up in Edinburgh. Friend of the channel.
He's a good lad. He's one of the best players in the UK, for sure. He just doesn't show up. And another extremely good player as well is Alex Chitu. This guy continuously places really high.
Absolutely. And we can see there, preferred hero Briar. Current hero Briar, preferred hero Viscerai.
I know, this man, when we first met at last year Nationals, me and him were chatting a lot about Viscerai. He's so good. And top 4 in Bologna.
Yeah.
And he's just, and both of them, I will just say very quickly, push the point patrons.
Yeah.
So we're very happy.
That's confirmed, folks. If you are a push the point patron, you will most likely odds of getting top 8 at your local nationals.
It seems so. It seems so. Look, we don't just make this up. We just say it. We're
cold hard facts.
We're kicking off now. Sharif is going first, so he's just loading. He's good first. He's just
double loading up there. Yeah, he's Arsenal with that Volta.
Yeah.
Draws up. Let's see if Alex has a retort here at all.
It's going to be big. So this is a bit more of a standard typical. When I say standard typical Briar, it's not the Charles Dunn fatigue list, which I took, by the way. I was on Briar. I took this one. Yeah, this one's more of the old classic heavy aggression, Channel Mountain heroic. 0 for 4, 0 for 4, sometimes 0 for 7.
Yeah, and as we saw in the first game of Alex Chitu on stream yesterday, in that round 3, as I said, Alex was really able to push through some heavy damage with those pumps, with Earthlore Surge that we can see in his pitch zone there. And we can see here he's just pitched to the Grasp to create the Rune Chan, and then coming in with a Command and Conquer, threatening that Arsenal straight off the bat.
Yeah, it's probably a really decent turn there, considering that I don't think he's really got a major hand to sort of play out, so he might as well just try and threaten some cards out from Sharif. But, nowadays, Command and Conquer for Ranger is awkward, right? But with 3 of a kind, being able to just draw 3 more cards up, it's you can actually pull away from that pretty well. So he's just taking that 1 arcane damage, and of course, he's gonna bot for 6, right? If he doesn't, everyone, we're in for a spicy game.
Absolutely. And we can see in Sharif's hand there's a Codex of Frailty. So but
he's going to Arsenal. Alex is going to Arsenal this turn. So that Codex of Frailty is not probably going to be very, it's not going to be played, but I see what you mean. It is a 2-block.
It is a 2-block.
It's a little bit awkward. I think he might be having to block up with some of his actual resources, and I think that's where he's actually having a bit of a trouble thinking. Plus, as well, there's some really good arrows that he's got. The Heat Seeker, it's a real key card for Lexi. So I don't think he's really happy he has to get rid of that. But, you have to block this up, man.
Yeah, can't really afford to lose that Arsenal, right?
All right. Well, we're just seeing on the chat here that Saxo Way, otherwise known as Yorgos,
Yorgos.
Yeah, old Yorgos, the Greek national champion, King Shin. He's clearly rooting for Shin to win this one.
I think you got a few fans of your own there as well, Hamish.
Oh wow!
In the chat, hello to Hamish's fans.
Oh hello, Hamish is cute. Cheers, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
I hope you don't miss your nationals next week. Remember the train times.
So Alex drawing up here as you said, as Arsenal's Sharif coming in with that very first arrow, a Falcon Wing.
Falcon Punch. Easy card, actually. Nice little... This could, with the right resources, it won't be a 4 card because of the... I kept thinking it could be a 4-hour turn, but it's actually, you know... when you've got Falcon Wing, I keep saying Falcon Punch. You don't mind, do you?
No.
Chat, you don't mind, do you?
No, do what you want. That's what you're here for.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
So Falcon Punch is usually one of those cards that can like really push to be able to get those 4-card arrows because, yeah, you know, just a 0 for 3 go again. It's really good.
Yeah, it's got that natural go again built in. And as you said, we've got the...
So we've got a 3-card arrow turn. This is decent. This is decent.
So it's 4 go again with the drill shot.
Yeah, this if this lands, he's obviously going to be putting a -1 armor on one of the armor point on one of his equipment pieces.
Yeah.
I don't
and
believe.
as a Briar player, are you particularly concerned about that -1 armor?
It's annoying.
I mean,
yeah, it is really annoying. You know, it's actually, you got to think of the point of value with it, right? Because it's coming in for 4. So if you block 3, you take 1. You also lose another 1. It's kind of like the searing shot, but it just attacks in a different way. Because in fact, even if you taking it down from an armor point from 2 to 1, you know, that's actually 2 points of value just there. But I'm not surprised here that Alex is just, you know, if you're going to use my armor, I might as well use it right and block for 4.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
this is another arrow that's going to be really, this has to be blocked. That's the whole point. Because infecting shot has to be one of the I think there's like 3 arrows in a Lexi game that are just crucial. They have to be blocked and dealt with, and that's infecting shot, endless arrow, and heat seeker. Those ones are like they're the big boy arrows.
Yeah, sure. So that's infecting shot 1 for 5, but if it hits, it creates that blood rot pox
Turns
token.
into a 1 for 7.
1 for 7.
It's too much.
That is what we call
And I'll tell you
value.
what, he's took it, and that tells me that Alex, it's time to go ham. It's time
He's
to
going
go
to turn
ham.
it on himself.
But this is what he can't be. This is the thing when this particular Briar list, he can't be too defensive. He has to take the hits, and he's going to come in with more. Right.
So he's going to start the turn with a Sonata here. So
No pitch.
no pitch. So we're revealing 3 cards. We've got
Oh,
attack,
we've got a hit.
non-attack, and
Okay,
we've
we've
got a lightning breath. Okay. So,
Easy scar for a scar because his health is lower.
yeah,
so
so that'll be a 4 go again.
Yeah, and he's going to deal 1 arcane as well because he managed to pick up a card. I mean, that's a really good hit as well. Scar for a scar. It's a really, really good hit.
Nice.
So
I mean, it's just 4 go again, isn't it?
it's just a simple 4 go again. He could potentially as well just play that card out and then play another non-attack action. Another non-attack action card, getting the lightning. So, he's got a lot of lines now.
Yeah, and as we saw in that first game, like Alex has also brought nimbleisms as well as nimble strikes.
Yeah.
So he's just able to go super wide. So as well as the Scar for Scar itself, he's got cards in his deck where he's able to really pump this to really come in some bigger attacks with the go again built in as well.
This is an aggressive match. I honestly just don't believe this is not going to be long. This is not going to be long.
39 plays 32 at the moment. Sharif doesn't have anything in his arsenal.
No, this is a turn where he's going to have to just sort of be like, as Briar, Briar has to have a good sequence of cards in order to really push over. But I mean, seriously, when they do, there's no hero more in the game that can just deliver like mad amount of damage. Yeah. It's kind of like a Runeblade thing, really. If you get the sequencing right, Runeblades just push damage, but they're at threat of having some pretty dud turns. Whereas Lexi, you can get some dud turns, but there's a lot of arrows. It's not that likely. But it's good.
So Scar for a Scar coming in for 4 go again, as we said. I mean, it's just damage, isn't it?
It is.
There's nothing on hit here.
No.
There's
nothing
funny.
Well, there is the Briar's always on hit is the embodiment token. So I don't know whether it's this aggressive. It could mean something, but at the same time, Briar just needs to push that aggression. So it's not the worst on hit. It's not the worst. So if we got another embodiment token, no,
got a rabble. So again, it's got that inbuilt go again. It's going to reveal the top
Sonata.
4 go again.
Okay.
So Sonata 4 go again. 4 go again. It's just value, isn't it? It's just Briar, which has shown us time and time again, and that's the reason why she'll be moving into the living legendary
This is
Closet
it.
soon.
Yeah, we're watching the victory lap.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
We're watching it. This
She's
is a good
waving the
classic.
flag.
Yeah, that's it. This is a classic. Let's see if the victory parade that Briar is going to bring Alex into higher places in this UK Nationals.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Here we go.
Okay, so we obviously, the infecting
because he's got a blood rot box token.
Give it
back.
him. Yeah.
Give it back. Oh, we're not done yet.
So he's gonna crack the snappies here in order just to go even wider.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think he's just making sure that he can be able to just get that Rosetta term.
Yeah. So infecting host then, because he's got the blood rot, as you said, it also gives Sharif Shaban the blood rot as well. And then he's able just to come in with the old favorite Rosetta 2, 2, and 1.
That is a really big turn. That's a really big turn, especially the infecting shot. When he's seen that, I bet he was looking at that infected arrow and going, "Yeah, cool. I mean, I'll take that damage, but dude, this infecting shot now is just coming in for effectively, 6.
Yeah,
because it's 0 for 4, and then have that card back.
Yeah,
that's really good.
So Alex here able to deal out 15 damage to Sharif, but at the same time, this is flesh and blood, folks. He's able to see what he can pull back.
This is Lexi. This is 3 of a kind.
This is it.
Okay, but the thing with the 3 of a kind at this point, it would have been really ideal if we could get an arrow into Arsenal.
Yeah. So he's coming in with the Falcon Wing. Presumably gave it the +1.
Yeah. No reason to go again. It's got it anyway.
Yeah. So 4 go again. Gave it the +1 from the Voltaire. Let's see if Alex is. I mean, we're on for a bit of a race here now at this stage, right?
2 aggro heroes, man. This is like a scar.
Sharif just took 15 damage to be able to present this turn. So let's see if he's able to deal much more back. Alex takes the 4 from the Falcon Wing and comes in with a Bolton shot.
Yeah. So this Bolton shot could actually turn into a 3-card arrow if he lets us hit. This is the best bit about the Bolton shots on here is, you kind of like, I don't really want to actually block this out, right? But this could present even more damage. If I just let this hit, the on hit could be more damage. It might not.
No.
It could be no arrow.
Yeah.
And then how much am I going to take here to present back? I think I do see in Alex's hand though a cheeky CNC.
Oh hell.
So it could quite well be that he doesn't block.
He might want to. Well, yeah.
Does he block?
I mean, he might want to block to encourage Sharif to put the card into his arsenal and then present that CNC back, right?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, okay. So he takes
Alex
5.
takes the 5.
Wow, okay, we're just.
And then we get.
God.
Here we go. Just as you were saying, Hamish, that's an infecting shot.
So he managed to land a big arrow.
So 1 for 5, essentially on hit, create that Blood Rock Pox token. Essentially a 1 for 7.
Sorry, Carcosa, it is infectious host. I don't know what I was saying.
Host. I don't know what I was saying.
I don't know.
I'll be honest, it's been
we're tired.
We're on for both of us. Obviously, Hamish has been participating in the UK Nationals tournament both yesterday and today. So
we're tired, bro. We're tired, everyone.
Bear with.
Yeah, I tell you what though, please keep us in check. Do keep on top of us and tell us whether we said a card name wrong. It's actually really cool.
Yeah,
it's really cool. It's actually really handy.
It's also just nice to interact with you all.
Yeah,
we've been sat here behind the curtain.
Carcosa, talk to me more.
Away from
literally Carcosa talks to me
hidden
more.
away from all of our UK nationals.
Okay, so we're doing a block up. So block 3, using 2 pieces of armor. So that is the brand new equipment, Didactic Carapace gone.
What do you make of it?
Good.
It's good.
Real good.
Hot.
Yeah, it's hot.
Yeah,
it's just really, really hot.
Absolutely
Absolutely hot.
Folks.
I've been using it against the Icelander, actually. Very, very good card for Icelander. And when it comes to something like this as well, the Tunic is actually really good if you're just pushing that aggression. But Lexi has some really, really strong on-hit cards. And having that nice big fridge of armor is invaluable, right? Because, if he had that Tunic then, crikey, he would have had to given up the
resource,
the Crown of Providence.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's kind of it, really. You really start getting it gets quite dicey real quick. So he's still keeping that
life,
ground.
isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
And prevents all those on hits, like that infecting shot, like you said. It's just so.
Let's see if he can hit again. Can he do it? Oh no!
Oh dear. So by
Well, it's
not
to
seeing
happen.
any non-attacks there, Alex is not able to capitalize off of this Sonata Arcanics.
But it's non-attack action number 1. We can get another one.
It is.
We got a lightning token, so I think that's the thing when you play Sonata, right? As a man who plays many Rune Blades, you just got to go and look at Sonata as this. Just is this sets up there and enables more than what my turn is. If I happen to draw a card, then I can eke out a bit more, potentially even Arsenal or whatever, depending on what it comes out. But you've got to play Sonata as if I got a plan as if I draw nothing. That's the best way to always look at it. And with Briar, you go, right, it's the start of my non-attack action. So that's step 1 to play another non-attack. I'll get a lightning token. That's good. If it's Viscerai, you play it. Viscerai's enabled. He's ready to go, right? So having Sonata in that deck and just being able to set that up as a Rune Blade is still invaluable.
Yeah.
So
it still plays towards your game plan, whether it hits or not. But I mean,
you want it to. You
every
want it to
Rune
hit.
Blade wants it to hit.
Of course,
absolutely.
you want it to hit. It's the value of that card increases so much when it does.
But also, it only blocks for 2, so you're not particularly enticed to block with it anyway.
No, not really. You just it does a lot of work if when you play it, right?
Yeah. So Alex here creating the rune chant off of the grass.
Oh no! If the okay, all right.
So he's gonna play out the lightning surge from
okay, and also as well
Arsenal with the go again.
It's like I said, it's one of those cards that set up enables Sonata. So now he's good for
And
Rosetta. There you go.
Yeah.
See? Good for Rosetta. Didn't hit, but it's all good.
Yeah, it didn't hit, but it enables Rosetta to come in for more damage, bringing in that.
It's a 9 damage turn. It's easy.
Can't argue. Can you?
9 damage turn. Pretty simple, and an Arsenal as well.
Yeah.
It's we're just
nice.
continuously pushing and presenting that
Consistently.
damage.
Yeah. So Sharif, obviously, as we said, life total 17 to 21 now. Sharif is taking it. Are you concerned that you might be within a sort of blowout turn range here to go down to 13?
There's not much really you can do when it comes to aggro matchups. It's all just down to whose hands lined up a bit better. So Shin could.
So plays out a premeditate here.
Yeah.
Pumps the next attack for +3. Comes in with that endless arrow.
Okay. So yeah, he is
giving it what? Either +1.
No, he's giving it go again for sure. Yeah.
So he's got. So would you presume here then? Would Alex be thinking that Sharif has got another arrow in hand, or will he just be trying to block out this endless arrow so that it can't come at him again?
He knows that basically this endless arrow has to be blocked, right? Because if it just goes back into hand, he can just pump into playing it again.
Coming in for 5 the next time as well, right?
It's effectively.
So he's giving it +2 here, so it's actually coming in for 9.
It's not. I will say that this isn't the craziest Rain Razor.
Yeah, creates the ponder off of the premeditate.
Okay, but he's just going to go back in and give it +1.
I know you said it's not like the
no,
biggest Rain Razor, but aggro matchup, damage is damage.
Yeah, no, honestly, damage is damage. I'm not. It's the best move he's got, but I suppose really he could always be huger, right? He could always be a bit more mega. He could, and I tell you what he's going to do. He's going to take it again. Is he going to snappies? No, he can't because he's already used the Voltaire. That's fine. And he's not.
So he activates the.
Oh no! So he
draws off the ponder.
So he draws off the ponder.
End turn.
End turn. Okay. Oh no, he couldn't snappies anyway. If he had bullseye though, this is why bullseye was crazy. Because if he had bullseye, it would then just snappies bullseye come in for 8.
Yeah. So that's why we saw that bullseye.
Okay, this game is close to being very almost Dutcho. It is going to be over
Bramble
rapidly.
Spark here. Bramble Spark again. Used a second time, so each of those 3.
So this is +6 at the minute.
So
+2 arcane.
Gets go again. This is it.
Okay.
A lot of damage here.
See, it's dynamite.
So
Jesus
the CNC.
Christ.
That's it, folks. 6/6. 1/6 off Number of the Beast.
Oh my word! I had to be very quiet because I could have screamed.
Absolutely.
CNC, it's dynamite.
So we've got
coming in
for 12
and 2
arcane
arcanes.
damage. This is presenting lethal, folks. This is top 8 of the UK nationals. This is mega.
Trench is coming into play.
We have to keep voices down because they are only just behind us. There's a curtain separating us and the players.
So we're going to use that resource to potentially block up one of the arcane, because Trench is also an arcane barrier 1.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you about Trench, but I mean we're straight into the trenches ourselves. So what's the benefit of Trench over Tunic in this matchup, do you think?
I think Shin just didn't put a Tunic in because of Warmongers, right?
Okay.
Because of Warmongers, I think it's just actually I'm quite happy with the flexibility what Trench offers.
Yep.
It's also a card that actually just doesn't get bogged down by Warmongers. It doesn't get bogged down by CNC, but CNC for 12. I mean,
CNC for 12 is
that's a big number.
Popping.
So he could actually now go. I will block. So I could block up my arrows because his health is down to 5.
Yeah.
He could. I don't think he will. I don't honestly know, but he could throw his equipment out of this.
Yeah.
You know, because there's no equipment's been blown up with the New Horizons. I don't think he wants to, but we are tickling on him now. In fact, we're not even tickling. We're going.
I think we're there. I mean, live total 12-5. I think we're there already. So Sharif has taken 1 damage from one of those Bramble Sparks, but as a result of playing both of those Bramble Sparks, Briar's abilities kicked in, giving Alex the embodiment of lightning here. There's a bit of a back and forth over.
So he's trying to math it out, right? Yeah. So if he goes, okay, so if I block, because he's got a Rosetta.
I do.
But if he has another 4, okay, so he has to block.
So
1, 2.
Blocking with the Hornet Sting.
Take 1. Okay, it's down to 4. Okay, if Alex has, so he's blocking for 4. What is the maths here, Sean? 12.
So
4 minus 12 is 8.
4 goes, so it goes down to 4. Joins Alex on 4 himself. So Alex has got the go again off of that embodiment of lightning.
Yeah, but he's got the Rosetta. But if he's got another 4 0 cost in hand, which he doesn't, which is what Jim was hoping for.
So did you say you think Alex has a 0 for 4 in his hand?
Well, if he did, he would have played it.
Yeah. Yeah,
if he did, he would have played it.
Or maybe, do you ask for it in order to...
Do you see his hand? I'm trying not to scream because he's got a 3 of a kind, baby. Everybody be quiet.
Oh.
Everybody be quiet.
Spicy meatball.
You can scream at home if you want to, right? We're not allowed to. But we're going to go 3 of a kind, baby. Let's go. He's right.
There's not a lot of cards in that graveyard.
No, I don't think
that's how aggressive this game has been, folks.
The thing is do you need your New Horizons at this point? So he's got to take that arcane. I think he's thinking, do I take this 2 arcane? Could I? Because he's also got, I believe he's also got Codex. He's also got Codex.
Codex and a 3 of a kind.
Yeah, it's not. Codex is not in a real good spot here. I don't think.
Both players.
He's not out, you know.
Both players just taking a moment.
Yeah, Shin's. We're mathing here. We're mathing.
Yeah, as you said.
2 and 2.
As you said.
I don't know why I've got that song stuck. I don't know why I've got that stuck in my head.
It's the CNC. CNC for 12. Does funny things. 12. Screaming at home.
Screaming
in my brain.
Oh,
I'm screaming inside.
Oh yeah, screaming out my butt.
Screaming out brains.
Wow, I'm actually just. This is so exciting.
This has been such a great game. We haven't actually seen just straight aggro on aggro matches in this. I mean, we only saw 3 games yesterday and 3 games this morning. I'm trying to think if we've seen. We saw a Katsu versus Azalea. That was pretty aggro.
I thought he'd block for 2. I thought he'd use his New Horizons at this point. So everyone, if you've just put the toaster down, it's probably just popped up now because of how quick it's gone.
Yeah,
it's not like an olden game where you put the roast dinner on.
I hope you didn't go away and make a cup of tea and think you'll come back in 5 minutes.
Just remember as well, everyone, we've still got the quiver as well. We've got 3 of a kind. Here we go.
Okay, 3 of a kind.
Pitching the
pitches
Codex. So the resource is a bit small.
Draws into infecting
okay.
shot.
Oh, okay. We've got 2 big arrows here.
Okay, endless arrow.
We've got 2 big arrows, and I think though we really, really need to get a big resource counterpoint here, because I think Shin was really hoping as well for the quiver.
He needed a 3.
He needed a
pitch
3.
to
Yeah,
the-
he
to the
needed a
quiver?
blue. I think. But well, let's see. Let's see
He's
what he
got
does
one
here.
float. Okay, so
Oh,
he's
he's gonna
going to
Volta.
load with
Alright,
Volta.
cool. Good one.
So endless arrow, go again.
Good start. But
Coming
he's got we got armor, everyone.
4 go again.
Yeah, we got armor. Okay.
Let's see. Alex is now looking at Sharif on 2 life with 3 cards in hand. That is, he's also got those Snapdragon scalers up as well, so he's going to be able to go really wide here. Alex really having to think about how he maximizes the use of the Crown of Providence.
Okay. So chat's saying that not looking like we've got enough resources. I agree. The resources count isn't amazing. I'm not gonna lie. But
do you think
it's
Alex
in hand?
Yeah. Do you think Alex would be like more scared if he'd seen Sharif pitching a blue here? He'd have more resources floating.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it would definitely be a lot more scary. But regardless, with the health total so low, Shin is gonna. Well, I don't know why I keep saying Shin. It's Sharif. I've known him as Shin, as everyone. You can all say Shin. And in fact, I say actually what he prefers to be called.
Sharif Shaban.
Shin. So Shin is demanding cards, but Alex has also got the Crown of Providence as well as another card, right? So here we go. So we're just looking at this. He's going to block for 2 and probably a card from hand as well. Yeah.
So Alex
and then
being very purposeful here, as he always is.
Yeah, and then you can actually just, Crown of Providence showing its might. You'd be able to block with another card, get a card out of Arsenal, draw that into your hand, more cards to block with, and then I don't know. The thing is Sharif is going to try and take this tempo by going, give me your hand.
This is really interesting. He's
Whoa.
actually Crown of Providence.
Wait,
and
what,
then,
oh,
and then
has
he's
he got?
He's
synced
from hand.
Wait, whoa, hang on. He didn't. He just blocked for 2. He's taken 2. Okay.
So he's
that is a promise of plenty in hand. Carcosa talks. Okay.
So he blocks for 2.
Yeah.
He then uses the Crown of Providence to sink a card from hand rather than replace
the card from Arsenal. But
Arsenal.
obviously the card from Arsenal is much more important. I think Alex is looking at this.
He can only survive by keeping that card in his arsenal.
I think I think as well it could be just an easy 0 for 4. It could be even I can't remember what he had in, but wow. Okay, so Shin's just mathing up here.
Shin will be looking at this and being like, why did you not use that Crown of Providence to put another defensive card into your hand from your arsenal?
I'm really curious because so he sunk the promise of plenty.
Yeah,
okay, so because that's just not a real good block here. I mean, I'm really curious now. I think Shin honestly thought he's blocking this arrow out, and when he said I'm just going to block for 2 and take 2, Shin's like,
damn.
Okay, there is something I am not seeing here, but this I honestly don't know what. I mean, I think Alex maybe just legitimately just play to win. Like he's playing to win, because if he gives up his hand and give Lexi a full card of hand, I mean, it's almost over, right?
Yeah.
He has to literally go, I've got to just try and keep as much cards as I can in my hand and just simply not die. It could also be a scenario in Arsenal, that could be the. I could just win it, right? If he pulls it off. Okay, so we're
activates. Oh, pitches another.
So he's going for endless arrow. What is he doing? Is he doing go again or +1? There's no point doing. He's going for the +1.
For +1, but he's still got the Snapdragons up.
Okay.
So he's saying again now. He's asking again. Are you sure?
He's
do you
gonna
want to block it.
He's gonna have to. He's probably just sitting there making the play for the quiver.
Yeah.
He's got to.
Alex has got to block this.
Chat saying Lexi dead. Okay.
Lexi dead. Wowza. Big calls, chat. So Alex here.
No one's.
This will have to be a two card block, right?
It has to be.
Has to be.
Don't worry, Yorgos. No one's behind. I think everyone's just making predictions, but I've seen that graph of Lexi going from 80% down to 59, but still
going down.
Okay, he is asking for some cards of Alex, and I think he's just got to hedge his bets. Honestly, I think he's just got to hedge his bets and go, I've got to do Western Leaves and pray.
I really want to see what's in the arsenal. He keeps looking at it, and I can't quite catch it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think he's got. I think everybody knows he's got a quiver, right? Okay, so and Alex has to block with 2 cards here. He has to block with 2 cards. So that's coming in for. Well, that's blocking for 4.
That is blocking for 4. So is Alex trying to? Do you think it could be Scarface
Hold on,
guy? Is
hold
that
on,
why
hold on.
he's trying to get
Oh
below?
my days! He's got it. So Shin. So he could just rustle in Leaves now, right? Which he will, because he's got those 2 reds, and he flips.
Rain razors.
Oh no!
So he was looking for an arrow off the quiver in order to be able to
Oh my
go wider.
days!
Alex down to 1.
Oh my!
Both
I don't, why,
players.
you don't know. He shouldn't. He doesn't have to get rid of the quiver, but whatever.
Both players entering the casino there.
Wow.
Alex coming out on top.
Yeah. He knows he's not going to get rid of the quiver. Puts up a rain razor. Oh yeah, he's not.
It
No,
doesn't
it
go on
doesn't go to the bottom because
goes-
it's not
yeah,
the arm piece. Whoops. Oh well, no matter. I think.
That's fine. Spin resolved. Both
I
players happy.
think with 3 cards and a Rosetta, Sean. I think Sharif's day is
I think
looking-
they're
looking-
done diddly.
I think it's looking done, mate.
Okay, so Alex still trying to see it out.
Oh, okay, you could have.
Playing Earthlore Surge.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So is that red?
Here
Ah,
it
yeah,
is.
here we go.
Into
Big.
a Lightning Surge.
Yeah, he's got 1 resource. It's Rosetta time. So what could Shin do here?
So
He's
7.
got rain razors as well. That's not
Alex has
good.
Still got
Could
card
he?
in hand as well.
Could he trench? So
Okay. So
Well, hang on. Could he not just trench here, get a resource? He could he could trench here. It's yeah. Yeah, he's got no.
Alex
He's got, no, honestly,
still-
he hasn't got any block. He
No.
hasn't got any blocks in hand. And
Alex still just being very purposeful. And
GG.
that's it,
Well done.
folks.
Well
all she
done.
wrote.
That's all she wrote.
Alex G2 there, taking Sharif Shaban all the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
What a game.
What a game. I
Fantastic.
know. It was so close.
Wow.
Well done, Alex.
Yeah, congratulations to Alex G2 there, taking it away with Briar
Wow.
against Sharif Shaban
Hey.
on Lexi.
What a fast game. I mean, Alex played that incredibly well. He literally played to his outs.
Yeah.
He didn't waver right near the end. I mean, how many people can sit there and take endless arrows?
To
Two
the
of them.
face.
Two
Yeah.
of them to the face.
Yeah, I mean, he just totally read his opponent, right?
Yeah.
He was saying like, okay, let's see what you got. Let's see what you got.
Yeah.
Let's just see how much further that you can go. And he took it all the way down to 1 life.
I think it all came down to I think they both knew that it just came down to the quiver.
Yeah.
That if he happened to pull a 0 cost into his arsenal, it would have been a very, very, very different game. But he had to play to his outs,
Yeah.
right? Because if you just overblocked that and then you didn't be able to present anything meaningful back,
Yeah.
Lexi would just draw back up and just take it, right?
Yeah.
So Alex played amazingly well and just
Yeah.
made sure he always played to win.
And I think Sharif Shaban really again played to the strengths of Lexi. You know, he was playing out those 3 of a kinds and maximizing those as much as possible. So I think both players played excellently well. So again, nothing to take away from Sharif Shaban at all.
No.
So we're going to cut to a break here.
Yeah.
And then we'll be back with you for the top 4, and we'll bring you standings as well. And I think Hamish, you may be sticking around, and I'm gonna.
chat.
I'm going to go grab a coffee.
guys. Yeah, so it's up to you, chat. If you want me back on for the semi-finals and I'll do
Yeah.
it with Trip, let
Let's
me know.
hear it.
If you're sick of, if you think, Christ, no, one and done.
One game.
One
game.
If it's
You
one and
only
done,
want
good
him
with
for
you,
one
chat. just let me know. I don't
Yeah,
think you
give us
actually
a
have a
shout.
choice because I think I am coming to the semi-final.
All right, we're going to leave you there, guys, and stick around. We'll be back with the top 4 from the UK Nationals live at Leeds Armory in just a moment. Thank you.
you like Flesh and Blood?
Yes.
Do you like hairy British men?
No.
I
Do you
do.
like beer?
I do like beer.
Come and join us on Push the Point podcast.
Wow.
Wow.
What an offer.
We do deck techs, we've done vlogs, we've done interviews with very, very cool people from the Flesh and Blood community. We've got a wide range of different content that you can tune into, and I pretty much do most of it, and these two just freeload off the back of me. Don't just ask us, ask our amazing patrons with our awesome feedback.
What do? We drink beer. We tell you all about our decks.
A semi-terrible internet connection.
Why would you choose Push the Point over
Arsenal
other
Pass.
available
Or Steal First Beat. Do you want to listen to something decent? Then tune in to anyone else other than us.
Nailed it!
And welcome back to the semi-finals. Now, this isn't Hamish Chisholm Brown.
I would hope not.
No, it is not Hamish Chisholm Brown. I'm taking this hat off. It's none other than Sharif, who we literally just had on in the quarterfinals, but unfortunately weren't able to take it home. But as a little consolation prize to Sharif, we've brought him on to cast this semi-finals game. How do you feel about that, Sharif, being the pity caster?
I'm happy with it. I get to cast Jamie versus Katsu. This will be
Jamie versus Katsu. Yeah, Jamie Faulkner. That's the main part. That's the hero here. We're gonna have a little look at the current top 4. The current semi-finals. We're looking at Harrison Shaw and Katsu playing up against Jamie Faulkner on Dromai, and then we've got Nathan Hills on Dory versus Alex Chitu. We're gonna get into the game of Katsu versus Dromai very quickly. Oh, I think we've got some player profiles coming as well, so we'll do a little bit of chat before that. But Sharif, tell us a little bit about your game against Alex Chitu just now on stream. Is it still a bit bitter? Is it still a bit?
Oh no, I was happy with this game. I think I didn't make any mistakes. Chat can tell me otherwise. Did I make any mistakes? Did I make any misplays? But it was kind of the way the cards landed. Felt comfortable in the matchup. Didn't happen. Lexi Briar, very swingy matchup.
Yeah.
So I was happy. Top 8 nats. Got my world invite. Get to keep my boomer PTI until next year again.
Exactly. You've been bringing that PTI along for many a moon these days. Now, looking at this top 4, Sharif, what are you thinking? The classic answer to the Dromai Katsu matchup is that Katsu is favored and is quite likely to take it. And we have already seen Nathan Hills on Axe Dory actually beat Harrison on that Katsu build in a previous match. But you've got to think that Jamie Faulkner would be fancying his chances up against an Axe Dory if he is actually able to take down this Katsu game, right?
Agreed. So I think Jamie really wants Axe Dory to win, the same way he really wanted Icelander to win into Katsu. However, Jamie has been practicing into ninjas a lot, and he does also favor his chances into Briar. But I think the interesting part is Briar also favors his chances into Axe Dory. He has a recursion package. They played in the Swiss. They went to time. But Alex truly believes that he had won that game if there was no time.
Yeah,
so
I think Alex has put in a lot of tech for realizing that a lot of people are going to be running these more fatiguey builds to try and take down Lexi. And we have seen Nathan do really well on that build, and we have seen some other people running a more fatigue kind of Briar strategy, but that doesn't seem to be exactly what Alex has brought to the table today. Looking at the way he's playing, it seems like more traditional.
Yes.
Make a channel mount heroic and then go very wide with some very, very strong attacks.
It's a very interesting top 8. Like, you actually have no clue which way it could go.
No.
It could land in any direction. So I think it's a great top 8, great representation of heroes. But Lexi doesn't convert again.
Yeah, again, Lexi not making it through, making it to the top 8, but not making it to the final or even the semi-finals of this particular competition. We're going to go now to some cards to watch, to look out for in this particular matchup. But we'll also talk specifically about what we've seen in the decks of Harrison already. But we'll be starting with Dromai. And actually, Sharif, you can probably talk quite well to Jamie's Dromai list, as you do test with Jamie quite regularly.
Yeah, he is on the traditional big dragon Dromai. You know, he is a value deck. He wants to get value out of all his cards. He wants to really build that board and make it so that Katsu has to waste a lot of damage. And so by the end of the game, Katsu is running out of damage and can't actually afford to kill Dromai anymore. He does have also some life gain and recursion in the deck. It will be interesting to see if he does bring it into Katsu. I would assume Remembrance is not great into Katsu, but I'm not actually sure if he will bring it.
Yeah, gonna have to think to himself. It really depends if he gets really early out the gates with an aggressive sort of dragon line. He might be able to do some work, but it's probably going to be a bit more likely that he plays a more defensive and like you say, Sharif, trying to put dragons on the table so that Katsu has to put damage that would otherwise be going into Dromai, into those dragons instead. If he's able to develop one of the earlier big dragons, that might be a way of taking control of the game. Let's move now to the cards to watch for Katsu. Though, of course, we've seen some incredibly spicy cards in this Katsu list, including Pummel, which did manage to actually get through in a previous game, though up against Axe Dory did have it covered. And Mask of Momentum particularly important for this matchup into Dromai, just because of the way it works. So do you want to explain that a little bit, Sean?
So Mask of Momentum is a bit tricky in the Dromai matchup, right? But because they have dragons, you can almost always have the Mask of Momentum trigger. You can send your third attack that would hit to a dragon, kill it, get the draw, and extend your chain that way. However, it can be a bit tricky because, again, you don't want to waste too much damage into dragons, and you want to really pick your timing to see when are you going to go face, when are you going to clear the dragons. You can't let Dromai build up a crazy board because Katsu doesn't really run that many poppers. I'm not sure about this current list, but normally they don't run many poppers.
Not. I think this list might be running a few Command and Conquers. We'll probably almost certainly be bringing those into the matchup. And of course, Dishonor here incredibly strong against traditional Dromai, because being able to turn off Dromai's hero ability does leave them absolutely stuffed. So we may see situations where Jamie is forced to take a little bit of damage where they might not wish to, just because they're so worried about the Katsu finishing with a Dishonor and removing their ability to make Ash, and therefore their ability to make any dragons.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this game. It's going to be a great top 4 game. And obviously, player profiles.
Yeah, this is the player profiles. We're seeing here Harrison Shaw. Current hero Katsu, preferred hero Katsu. I like to see that consistency. We didn't see that very much at the calling. People were all over the place. Currently, no accolades. Come on, Harrison. Got to do better than that.
He has a top 4.
He's got a top 4 nationals now, so we should add that one right on there. And Harrison's locals is Nerd Shack in Wigan.
And now we have Jamie.
Where's
with
he
the
got that
boss.
crown from? He can't wear that yet. Take that crown away from that man. But anyway, go ahead, Shane.
So Jamie's current hero is Dromai. His preferred hero is Dromai. We all know him as the Dromai player. Quite a few accolades: top 8 calling Utrecht, top 4 Battle Harden Leeds, top 8 Battle Harden, and this is his second top 4 UK nationals. And his locals is Talishar, where he plays a lot of games.
He does also play around the London area at Rule Zero occasionally. Yeah, he made top 4 last year. He's going to try and do one better this year. We'll be going straight into the matchup very, very shortly. Going to see this game, this Katsu Dromai matchup. Traditionally, it's a really tough matchup for Dromai, but when you've got the best Dromai player in the UK on the table, you've got to think that they've got a plan, they've got an idea of what they want to try to win this game.
Let's look. Do you think that we'll see anything weird in the site and the equipment slots?
What, from Harrison or from Jamie?
Or from Jamie? Would we see time skippers? I actually haven't seen him play this event. Has he been on the time skippers?
We've not had Jamie on the stream yet up until this point. This is the first time we've got him on. I think we wanted him on earlier, but we didn't really want to see a Dromai Katsu matchup at that point, but we got given it anyway. So it's all come round full circle, and that's the way it is. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I think interesting sideboard stuff. What would he be trying to use those time skippers for is really the question.
Time skippers is great because you can pitch obviously 3 reds to it, build up your Ash early, and then start pressuring with more dragons instead of the typical equipment where you have to pitch 1 to prevent the damage. You only get 1 Ash, but here he might want to build that board early and have Katsu waste a lot of his attacks in them. But obviously Katsu can deal really efficiently with dragons, and they might not mind just throwing away 1 turn to deal with the board really efficiently. But yeah, I believe they also played in the Swiss, and Katsu won that one. So it is a rematch game for Jamie, and he was aware of the Katsu player. He has been practicing into Katsu last night. He is as ready as he can be for this matchup and just raging to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing we didn't mention as well is that the Katsu hero ability also works with attacking into dragons. So it's the first attack that hits this turn. So if Jamie does develop a dragon, that does give Harrison a lot of space to really craft the combo line that he would like. He doesn't have to worry about hitting Jamie. He can just hit one of those dragons instead.
And we see Harrison on, it's not Perch Grapplers, that's Lexi's card.
That's almost what Sean said as well. Everyone, those 2 cards do look very similar.
Yeah, what's the name of the ninja boots again?
It's Breeze Rider Boots.
Breeze Rider Boots. Is that normal into Dromai?
Yes, because you have a really good, again, the way Breeze Rider Boots, it's when an attack action card you control hits. So actually you can put any old terrible combo card into a dragon, then activate Breeze Rider Boots, and then do some really nutty turns. Again, Breeze Rider Boots can be a bit of an issue sometimes when you can't necessarily hit something.
And we actually see Jamie, sorry to interrupt, make the play with time skippers. So he did pop his time skippers. However, he did have a blue, so he overpitched for time skippers and generated 2 ashes early. So now he can just start pressuring Katsu a bit more.
Yeah,
And-
we missed that because we were having a little chat about Breeze Rider boots, but you're exactly right, Shen. Yeah, just as you predicted, Jamie bringing in the time skippers is a bit of an interesting tech as essentially just a Ash engine.
Yes.
Probably would have preferred to have got 3 Ash out of it, but he'll take 2.
And we see the first Kodachi come in. Kodachi for 1.
Yeah, and we're going to see this a lot. We are going to see Jamie block out these little bits of damage. One coming in with a CNC, very happy to just block that with 2 cards. Actually, Jamie probably pretty happy by the outcome of that turn, actually being able to keep a card in hand.
And seeing the popper just be used that early. And we see Jamie play Dust Up. So this will be a 0 for 4 on hit, the option to create an Ashwing. And we'll see if he chooses, because it will most likely hit. I don't think Katsu will be running many defense reactions here. Might be running Flick Flag just because it's so much value, but I would assume you want to be a bit more proactive into Dromai.
Jamie very happy to make the Ash, but as you said, Shin, not going to risk making the Ash Wing and allowing Harrison essentially a free chain link, which he could just simply throw Kodachi into. So Jamie going to be really careful when and where he makes dragons in this game.
And we see Jamie pop his ward on his glove shirt to block the first Kodachi. We have another Kodachi. There goes the Spectral Shield. And now we have to see what Katsu is going to do. Obviously, Katsu, very threatening with a lot of cards. Maybe one of the less threatening cards, not a combo starter, no go again on the card. So Jamie's probably happy to block. And again, very happy with this turn cycle so far.
So Harrison got an option here, got a Concealed Blade, but he's almost certainly not going to want to pop his Breeze Rider boots this early in the game, so not going to use it to go over the top there. Arsenal Pass in the chat, Jamie knows what's up, skipping into this top 4. That's why they pay Arsenal Pass the big bucks, right? That's a really, that's an excellent joke. Got about Tunic Counter. Yeah, it's tough times. It is the top 4 of this tournament. There is a lot of pressure on the line.
And we see one of the harder dragons for Katsu to deal with in the Yandurai, because the Yandurai does have a resistance counter on it, or I can't remember the exact name, but pretty much to hit Yandurai, you didn't need...
It is an endurance counter, I believe.
Endurance counter. You either need to hit it for 6, or you need to swing twice to be able to kill it for 3. So very good dragon for Jamie to see here. And if there is no popper to deal with it, it's actually quite a resilient dragon to have on the board. Also helps him generate Ash, because it cost 1 and then he pitched to Furnace. So Jamie is in a really good position right now, but Katsu get to keep his whole hand and an arsenal. So let's see what he's going to present.
The only thing, of course, is that Kodachi very good at removing that endurance counter. Normally, you'd be wasting quite a lot of damage just to get rid of that counter. But in this case, no. You can just go straight into it. And he is going to target Jamie with this Surging Strike. So it does give Jamie an opportunity to block this out. Could have been tempted there to Surging Strike into the Yundarai.
I think he
chooses not to.
He probably wants to force Jamie to block here, because if Jamie doesn't respect, then Whelming Gustwave can go into the Yandurai, draw 2 cards. So he is making Jamie block correctly and efficiently, because again, Ancestral Empowerment, we are so early in the game, there's so many attack reactions and combat tricks that Harrison could do that it is...
I'm about to see one of them, because he did Arsenal on that Concealed Blade on the previous turn. He's going to be able to go over the top of this Fate Foreseen and start to do something clever with his combo lines.
And we'll see if Jamie wants to commit another defense reaction. He does, because... And that makes sense. If Harrison doesn't have the Whelming Gustwave, and he gets the Whelming Gustwave, that will present so much damage. So actually blocking for 4 here probably saves him a lot of that damage as well.
Yep, and it's not like Ancestral Empowerment. Harrison hasn't reset the card played with a card drawn that you normally get from Ancestral. So Jamie feeling a little bit better about throwing 2 cards at that Surging Strike, because he's trading 2 cards for 2 there.
And we see Jamie take his first damage for Kodachi.
Just coming in at the end with it looks like a blue Fluster Fist, or might have been a red.
I think it might have been a red.
It might have been a red. It was a red. Really good to get a red Fluster Fist into the grave, so that you can then fetch the other red Fluster Fist from your deck with Bonds of Eternity.
And we see another one of the key dragons, Kyloria, come on the board. Kyloria is part of the value engine we've been talking about for Dromai, where if they hit, they get to draw a card and extend that turn much further. And again, it's a lot easier for Katsu to deal with, as it only has 2 life, but the draw and the blocking it is very awkward, as it has 4. And you could use your armor for it, but you want to save that armor maybe for a bit later in the game. But Breaking Scales is a great card to throw in here with a 3-block to block out Kailoria.
Yeah, I really want to get value out of that breaking scale, so do want to block with it and do want to play it. So this is a good opportunity for a relevant on hit because Jamie has played a red card. Gloria itself, the card that summons it, is a red card, so this dragon does have go again.
And is Jamie keeping one card behind?
Looks like a card. Can't
So
tell. I don't think it was in Arsenal, so I think it is a card. I mean, maybe a card in hand or a card in Arsenal.
So as Harrison here, you really have to respect the Kailoria, as that chain could get a bit out of hand if he lets it hit. But he's considering his block. Katsu can have awkward hands with a lot of 2 blocks, but they've been running a lot less 2 blocks recently, so it should be quite a clean block here.
Might double block.
You're the ninja expert, Trip. I'll believe you if you tell me which one of these cards have 2 blocks and 3 blocks. To me,
well,
I just...
Spinning Wheel Kick definitely has a 2 block. Surging does
Is a
2,
2 block
but
as well,
probably
yeah.
incentivized to keep that surging. Again, Spinning Wheel Kick, not the worst card to get into your grave, just because it is another card. It is another bonds target. It looks like he actually has quite a couple of surgings in hand. It's gonna block for 4 with 2
With his
pieces of
armor, yeah.
equipment. Yeah.
So
Looks
Harrison
like he
is...
might have a hand of all 2 blocks. Oh, and a bonds that he maybe just doesn't want to get rid of.
I think he is valuing trying to keep some tempo going here. You can't let Dromai just build up that board and fall behind. And Jamie must be quite happy with how slow the start of the game has been. Katsu hasn't really had a chance to have such an explosive turn. And Jamie has been working quite hard to deny him Arsenal, deny him these 5-card turns, and presents threats that Katsu just has to respect. But Tunic is live. So we'll see.
And I think also Jamie's drawn into one of his passing mirages, so it'd be interesting to see whether he chooses to try and keep that to play it out, or whether he doesn't really feel the threat of Harrison's Katsu in this matchup, knowing he probably only has 3 Command and Conquers in terms of actual popping cards. But it looks like he does use it to block.
Oh, and there we go. We see the Kailoria go. You have to deal with that dragon right away. And presenting still 4 go again into Jamie, right? He did have to block that. And Jamie doing a great job of staying...
Good beat stick here with the Metamorph.
I do believe he put that in for these types of matchups. Just presenting a lot of damage. Again, Katsu having to respect it. And the more cards you strip from Katsu, the more likely you are to eventually fatigue them or run them out of threat from the deck. So Jamie just maintaining the pressure and trying his best to make sure that the Katsu just cannot kill him by the end of the game.
Yeah, and Katsu just going to take this, not wanting to use valuable cards in hand. Not going to block this. I'm just going to try and develop something here. Looks like it is going to be a surging. Looks like he does have a buff card in hand as well. But again, the buff on the 5 attack, not quite as useful because Jamie is quite incentivized to just block for 6 anyway.
And it's interesting to see, you said he might have the surging already, because we do know he has a bonds in hand, and it might be a bonds in arsenal, but I'm not sure about that.
Chooses to just play the concealed blade there, not going over the top, just to try and get it out of his hand. This is the trouble with concealed on these 5 attacks. They're just, so often the opponent is just going to throw 2 cards at them. And you're not going to get your on hit because they're blocking 6. And again, we see Jamie just use some good attacking cards here. A lovely rainbow foil in Knight and Strike. I'm almost certain he does know that himself. Borrowed it from somebody else. But it does look shiny and beautiful on the table right here.
And he is probably coming in for 7. We've seen that Arsenal card in Jamie's Arsenal for a long time. I would assume it's a defensive card, maybe a defense reaction, but I'm not actually sure. Could even be a sand cover, just preventing the on-hits from Katsu if he needs it.
I'd assume a defensive card too, because actually Harrison hasn't put on a huge amount of pressure thus far. So Jamie not going to overblock the Be Like Water, just going to throw 3 at it, but Harrison lacking the buff to make something happen. And then we see the E-Strike come down.
Quite a good turn. Jamie decided to keep 2 cards in hand here. Presenting the Rabble, revealing a CNC, so Rabble for 4 go again. And Jamie is just piling in the damage. He's going quite aggressive on here. This is one of the more aggressive Dromai lists I've seen him play recently.
Yeah, it gives him a real chance into these ninja matchups to run a lot more aggressive cards, get Harrison down a bit lower, make Harrison block with cards that he'd rather be playing. See a double Rabble here.
Rabble for 4 again. It would be amazing for Jamie if this was an Asvalai in Arsenal, but again, oh, he is considering using his Arsenal card, so maybe it isn't a defensive card like we originally thought. But he chooses not to use it, so it might just be mind games as well. Jamie quite fond of mind games during these types of matchups.
We see another red Be Like Water. We're going to see another 3 block. Does Harrison have the buff this time? Doesn't look like it's going to follow up with the Descendant Gust Wave, the kind of mini starter. Another easy block here from Jamie.
We do have the bonds though with the combo from Descending Gust Wave coming in for 4 go again if it is a yellow red bond, sorry. And let's see what Harrison will choose to banish from his graveyard. I don't know if there are that many great options. I do think there's a Fluster Fist. So
There's
that's
a Fluster Fist, there's 100 Winds, and there's a Spinning Wheel Kick, I think, ended up being played. So there's an interesting set of things to put out there. Obviously, want to go for the 0 cost. Decides to bring the Descendant. Probably just going to play this as a 0 for 4. Does
Dishonor.
Get the Dishonor. Thank you, Sheen. Even though it doesn't have the hit effect of killing, removing Dromai's hero ability, it is a blue card that is now attacking for 4. So Harrison thinking, this is a really good opportunity for me to push damage without using one of my red cards in deck. Why fetch the Fluster Fist and come in for 4 when I can fetch this blue card, a card that normally has a lot less value, and get good value out of it on this turn. So really good pick up there from Harrison, getting the read that just because it's not going to have that good on-hit effect it normally would, hasn't played a Surging Strike this turn, it is going to push 4 damage off a blue, which is good rate mate.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I was quite curious why he went for the Dishonor without the Surging, but that makes sense. It's just great value, doesn't send the deck too far from any reds. And
if you're thinking this, Dromai's going to try and, deck me out, going to try and fatigue me a little bit, although that's not quite the way the matchup has gone so far. Want to make sure that you're getting good value out of these blue cards.
And I mean, while Harrison has been taking a lot of damage, Jamie, the life totals aren't actually that far apart right now. However, Jamie does still have 4 armor available to him, and I'm gonna assume he is maybe running less healing in the deck than I expected at this stage, just to be able to keep presenting blocking cards into Katsu. And we see another Dust Up. So again, presenting more Ash generation. He might decide to go for the Ashwing this time if it hits, just because there is more benefits to him having a board, and if Katsu wants to send a Kadachi in it, he could, and he chooses not to.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think as a Katsu player, I'm always ecstatic when the Dromai makes an Ashwing, because it's essentially just giving me a chain link for my Mask of Momentum for free. So I would be very careful about making an Ashwing from the Dromai side, and Jamie choosing not to make one, really recognizing that Katsu could just open. If you make an Ashwing and you've got a blue Be Like Water in hand, suddenly you've got a combo starter that you wouldn't have had otherwise. So again, in this kind of matchup, as Katsu being able to make really good use out of your blue cards will give you a bit of an advantage. That looked like an E-Strike for 5. Maybe was it with Go again? We do see the 5 power dice being put down. So we're going to see what Harrison's going to follow up with here.
Yeah, 5 Go again, indeed. It is interesting to see Harrison use a lot of his generic attacks and generic threats here. And it might be a question of just thinning the deck from the generics and keeping a lot of combo related cards to then see if he can present big combo turns towards the end of the game.
Yeah, really thinking like going over the top maybe against this defensive build. Harrison just recently played into the Axe Dory. Obviously a very different kind of deck to Dromai, but still doing similar things, trying to run Katsu out of threats. So Harrison may be learning from that matchup that he needs to be a bit more careful with the cards that he's playing.
And we see Asphalai come in. Katsu not running any arcane barriers, so those Asphalais will actually chip Katsu down really quickly with 1 arcane a turn. And again, it's a somewhat easy dragon for Katsu to deal with, as it only has 2 or 3 life. But it is a threat that has to be dealt with, and you can see Harrison using the benefit of having a dragon on board to confirm his draw off mask and to get his Katsu trigger as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about there. The first Kadachi hitting and then just going Kadachi yellow Descendant into that dragon to guarantee the master draw.
But
You also see a really interesting card pitched by Harrison, Visit the Floating Dojo.
Which is a recursion package.
Yeah, another
too.
way of bringing cards back into the deck.
But Harrison is getting kind of low at 14 life, and he has to be careful, obviously, because Jamie can turn on the pressure quite quickly with this type of Dromai deck, with the Ravenous Rabbles, the Dust Ups, and just generic dragons. So it is a bit of a tricky position if you are the Katsu player here, but this could be a turn where you extend your chain, go get your combo pieces, and just try to pressure Dromai to give you cards from their hand.
Seeing really excellent plays from Jamie here, I must say. Knowing when to try and put aggression into the matchup to try and get Harrison down low, like Sharif is saying. But we do see a powerful turn coming here. Bonds of Eternity off the Descendant. Again, I wonder if we'll see another... what card we'll see fetch this time with
Might be
Bonds.
under Dishonor again.
I'd be interested to see if he goes for the red 100 wins here. He's got 2 cards left in hand and a card in Arsenal, so he might just want to extend the combo line a little bit further by fetching a Go Again card rather than, say, a Flusterfist.
Very true. The only issue with getting 100 wins is you obviously have to banish it, and therefore the recursion from the blue card that's part of the combo chain is not as good.
Well, actually, if you banish it and play it and then follow up with Wins Eternity, it does still go back into the deck.
Yeah, but you had to banish one, so there's one less
it's not
to
quite,
bring-
it's not quite as good. It's not quite as good. Does go for the spinning wheel kick, which is like almost like 100 wins but better when you've got the resources to pay for it, so that makes a lot of sense.
Actually,
we'll have to pitch for this though.
Do you know if Harrison is playing Roundhouse Kick? Because that's
I
another...
don't believe so. I've not seen him play it yet this tournament. The spinning wheel kicks are just good cards, again, good bonds targets. They combo off each other. They do have this minor recursion element where if you manage to actually play 2 in a row. I actually saw Harrison play out a Be Like Water earlier in the tournament, actually choosing Twin Twisters rather than surging to actually get the combo effect going on spinning wheel kick to try and put it back into the deck. And we actually see him pitch a second spinning wheel kick, which is a little bit of a shame. Clearly not got the... I wish we had the Jamie shot right now.
I know,
Classic
Q and Jamie
memes.
memes of him reading a card.
It's really interesting, though, to see him pitch the spinning wheel kick to play the spinning wheel kick. What must that other card in hand be that he wouldn't want to pitch that? It must be another red card, not get the resources. And I think we did see Harrison miss a Tunic trigger earlier on in the game. That has actually cost him a lot on this turn. Really limited the amount of damage he can do. Oh, we're seeing something big here. It is the Tumultai. So this is something that can really switch the game very quickly against Ninja. He's going to target Mask, and Mask is gone. Now, the real
Huge
question is,
turn from
does he
Jamie.
attack with Tumultai?
Well, he has to
And
attack
it
to be
looks
able
like
to trigger...
Harrison might have a CNC in
I believe
hand.
so. He has to attack with Tumultai to be able to deal the effect of destroying the
sorry, of
equipment.
course. It's not on
But yeah,
play, it is on attack.
Tumultai, huge dragon. Back at the start of this meta, it was considered one of your win cons into Ninja. You really had to see the Tumultai early to even have a chance into Ninja. The deck has obviously adapted quite well since then, but still such a huge swing into Ninja, as you said.
So it looks like this is going to get popped, which is a real shame for Jamie. This big dragon would really put Harrison on a clock because it's actually quite tricky for Harrison to deal with this dragon without popping it. Has to commit a lot of cards or something like a red surging, which he really doesn't want to not be attacking Jamie with.
Jamie did take a lot of damage to set up that Tumultai. The life totals are quite close, so if Harrison is able to pop that Tumultai, even though he doesn't have Mask anymore...
Oh, he doesn't have the popper. Did we miss something there? I thought I saw a CNC in hand, but maybe it must have been a mistake.
I think he might just want to pressure.
A trick of the light, if you will.
No, I believe you. I think he still has it in hand. I think he might just want to put the pressure here. But choosing not to kill Tumultai when you don't have Mask anymore, maybe we see the CNC come in.
He's attacking Jamie with the CNC. He chooses not to pop. Did I miss something? Did the Tumultai not have Phantasm? I can't see why you wouldn't choose to pop the Tumultai in that instant. Instead, he's attacking Jamie.
I have to agree. Maybe he's thinking that Jamie is low enough that he can keep pressuring him, but that Tumultai...
I don't agree. I do not agree at all. I think you need to deal with that dragon. You've got 12 health. That dragon attacks you 3 times. You are out of the game.
No, I completely agree
Jamie's
with you.
going to keep eating your equipment. He's going to take your breaking scales. He's going to take your tunic. He must have something here.
Maybe a pummel.
And he's even got a sigil and arsenal. The ultimate answer to the
It is
command
the
and
pummel.
conquer.
See,
It is
told
the pummel, yeah.
But I still think, well, the sorry, we can hear
just heard Jamie
Jamie's
say,
reaction to the pummel.
Say, what is this? Hopefully that got picked up on the mic. That is going to push a ton of damage through on Jamie, but this dragon is still going. Harrison, I guess that's the one reason why you wouldn't choose to pop the dragon in that situation, is because you do have that pummel, and we did know it, we did see it.
It is still
but now
quite
the Dromai is going down.
It is still quite an interesting play to not pop the dragon, but maybe Harrison is hoping to draw his third CNC, if we haven't seen it yet, and to pop the dragon then. But Jamie is still going to present so much damage here, even though he is down to 8 here. That Tomotai is huge.
Does Harrison have some kind of bet going that if he pummels a Dromai in the top 4 of the UK Nationals, that he's going to take home an even bigger prize money? Because that's, I mean, you love to see it, and it's great to see it on the stream. I wish we picked up Jamie's response. I hope that somebody got a video of that. How many memes can Jamie be in 1 year? That's what I want to know. We are going to see him attack again. I think he's going to take out the tunic, choosing not to kill the breaking scales here. And the flick flack does come down to prevent a little bit of damage here.
Life total is quite low for both players. And we do see a double Dromai turn. So again, Jamie now has a board that is very, very difficult for Harrison to deal with. And that means that he is going to have to just commit to going face into Dromai and to try to chip Jamie down. But he is going to have to give cards, which with 3 cards, can he really present enough damage into Jamie? And you see Jamie just push further with the Ravenous Rabble. And he had revealed 2 reds with Tomotai, so we know it's another red on top. And he'll come in for 4 go again.
Yep. The flick flack only really enabling an extra 1 block on that Descendant Gust Wave. We do see the comments in the chat. We'll just pass it on to the studio to just check about the pummel. We will continue to cast the game while that is talked about in the room. Does look like we might be having a little pause here. It is a UK special, I will admit. Not sharking, but just missing pummel triggers.
I think Jamie was just too taken aback by a pummel that he just forgot.
He was so shocked, but we will make sure that a judge has a look at that and makes the correct decision based on the rules of the game. Well, what have we seen so far? We've seen a Katsu player with a popper in hand while Tomotai is attacking, choose not to pop it and instead pummel it right back at his Dromai opponent. That's certainly asserting dominance, but we do think that there has been a little bit of a mistrigger. It does seem to have been resolved on the table. The judge has seen it and has made a decision, and the game continues.
Oh, we did see Jamie use a sigil, and we thought he might have used it in response to heal, but maybe it was actually his discard in this case.
Perhaps the sigil was the discard. That could be correct. I think it was from Arsenal. Anyway, we're moving on with the game. A judge has made the decision. We know we've got the top judges at these tables for these games, and we're moving in now with Bonds of Eternity plus the +1 from Breaking Scales, which will be enough to kill Tomotai.
And we see the whole board being taken care of here, actually. So 2 Dromais, 1 Tomotai gone. However, obviously, Jamie gets to keep his whole hand here, while Harrison is on 4, so it is still quite a difficult position to come back from. But if Dromai gets a hand that doesn't pressure Harrison enough, he might still be able to turn it around and just present 8 damage.
So the Tomotai is down, and we're now seeing the Bonds follow up with the Flusterfist,
for 4.
trying to put a lot of pressure on Jamie here. Jamie going to use Crown in response to prevent a little bit of damage, and going to put his Arsenal at the bottom and draw a card.
And we see Kailoria again. As Katsu here, your main hope is to see the CNC come up on your hand so that you can't pop these dragons. But Jamie is ahead of you. He has a mirror guy making the dragons unpop. The first dragon attacking this turn not poppable, which...
And Harrison does have defensive tools with which to shut down this dragon turn, but this game is really pulling away from him.
Let us see what Jamie does. He is considering attacking with the mirror guy, which can be a bit... or did he already attack with the mirror guy? Sorry. So Harrison has to decide.
Jamie's early aggression really paying dividends here,
Mhm.
just not giving Harrison any space to maneuver at this point. Life total so low, these dragons are going to keep attacking him in lethal
And-
range. He's not going to be able to build the big turn he
Yep.
needs, though he probably will still be able to take down these dragons. They're relatively low health, especially Caloria, but will he have enough to take down Miragi? And Jamie then left with a 4-card hand if he has to spend
Mhm.
all 3 cards to deal with these dragons.
And this is where we were talking about having to throw attacks into the dragons. A lot of damage that's just being wasted and not going to.
Indeed, Jamie, Soul Beat Strike is on hit, not on hit 0, but good job for checking it. 100 wins going to go into the Caloria.
Mhm.
Harrison, what's he going to do with the last card? Jamie on an 8 health, not low enough to be able to pressure a card from hand. Jamie going to follow up with 5 cards here with Harrison on 2 health.
Harrison trying to make a decision. Do you Arsenal and maybe hope to get a good turn? But being so low on 2 life, there's very little that Jamie just cannot do to threaten those 2 life and to take cards out of Harrison's hand. And we see Jamie pitch for another huge dragon,
massive
Dominia,
dragon.
which will allow him to look at Harrison's hand and remove any cards that he would want, such as a popper.
I can't help but feel this game has absolutely slipped out of Harrison's control. He's got no AB. If Jamie's able
Actually,
to develop
no.
a burn
The
the wall,
minion missed. It hit the blue on top of the deck.
hit a blue.
So that
But
is
Harrison still needs to deal with this dragon.
yes,
And he needs to dodge burn them all.
yes, you are correct.
It's a
It
big
is.
ask here. Jamie sitting on quite a comfortable life total on
Mhm.
8 and still a piece of equipment in the back.
Yeah, it is quite a difficult spot to be in as Katsu here. But it is a great game, and to the credit of both players, they both had a very good understanding of what their decks was supposed to do in those situations, and just push damage and present as many threats as they could. The Katsu player's deck was lacking a bit in threats this game, while the Dromai player was just able to pile on damage, so much damage. No.
Harrison going down to 1 here.
I believe so. Yeah.
At this point, he is in lethal of just a single burn them all. He would be in lethal of just a single burn them all.
We did see Jamie block with a couple of burn them all.
Probably didn't think it would be too important this matchup, but
I
he's
think
been
Jamie-
able to swing it with some of the big dragons, and we all say Jamie loves to play the big dragons, and we've seen 2 of them already.
Mhm.
Not sure he has the resources to play the even bigger one, but we've seen the Dominia and Tumultai to maximum effect here.
And we see Katsu go through the graveyard, probably checking for burn them all. And we see 1, 2, so there is still very much 1 burn them all in the deck available. As you said, Strip, very tough spot for Katsu here.
But Harrison has got to do something here. He's probably got to try and take the risk. And he is. He's going to go down to 1. Going to try and do something. But
And we
Jamie's going
see
to
a
follow up
dust
with another attack.
another break point
It's
of
going to
3.
be. It's going to have to be a
4-6.
double block
Mhm.
unless Harrison has got another flick flack in hand. You think he would have played the flick flack on the first dragon? It's going to be a 2-card block with 2/2 blocks. Harrison left with 1 card in hand, 1 card in
Mhm.
arsenal, 1 health. Jamie on 8, drawing up.
And
This couldn't have gone better for Jamie. It's a matchup that some people say is unwinnable, unbeatable for Dromai to take down Katsu, but we're seeing it right in front of you.
And
He
we
takes
do
down the
see
big dragon.
Harrison playing to his house, trying to just deal with the dragons, draw the poppers.
And we see it in hand. Can Jamie create a dragon? Oh, 7. Pitches
another
the burn them
huge-
all, the ultimate BM.
And that is
It's a non-block, and that's the game. Jamie takes it down with the Visit the Floating Dojo. A card that Harrison put in to try and work around his fatigue and Dromai strategy, but Jamie just attacked
took
him
him on the back
instead.
foot. Just went aggro. Something you don't really see from Big Dragon Dromai, just weaving in some more of these attacks that are just constant pressure onto the Katsu. And he was taken on the back foot from the start. Now, the one play of the game that will be the deciding factor was, should he have popped that Tumultai with CNC or not?
I mean, it seemed like that was the key point of the game where things shift, where the Katsu player decided to not use their CNC to pop Tumultai and instead set it up for a pummel turn the following turn. I can't see that being the correct decision. And it was impacted by, we had a bit of a judge call there as well. But I just feel like you need to shut down that tumultai as soon as possible. But when you've got the CNC and pommel in hand, it's awfully tempting, isn't it, not to try and play that out?
He did go for the glory play, right? And he will be remembered as a person who pummeled CNC at Dromai in the top 4 of UK Nats. But the issue with it was obviously that Jamie's Dromai deck does have a lot of healing. We did see one sigil being played and a couple of sigils being pitched, so going for that pressure might just not have been enough. And however, if he had popped the dragon, he would just have that pommel in hand, not really be able to do much with it. So maybe he just had to go for the Hail Mary and try to get some damage in.
Absolutely, but at the end of the day, what are we out for? We're out for the memes. We're out for the Katsu CNC pommeling in the top 4 of the UK national champions.
Yes,
we're seeing people so dedicated to the meme that they essentially just let a massive dragon live on the field when they could have blocked it with 1 card and killed it in the process. However, we do see Dromai take down Katsu. We do see Jamie Faulkner make it 1 step further than he made it last year to the final of the UK National Champions. We're going to have a short break now. We're going to find out the outcome of the other game, and then we're going to be right back. But before we do that, I just want to say a huge thank you to Sharif for joining us on the stream.
It was great.
Sharif, I think we casted together, what was it, Belgium Nationals? Or some kind of Nationals ages ago online, and it's an absolute pleasure to sit in here in the room with you and actually cast a game.
No, it was great. We should have done the thing where the stream blacked out and we had to guess based on players' reaction.
That's what the last time we casted, we couldn't see the table, but we still casted the games, and we like to bring that kind of energy into this tournament as well.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for casting. You guys did an amazing job. Thanks to Living Realms for this event. It was great. And thanks for having me, and I'll see you at the next Nationals.
Yeah, we'll have a little break now, and we'll be back with the final as soon as we can bring it to you.
See you later.
Stick around.
Hello and welcome to Tabletop 24. I'm Alan and I hope you're enjoying the coverage hosted by Living Realms. Now I'll be tinkering away behind the scenes, hopefully trying to make sure everything runs as smooth as possible, so you won't see too much of me, but I thought I'd pop along just to let you know what else we cover on the channel. Now, of course, we cover the Flesh and Blood events where possible. It is, in fact, where we started. But we do cover some of the card games on here as well. And we're known to get the odd box break when new sets do land. Now, when we're not covering card games, we do get out and about, and we like to attend some tabletop conventions, such as the UK Games Expo or Aircon, where we would look to catch up with publishers, designers, and people from around the industry so that we can give you the latest and the greatest that they have to offer. You might not have been able to get to them when you were at those events, or you wasn't able to attend in person. So it's great that we do these convention catch-ups to keep you informed. Weekly, we release our review series, We'll Play Again, where we take a look at games we've recently got to the table, whether that be the latest hotness or something from the archive, and we take a view on how quickly we're going to get it back to the table, because we know how precious everyone's time can be, and we want to help those purchase decisions or getting that next game off the shelf of shame, so you know what you're going to get to the table as soon as you can. When the opportunity arises, we'll also work with publishers and designers for their related releases, often from a crowdfunding perspective. Recently, we've covered the now funded Roll and Write campaign, Luddite, so go check that out. In the coming months, we are looking to put out some live streams of games from the point of view for the first time playthroughs, so you can learn with us while we might make some mistakes so you don't have to. All of this, we'll be looking to expand the channel even further with your encouragement and support. So with that in mind, please drop us a like, hit that subscribe button, and stay tuned for more from us. I hope you enjoy the rest of the coverage. Take care.
Hi, welcome back to UK Nationals at the Leeds Royal Armoury. Jamie Faulkner, just won. We just saw you win with Dromai.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Top. Well, you're in the final now, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So one better than last year.
One better than last.
Yeah.
Didn't get taken away by the ninja player this time. I was like, oh no, it's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again. It was exactly the same story as well, because I lost to the ninja player in the last round of yesterday.
Yeah.
And then I had to be paired against him because I was 8-0 going into 8-1. So we have to get paired, and then I'm gonna lose that game against a Katsu. And then I get paired against the ninja in the top 4 again. So it was the same storyline. I was just like, please no, please.
But it happened at the calling as well. You
oh yeah, I lost to 2 ninjas at the calling. It's like that's the. But then I've changed the deck quite a lot to be able to beat it. And now the matchup
It's
doesn't
quite
actually
interesting
bad.
time skippers because a lot of people are putting the other legs in.
Mage Master Boots.
No, there was the Seekers. That's it.
Yeah.
To generate the ash. But yeah, I mean, most of the time, are you generally generating 3 ash off that first play?
Well, I only generated 2. That
yeah, I know you pitched the blue, but
if it was the Arsenal Pass tech, or more like the Aaron Shantz tech. I got it off him like a few weeks ago. It's just better than Mage Master Boots because we used to play Mage Master Boots because you needed to play Tome into certain matchups, specifically Rune Blades. But now I just think it's crazy to play Rune Blade in this meta, but I might be playing against one in the finals, so who knows? Tome made that matchup much better. So in Birmingham, I still expected some Rune Blade, especially Briar.
Yeah.
So I think Mage Master Boots made sense, but in this event, I didn't expect any Rune Blade other than Fatigue Briar. I expected quite a lot of that, but I didn't need Tome for that. That's a buy.
I think there was only 2 Fatigue Briars here today.
Yeah.
In total.
So I didn't expect any. So time skippers just made more sense. Because they give you more ash turn 1, and going second, you play Seekers, and you always did that.
Yeah.
I don't actually like the time skippers against Lexi going first. I think it's pretty bad, but your matchup against Lexi is so good anyway that I think you can sacrifice a little bit into Lexi. Well, it's not. I mean, you play Mage Master, it's not really that big a deal. But I don't. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it into Lexi, but I'd also rather just go second into Lexi.
So let's talk about the Katsu game. You played. You were pretty aggressive. You got the dust ups early. You didn't transform them into ash rings. You didn't give him any outs to try and get the marsh triggers off of just killing an ash ring. It's always nice when you have a load of ash to work with and you never feel starved.
Yeah, I could just play the 0 costs.
Yeah, and then sort of like kind of like the turning point was you played Tumultai and basically destroyed his mask, which always feels nice. I've done it like turn 2, and then I've still not won.
I did it round 2. Turn 2 Tumultai against Katsu. I think the game was pretty over, regardless of the Tumultai at that point.
Yeah.
I was like 15 life up. I was at almost 30, and he was at 14. And I took a turn of damage I took a whole bonds turn to play the Tumultai. I think I could have just like continued playing value game. It was getting to the point where me playing dragons was he had to block dragons and then kill them, and I win that game so hard, even if he has mask, because he just has to divulge his whole turn to dealing with my turn, and then I get to play another turn.
Yeah.
So I felt very confident regardless at that point. But Tumultai seals it super hard. And I only took like 12 damage to play it. So even if the worst case scenario, which almost happened, is if I miss and I don't kill the mask and he has a popper, I basically lose on the spot because I lose all my tempo and I lose like...
But he did have the popper in his hand.
He just decided not to.
Yeah, not to play it. So let's talk about the bit that everybody said about CNC. You were quite surprised that basically he didn't go into Tumultai.
Yeah, I was so surprised by that.
And you were there just going, I don't understand why you've done that.
I was trying to work out if Razor Reflex could target CNC or what was going on.
And we saw it a couple of times. He's been on stream a couple of times, and he played the pummel. So he played the pummel.
I wish someone had told me that he would play pummels.
But he didn't actually say the card. He didn't actually announce the trigger at all.
Yeah, he just like, because I was so shocked by the CNC, like the whole play was bizarre to me. I thought it was quite game losing to not pop the Tumultai because I get to hit again.
Yeah.
And then I sigiled, so I didn't have an arsenal, so it was no trigger from the CNC. And then he just like immediately started drawing up, and I waited for a few seconds, and then I said, "Is it my turn?" And he says yes. So at that point, the trigger's missed.
Yeah.
And like he kind of like said to the judge, like, "I've missed that, haven't I?" Like after I played like 2 cards.
Yeah.
But I sort of deliberately didn't play the extra card. I put it in my arsenal, I crowned it away, and then I put another card in my arsenal that I never played. So I basically did discard the card because I was aware that like that doesn't look great.
Yeah.
But also it's top 4 of nationals. Like anyone would, if someone misses their trigger, you don't give it to them at top 4 of nationals. You're playing for quite a bit of money.
And we've had this before. Obviously, we had it.
Yeah.
In 2021 nationals, that came up, and it was the same thing. He didn't announce his trigger; it's a beneficial trigger.
Yep.
You know, the judge was watching the table, and I
gave him ample
discussed
time.
it at the time.
Yeah.
You know, the judge discussed it with him at the time, and it was just like, yeah, he never announced anything. So
yeah. It also
at that point,
made no difference to the game at all.
Yeah,
Like,
at that point, when he went in with CNC onto you instead of going Tumultai, were you just like?
I think
yeah,
he'd.
okay.
I think he'd probably given up at that point a little bit. Like he's going for Hail Mary plays. Like he can't. If I'm him and I'm making that play, which I probably wouldn't have done, but I'm not a Katsu player, so who knows?
Yeah.
But if I'm him and I'm thinking I can't win a normal game anymore, so I'm gonna do crazy stuff and hope that I just get him. And that's a good. When you're just out, I think that's a decent line. Just to like get someone on reaction. So I just made sure I had sigils and stuff ready in case weird things happened. But I don't think the game changes very much if he pops, because he doesn't have a turn, and I just kill him. But hey, it was fun. It was fun for the stream to watch that.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it.
The other thing was Dominia coming down. You rocked a blue, and then you went, that's the only blue I've got in my first side.
I'm pretty sure that was all of my blues. And I said to him, like, Fino Black would be appalled. Because Fino Black famously sort of doesn't play Dominia because he thinks that it always hits a blue. And it's the first and only time I've played it this event. And it missed. But it didn't matter. I just wanted to play a dragon. I literally didn't care what the dragon was at that point. I just wanted to play some dragons and hit him in the face.
Yeah. The thing is, it's always nice when you play a dragon with lots of health. You feel quite comfortable because they're not going to just pick you off with with a Kadachi hit.
Yeah.
Well, even Yenderai, when you put that
Yenderai
down,
was nice,
you're just like, okay,
Yenderai's quite hard to get a mass trigger from.
Yeah, he's got to spend a Kadachi just to get rid of the endurance counter.
Yeah.
It's at least 2 attacks, and you're just like, well, I can deal with 2 attacks as long as it's not, attacking me.
My plan was to kind of value trade him down, and I was winning that game really hard. And then when I draw the Tumultai, play like 2 dragons, Arsenal Tumultai. He has to deal with it, and I don't take really any damage, and then hopefully I draw a blue. But I was aware that I had very few blues left in my deck at that point, because I'd drawn a bunch, I'd pitched a bunch, and I'd blocked with a bunch. That's why I kept Crown as well, because I thought there's a chance I just don't see a blue. But I was also pretty comfortable that I was winning the game without having to play Tumultai, because I was so ahead in life that eventually if he gets below 10, he basically doesn't have Mask anyway. He doesn't get to do anything with it because he just has to block, and that's awkward for him.
Nice. Right. Okay. So you next up is going to be either Briar or Dory.
Pray for the Dory.
That game is still going on at the minute.
We're gonna have a while.
When you finished your match, the life scores on the other game that started at the same time was 24-26, and I think it was in Dory's favour then. I don't know. I didn't check it out before we came on for a chat to see where they were, but it could be going on for a little while longer. So bear with us. Dory's on 7 and Briar's on 26. I've just been informed by Alan. Thank you, Alan. Might be
Dory's on 7.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So it might be Briar.
I really want the Dory to win. That matchup is far better for me than Briar. I don't think Briar is bad. I think Briar is far better for me than Katsu as a matchup. But I don't think. But Fatigue Dory is very good for me. Like I think that's a hard match. I was actually gonna play Dory for this event. I only swapped to Dromai like 2 days ago. Again, I say swap to as if I don't always do that. But
So what made you do Dory? How long
really
have you been
Dory's
practicing
matchup.
Dory?
I played hundreds and hundreds of games of Dory.
Right.
Like it's the only prep I did for Nats. I didn't test for Monarch
Yeah.
draft. I just played hundreds and hundreds of games with Jacob Clemens. Most of them were just Dory mirrors. I don't know why, but I thought the matchup spread was quite good. It was Fatigue Dory. I think is the best Fatigue deck against Fatigue decks. It beats Azuri, Bravo, and Briar really easily. And you can have a very, very good Dawnblade pivot in that deck. I know that I don't think that I can't remember his name. Nathan is playing that. Maybe I don't know. I'm not sure. But we basically had a 60 card Dory deck that we played against Ninjas and Lexi and Azalea, and then we had like a 72 card Fatigue Axe deck, and it smashed everything. The Axe deck beat everything you played against the Axe. It just smashed.
Apart from something.
Well, okay, so you lose really hard to Dromai.
Right.
Like, it was a bye.
Yeah.
We got Jacob Clements, who's never played Dromai, to play against me on it. Like, I should know that matchup. And we were playing Dawnblade into it as well, so you should think that we should have some game. There's no game. It's awful. Even and our Dawnblade deck is basically a complete Dawnblade deck. Slightly more defensive.
Yeah.
But, you know,
100 reps on Dory, Quinn said.
100 reps on Dory. I swear. Yeah. So it's fine. I didn't care that you lost to Illusionist. You also lost to Prism really hard, probably worse. But we found the Lexi matchup just wasn't that great. So we then decided, what if we just go Axe into everything? We accept that we lose to Phi. We probably still beat Katsu, and we like okay into Lexi because it's a fatigue deck and Lexi's kind of weak to that. And that was like 2 days ago that we decided to try that deck, and it was great. It's fine, it worked, but obviously it works. But it still just was so bad into Dromai, and then after last week's Nats, I expected quite a lot of Dromai at this event because it's very well positioned for this. Like, to beat, it beats Lexi, it beats Bravo, it beats Icelander, it beats Azuri, which targets Lexi. It beats everything that targets Lexi, and it beats Lexi. So the only thing it doesn't beat, like pretty hard, are decks that Lexi beats. So you kind of just think, I'm gonna beat everything that Lexi, I'm gonna beat everything targeting Lexi, and then Lexi will just make other things not able to be in the meta. But unfortunately, my matchup spread was just awful this weekend. It was only Bravo and Katsu. That's all I played.
I know Brody spoke about the Dory match when I spoke to him about calling, and he was just like, you know, you kind of like trying to dodge him for the first 3 rounds.
What, with Dromai?
Yeah, with Lexi. You're trying to dodge him for the first 3 rounds.
Lexi, Dromai. Oh, right.
Trying to go, right, okay, I don't want the Dromai, so I'll dodge him for the first 3 rounds, and then I should be kind of okay.
Okay.
Whether or not other Lexi players are kind of like, you know, of the same mindset. Obviously,
I think it's a high skill matchup as well. You need a lot of reps into it. And if you're like just bringing, like, you can't, I don't think you could see last week's Nats and then just say, oh, Dromai looks good, let's just play it in a week. I don't think you could learn it in a week to the level that you'd need to be able to traverse, not necessarily Lexi, but like Bravo especially, and the fatigue matchups. Like, I know I'm saying they're a buy. You need to have a lot of practice to be able to make them a buy.
Yeah, I know you were talking about it. I mean, I spoke to you, well, we were all speaking, Matt Folks, we were talking about Dromai over breakfast, and then you were just like, oh god, I hate that Bravo match, because you were just like, you feel like it's so taxing, and you need quite a long,
I had to play 2 today.
Yeah, you need quite a long break to recover. After
so I think it's quite a good matchup. I'm now 8-1 since Birmingham and Nats in the events into Bravo. I think the matchup's quite good. It's just so much harder to play as the Dromai. You've just got to play so well, and their side of it. And I can say this because I play Guardian just as much as I play Dromai. People might not know that, but I played just as much Oldhim as Dromai. It's so easy. It's just so free to like traverse. You don't have to think too hard. You give them a card every turn, and you hit them, or you fatigue them if that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
But the Dromai has to pitch stack and think about combos and try and catch them off guard and stuff like that. And Aaron Shantz's deck that he sent me, I looked at it and I just thought that doesn't have any game into Bravo. Like, there's just not enough tech. And I'm not playing an Illusionist at a UK event and not having game into Bravo. That's just not going to happen to me.
Yeah, because
Bravo
was the 2nd highest.
Tiro
next
I
to
expected
Azuri.
Bravo and Ninja to be the most played. That's all I played against.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, I think there was only 5 players. You know.
Yeah, but there was 10 Katsu for some reason.
No, there wasn't. No, there was 10 Azuri and 10 Bravo, and then
10 Katsu and then 9 Dromai. That's what I looked at.
Right, okay.
But I didn't. So the reason I think the match. So okay, at Worlds when they got Vamprace, Oldhim could not lose if you played well to Dromai, in my opinion, which is why I played Oldhim. Not Worlds, the PT3. I did end up playing Dromai. I actually ended up going quite well, but I thought that if you played well with Vamprace, that matchup was unwinnable for Dromai. And then Antwerp as well. Bravo came in. Bravo doesn't have Vamprace, which made the matchup really bad. So the matchup became slightly more even. But then Dromai gets Lost in Thought, and Lost in Thought is disgusting against Bravo. It makes the matchup very easy to win. You just play a normal game, and as long as you don't die and get high rolled by like crazy dominates, eventually you just kill them because you Lost in Thought and Chromai, and they only have 2 poppers. And you remember it's the back. I just remember it's the back. It's the only thing I target. Chromies and Lost in Thoughts, because I have enough stuff in my deck that I have a board.
Yeah.
And if they want to fatigue me, then good luck, because I'll just play 2 Lost in Thoughts and then hit them with a Ghostly every turn. And I'll do that 3 turns in a row, and then I'll still Ghostly normally. So I think the matchup's really good. It's just very hard. And it's just, you play one, and suddenly your next game you're playing worse, because you just have to think too much.
Right, nice. Okie dokie. Hopefully the Dory match won't be going on for much longer. Well done.
I hope it kind of does, because then it means the Dory's winning.
Fair enough. Stay tuned. Hopefully the final will be quite soon. All right, thank you. Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying the stream. My name's Barry and welcome to my channel, Baz the Bard. So when I'm not with Alan at Tabletop 24, what do? Well, let's see. I bring Armory games every week from the heart of Northampton Flesh and Blood community at Manuscrew, where we try out the latest decks or just come with a load of jank, but the main thing is we're having fun. But as the gaming season change, I take my trusty camera and tripod across the UK and bring action from the top cuts, be they Skirmish, Battle Hardened, ProQuest and Road to Nationals, and this showcases some of the very best players that we have in the UK community. This then feeds into the UK and Ireland Meta Report, and with my co-presenter James Ashall, we bring you all the weekly results of the event season, so you can see what heroes have won from each store. So if you're heading to a particular part of the country, you will know what meta you are heading into, so you can fully prepare for the tournament ahead. Take part in Question of Fab, so you can test your knowledge of Flesh and Blood. We also follow the best sellers on Card Market, so you can see how the meta is progressing and what heroes players are potentially building towards. So that's a whistle-stop tour of Baz the Bard. If you see me in an event, come and say hi. And you can't miss my white hair, it shines like a beacon across the gaming room. Join me on my channel, like, subscribe, become a Patreon and help me bring the very best of Flesh and Blood gameplay from across the UK to the world. Before I go, I wish the players the very best of luck today and hopefully I'll see you in front of the camera. Glory awaits. Take care and enjoy. Hi, welcome back to the UK Nationals, Leeds Royal Armory. I've been joined by, I'll say your normal name.
Yeah, I'll take the full name.
Yeah, Matthew Mad Dog Duggan. If anybody doesn't know how he got that nickname, it's mainly because I misheard.
Just Matt Dog, I think.
Someone said Matt Dog. I can't remember.
Did
I
they
can't
call you
remember
Mad
what it was.
Dog or
Yeah,
something?
Matt Dog. Matt Dog, and I thought they said Mad Dog.
Yeah.
Mad Dog. So it's just stuck.
It's unwarranted, but I'll take it forever, really. 'Cause maybe it'll put some fear in people. But yeah, it's good. It's good.
Jacob Hansen.
It was, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
right. There we go. I got it. Yeah. The reason you're on, you are the PTI event winner.
Yep.
You played Chain.
Yes, there's a lot of us.
For your sins.
Yeah. I enjoyed playing it. I think a lot of people don't enjoy playing against it. But I mean, the top 8 was 7 Chain and Berserk Rhino. And like, the Berserk Rhino I was really scared of. And he bricked in the semi, so I was really happy about that.
Yeah, he did a 37 damage turn, didn't he?
Yeah.
Against some fortunate person.
I think he's done it multiple times throughout the days. He's done over 35 damage just from like popping off on Berserk Blood Rush, reveal the cards, off you go, which is like nuts. But it's what the deck's designed to do.
Yeah.
And
he needs to high roll once, and you've got it.
yeah, he said before the game, at some point my luck's going to run out. And there was a point when he played Berserk, flipped to Sand Sketch Plan, and I thought, and he said, my luck might have run out, and I'm there thinking, thank you, it's me. Like, it's not someone else. Because we played in Swiss, and he didn't do any of the cool combo stuff. He just sort of went like Blood Rush, swing big, and I just sort of didn't draw as well as I could have done and died, which wasn't great, but it was good to get the win back. Francesco's a really good player, so it was good to get one over on him. I think I've lost to him all the time otherwise.
Thing is, you don't play him very often because you're sort of like, around this area, Leeds, Sheffield area, and Francesco plays right down on the coast, Southampton, Borden City. So
I think I've only played him at I played him at Nationals now. I played him in Lille at the PT. He beat me there, and then he beat me in the PTI, and then I got my win back. So I'm down on the scoreboard, but I got the win that mattered also.
Yeah, the thing is, I kept, we're talking about Francesco. Well, Mitch has said that, about Francesco. He's sort of like when there's a lady who produced the Google spreadsheet for everyone, and then sort of like amount of players who've got sort of like top 8 at a battle hardened.
Yeah.
And there he is. His name is sort of like 8 times he's got in there. Nobody talks about him.
Yes.
But he's just like, okay. And if nobody wants to talk about me, I'm quite happy.
He is unbelievably underrated for like how good he is in like picking decks and things like that. Because he's played like Alden for a while, and then he thought about playing Bravo and things like that, but switched to like Azuri and stuff because he just thought the matchups weren't there. He's very good at finding what those matchups are, and like it seems like targeting. So like I saw that spreadsheet, and I did see there's a few people in the UK like campaign on his behalf. If you are on Twitter and you see like people being like, no one ever mentions Francesco because he's on the wrong side of the Atlantic and things like that, which I agree with. But he is very, very underrated because I think he's a very good player, and very scary to play against all the time.
But let's not take it away anything away from you because you won that event.
Yep.
How did you find it overall? Okay, you played Francesco.
Yes.
Any other tough ones?
There's a lot of the games, I think it's kind of the way that Chain plays out. A lot of it is you choose to use your life as a massive resource, go down to like 2, 3, 4, but I'm going to swing back, you have to give me your hand, and I'm going to try to take your hand for the rest of the game, and you'll leak damage and you'll die to that. So there's a few games like I played against a Kasai that it was pretty like ropey, of like if they have blood on their hands, like I'm in big trouble here. They didn't, and like they didn't like block in a way that signaled they did, so it wasn't like in that way. But a lot of it was on sort of Friday night. I played the Super Armory at Living Realms. I played Kano, and like Kano is not. It feels like it feels the juice is not worth the squeeze, is the way I'd put it, because everybody now with sideboard slots gets Oasis, Respite, things like that.
Yeah.
So like you just don't get the damage you need to. So it was more talk with friends, talk like Rob, Lila, James, things like that. And I came to a bit of the conclusion that when I win events, it's when I'm playing what is the best deck. So it's like,
why make it hard for yourself?
Exactly. Last night I didn't do that great in Nationals. Wasn't playing the best deck, so a bit of a theme, mate. As I went home, like I just thought tomorrow for the PTI, I have to play the best deck. The best deck is Chain. I got to build the best list for it. I played some fatigue cards for the sideboard that looking at the top 8 was a complete waste. We should all just be on like Toma Fiendals, like just for cards for the mirror and things like that.
Yeah.
But it was really good. Some of the matchups were like a bit more like Change just doing his thing, like I'm just whatever. There was a fair few that were like quite tough. The 2 mirrors that I played in the top 8 were like quite difficult because it's as much as your opponent might have like bricked and you can just like do what you want. You don't really know until halfway through the turn if they bricked or not, and you might have to block with armor, and you may have given up on stuff like that. But no, it was really good. Play chain, but it's still legal, I guess.
Yeah. Thing is, I mean, you mentioned Rob earlier. You mentioned Lila. Obviously, they're your and James.
Yep.
They're your testing group.
Yep.
There are a few others. But
There's a few
this
others.
is like
There's Jake as well.
core.
I'd shout out, yeah.
It must be a massive help. Like, especially how good Rob Catton is with chain. He won 2 skirmishes with chain it just gone.
Yep,
Skirmish
top
season
8
7.
calling with it. He's top 8 worlds with it in Blitz. Yeah, I don't want to inflate his ego too much, but he's not too bad with it at all. But a lot of it's we've got our sort of like core group that I think most people know us as like that's the 4 of us or whatever that will, or 5 with Jake, who obviously do really well in Baltimore competing.
Yeah.
Like we've got like a really nice group there, but we're chatting away with more and more people around the community, things like sort of Liam Holden or Liam Canning, like a lot of people around Manchester.
Group.
There's Dylan Thompson, who won Irish Nationals yesterday. We were doing a load of drafts for Monarch together, but also just chatting anything with CC. So it feels like especially you feel it around Nationals, like the community is just really growing and everyone's like is being more like open to being together. It's much less like close knit than it used to be. Because I think people sort of like you reveal your heroes before the start of the game. You probably know what people are playing.
Yeah.
You can talk a bit more.
The
It's
thing
not a
is,
problem.
everybody gets known for a certain hero. Like when we see Jamie, we go, well, okay, he's more
on
likely
Dromai.
on Dromai.
Yeah.
We just had a load of clapping, so I think the Briar Dory match is done. Obviously, we're behind the curtain, so we don't know who actually won. So, Alan, if you're listening, if you can tell us who won, that'd be awesome. Yeah. Thank you. Morning, Aidan. Thanks for tuning in. So, it is a Briar Dromai final.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I know
so-
the Briar had a big anti-fatigue package, didn't they? Like
he did, yeah.
Yeah, so it must
Well, he's
have-
got rights of replenishment to get stuff back.
Okay, yeah, that seems like a good plan. Be an interesting final to watch, definitely. With
Thank
Dromai
God.
Briar. It'll be a bit shorter, hopefully, but yeah, not a bother.
Okay, I've been told to wrap up. Stay tuned. We will bring you the final in a minute.
Thanks for having me.
All right, welcome back to the UK Nationals at Leeds Royal Armoury. There's a 20-minute break until the final. Alex needs a bit of a recoup after that massive game he's just played. Let him have a rest. Obviously, Jamie's had a rest for about 20 minutes, so it's only fair that basically Alex has, a little bit of recoup time. But I have been joined by, at the moment, our current national champion.
For the next 40 minutes or so.
Didn't quite go your way.
No.
We saw you at the call-in in Birmingham.
Yeah.
What we thought you had a winning in against Joel. And you just bubbled out on 9th, and it's just like, oh god.
Yeah, that was quite painful. Took a bit of time to get over that because I think I did really well.
Yeah.
10-2. It was like a result that should get you top 8, but sometimes things happen out of your control and it doesn't really matter, and you still don't make it.
Yeah, you were the only one on 10-2 that didn't make it. We had Declan here today, 9-3, and it happened to him. The only other player on 9-3, and he didn't make it. Just like it's harsh.
Yeah,
it's harsh to take.
It's really unfortunate. I really feel for him because I was in a similar situation less than a month ago. So I hope he's all right with it, but it happens and you do get over it. It just takes a bit of time.
Yeah, when I was told that you didn't make it, I wasn't allowed to say anything until they made the announcement.
I know.
I just walked past you. I was like, I can't even look.
Well, we already know I wasn't completely locked, and there was a few breakers that could not go my way.
Yeah.
But that was it was very specific. It was like I think 12% was we worked out to be roughly the odds of me not making it. But those things went my way. It didn't go my way, so it happened.
Yeah. So UK Nationals. You didn't have the greatest start. You were very gracious to come on round 1.
Of course.
So that was really cool. He kind of got blew out by Liam Canning to Lexi. And he just had the right cards at the right time. You set up for a good turn, and then you ended up having to block it all the way.
So I've rewatched that now, and trying to do hindsight and saying I think I could have done something different on turn 1 with Warmongers where I don't use it and then play it for a second turn, but. The logic is that I can play it so that I don't have disruption coming at me the next turn, which is normally quite sound logic for how you hold momentum in that game and maintain momentum. So, obviously, knowing he's going to ask on a 3 of a kind, that's not the best thing to do, but you can't read their hand that well.
Yeah.
So, it was unfortunate, and he was pretty relentless with the good cards, although there are a lot of good cards in Lexi.
Yeah. Claim if you got them.
Yeah. So, I never got a break, and my secret tech as such of the flick flacks with the combo blues really did perform well. I did get back-to-back Lexi's doing a very similar thing of 3 of a kind rain razors and all the horrible stuff.
That's what they're known for. That's why everyone likes
notorious.
Lexi,
If they come out quick, then they keep coming, as they say.
Yeah,
so
I thought you were going to come back during draft. You are a good draft player. We saw a lot of the players who were early on had good results in CC, didn't fare so well in draft, and we thought you might be able to pick it up.
I was having a good draft, and we had in my second, so 2-1 my first pod with a very similar mistake just from not having enough reps in the matchup. I think the deck was very easily a 3-0 deck. Again in the second pod, I was quite comfortable with my deck. Unfortunately, the match that knocked me out was against a Prism who had 9 Red Heralds and Luminaris, and I had 0 poppers, and it wasn't by choice. I didn't see a single popper across my 3 packs, so it happens, sometimes it's not going to go your way, and deal with it. Yeah. So it's fine. You can't have an amazing result every time. I ended up 7-5, which is not ideal, but it's a positive record.
Yeah, exactly, positive. So we do quite a cool thing at the UK for nationals.
Yeah.
The defending champ, if they don't win, gets to hand over the trophy and hands on the crown to the next person.
So I thought it'd be funny to wear the whole crown and robe. Obviously, it's always also quite funny when I lose wearing a crown and robe in the first round.
You did have it. Whoever knocked you out got the crown.
Yeah, so
and it has gone round.
It was a bit of a curse today. So
right, okay.
So the person who knocked me out yesterday got knocked out straight away, and then who beat them got knocked out, and then who beat them got knocked out, and they got knocked out by Jamie. So currently it is with Jamie.
Yeah.
So whether or not he holds on to it, we'll see. It's gonna be a good matchup.
He didn't lose the game he had.
No, he didn't.
So.
you know, I love Jamie and I really hope he wins it, but I was definitely memeing him hoping he'd.
He was looking at a card nice and closely earlier.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
he's in your testing group, isn't he? You test with him?
Yeah, he's in my team.
Because Jacob is.
So it'll be it'll stay in the team.
Yeah.
But it won't stay with me. That's fine.
You still put time and effort into helping out and testing a deck.
Oh, we've spent a silly amount of time in the last couple of weeks preparing for nationals. Yeah. So it's worked out for one of us at least. Yeah.
So, Worlds, you going to Worlds?
Yep. I got my invite for Worlds, so I'll be going down there.
Are you still happy with the way you're performing? Okay, it didn't work too well this week or this weekend, but how are you feeling about Phi projecting onto the Worlds in November? Are you quite happy, or are you going to go back to the drawing boards and reflect on what's happened?
I know I'm currently known a bit for playing a lot of Phi, and a lot of my decks.
You've been playing Phi since before last nationals.
Yeah. But I don't go into every format planning to play it.
Yeah.
It depends on the meta and what's good and how I can fare with it. And the decks I like to play, if they're not performing, then I go to my comfort pick, which is currently Phi. I can't say whether or not I'll be on it for Worlds because there's a new set coming out beforehand with bright lights, which looks great for a whole draft experience with mechs. So
I've never seen you play mech.
No,
No,
I really haven't played that much. I've played against it a ton.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. I'm not sure how it'll be. I know they want to add more variance to the game with it, so
it'd be nice to have another adult hero.
Yeah.
So instead of just Dash, it's just like I've got another pick.
Yeah. So you got Teklo Vossum, which is really cool. It looks really cool with the whole new equipment stuff. I think it's gonna be really interesting. Inject more life.
The Evos.
And
how many Evos are coming in the round table set, which you can then bring into, when you're building a deck instead of playing with bright lights, it might give you more Evos to play with.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a new weapon.
New weapon. We saw the new weapon.
Teklo Blaster.
Yeah, it doesn't look.
Evo. It had it on the Evo card. I've not seen it, but it's just like
Its base is not very good, but
that's why you need. That's why
you need all the Evos to make it look amazing.
But this is the thing with mech, isn't it? It's just like I start off with the basic equipment. And then it's just like load up. I'm constructing my big gun, a bit like you could say like Rocket from Guardians of the Galaxy. It's like I've got
gets
this
bigger
thing.
and bigger, and until it's like it's like what they do right now, right? With all their items, you build up a build of items, and then if they get to the end point with their items, their cards become crazy value, like 5 value per card. So, yeah.
And that's why we've got mischievous Meeps to try and keep them in check.
Exactly.
I wish you all the very best for the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Thank you. Right, stay tuned. Shouldn't be long now, and then we will get the finals. Okay.
You like Flesh and Blood?
Yes.
Do you like hairy British men?
No.
I do.
You like beer?
I do like beer.
Come and join us on Push the Point podcast.
Wow. What an offer.
We do deck techs, we've done vlogs, we've done interviews with very, very cool people from the Flesh and Blood community. We've got a wide range of different content that you can tune into, and I pretty much do most of it, and these two just freeload off the back of me. Don't just ask us, ask our amazing patrons with our awesome feedback.
What do? We drink beer. We tell you all about our decks.
A semi-terrible internet connection.
Why would you choose Push the Point over
Arsenal
other
Pass
available
or Steel First Speak? Do you want to listen to something decent? Then tune in to anyone else other than us.
Nailed it!
Okay, thanks for bearing with us. They're not quite ready. So, Nathan Hills, who had Dorinthia with the greatest of axes.
The greatest
well done.
of axes. Thank you.
Top 4.
I'm stoked to get that far, honestly, with Dory. But yeah, I'm really happy.
Yeah, because you were worried about which hero you were going to play. You were typing on the messenger, on Facebook Messenger. I still don't know. If you follow sort of like the Armories I record at Mana Screw, you'd have seen Nathan playing Decimator Great Axe quite a bit. So it was nice to see you doing really well. But the whole reason you're here, because we don't have much time, you are going to open your black envelope. Let's see.
Yes, let's see what
you
it
get.
is.
What
Cool.
are you hoping for?
I don't know. It'd be quite fitting if I
The
get like
greatest of axes.
it's not legendary.
Oh.
It should be a legendary. It's insane. It'd be quite fitting if it's like a Brave Forge Braces, or something Guardian related, like a tech plating. I wouldn't mind because I'm an Oldham at heart. So let's see what's in.
Or a Crown of Providence.
Yeah, Crown of Providence would be nice. That'd be a bit of memorabilia.
Okay.
Wait,
We
can you
won't
get-
do a drum roll because it'll affect the mics.
Christ.
Jesus, I'll stick them down, don't I?
Yeah, I know.
You open it the right way. Is that the back? Yeah, right.
Okay,
Okey-dokey. Right.
okay.
Right, make sure they see it on the camera, all right?
Want to flash at the camera
Well,
or
you can turn it over and then flash it.
All
So you
right.
can get the initial woo.
3, 2, 1. Oh, that's pretty spicy.
That's all right, isn't it?
Black
Black
Tech
Tech
Whisperers.
Whisperers. Nice.
We take those. Nice.
Well done.
Happy days. That's not bad. I'll take that.
There's a few people in your play group that play
That might want that.
Viscerai.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
Richard, you want to buy? He's got Rainbow Forward. I think he was considering upgrading it. So
Rainbow
this is
Forward.
the.
What's
this is
one
the
of
way
those?
forward.
You've got
Yeah.
gold for it. Nice one. Brilliant. Thank you. Well done.
Cheers, guys.
Well done.
Cheers, mate.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. You are here at the final of the UK National Championship. We have got the final game coming up very shortly between Jamie and Alex, between Dromai and Briar. These two heroes, these two players, they are heroes themselves, these players.
Absolutely.
Have made it through 6 rounds of CC, 6 rounds of Monarch Draft, and they have risen to the top. They have defeated some incredibly strong players along the way to have the opportunity to be crowned the UK National Champion.
Absolutely. Now, I know we obviously watched Jamie Faulkner on stream in the semi-finals defeat Harrison Shaw as Katsu very assuringly. we should say. But I was just watching a little bit of Alex Chitu against Nathan Hills in that other semi-final as well, and Alex managed to fatigue the fatigue Dory. It was a spectacular performance. So hence we just wanted to give Alex just a little bit of time to recover, catch some fresh air, a bit like ourselves. And that's why we're bringing to you now the final between Jamie Faulkner on Dromai and Alex Chitu on that Dorinthia. Briar. It's been a long 2 days.
It's been a long old day, but no. It was a fantastic game between Alex and Nathan. We managed to catch quite a lot of it because it went on for an incredibly long time. So even though we were casting the semi-final between Jamie and Harrison, we got to catch a little bit of it. It was mad. At the end of that game, Nathan Hills, who had been trying to fatigue players all throughout the game, throughout the day, throughout the weekend, found himself with no cards in deck himself, as Alex Chitu managed to completely fatigue a great axe Dory. But we're going to go now to the player profiles, starting with Alex Chitu. Push the point patron, I will point out, 9-3 today, current hero, Briar, preferred hero Viscerai. We all know Alex is a Viscerai stan in our hearts. Has had great success with that hero, but made the bold choice to switch to Briar. When even Briar wasn't the most popular hero going round, but he's such a big fan of Runeblade. His previous accolades is top 4 the Battle Hardened Boulogne and top 4 UK Nationals in 2022. So he has made it back to the top 4 again, and he's gone one better to the top 2. His locals is Dice Saloon in Brighton, a lovely store if you're ever in that part of the world.
Absolutely. And another player that we know exceptionally well is Jamie Faulkner. So both London players here. Jamie Faulkner went 9-3, went 8-1 on his first day, yesterday on the first day of UK Nationals in the Swiss. Current hero Dromai, preferred hero Dromai. His accolades, top 8 of the Calling Utrecht, top 4. I mean, it just goes on, I think, this list of accolades for Jamie Faulkner here. And locals, I mean, he very much popularizes Talishar himself.
A lot of top 4s, a lot of top 8s, but we've yet to see Jamie win a major event. And this is the opportunity for Jamie to finally prove that he can go to the final to win it, to take home the glory of being the winner of one of these major tournaments that Flesh and Blood has to offer. Same for Alex. He's going to want to try and prove himself here in the UK. People that played against Alex know his professionalism and skill with the game, but he's going to want to be able to convert that into being able to call himself the UK national champion. We've got the game coming up for you very shortly. It's going to be an interesting one. We've seen Jamie already take down a Katsu on his way to the final. No mean feat for a Dromai player. It's a terrible matchup, but he showed that there are ways to win it. He played a more aggressive game plan using cards like Ravenous Rabble and big attacks like Miraging Metamorph to push a lot of damage onto the Katsu and really put the pressure on.
For sure. And we saw as well, we had Alex Chitu on in round 3 of the Swiss yesterday, playing this Briar deck. And it's very much, it's not the recently popularized defensive Briar deck. It's very much leaning into those aggressive lines, looking to go wide, and has an awful lot of those promise of plenties, trying to be ultra efficient. There's a little bit of recursion in there as well, with a package between So Tomorrow and Rites of Replenish, a card that you said yourself very much enjoy.
I was always a big fan of Rites of Replenish back in the Earth Briar days, and we did see a lovely Earth Briar style turn from Alex Chitu earlier in the tournament where he did a lovely Bramble Spark into CNC go again, backbreaking for Sharif's Lexi, used that momentum to power himself through into that semi-final where he did completely deck out the Axe Dory, using that Rites of Replenishment recurrence to just run that fatigue deck out of cards. Jamie's going to want to try and develop dragons. They're a little bit safer in this matchup than they are against Katsu, but he does still need to be careful that he doesn't give too much fuel for Alex to run into. But you got to remember, every time that Alex uses a card to take down a dragon, it's a card that's not attacking Jamie. And Jamie getting off to a good start here with a Sigil out of hand. We do see that he does have the Seeker's Leggings, which is a way for him to generate Ash if he wishes to on this turn 1 to make sure that he's not Ash starved in the early stages of the game.
Absolutely. So he just plays out that Sigil, trying to keep his life total high. Alex obviously going to be pumping out what we would expect to be some serious damage here. But as you said, Jamie's got a deck here that can sort of flick quite nicely between a bit more defensive, slower play, looking to get out those dragons, and then can maybe bring in those rabbles and go a bit more aggressive. What do you think would be sort of Jamie's preferred, I guess, approach to this game against Alex Tripp?
I think he's going to want to try and create an unbeatable board, wants to create a large number of dragons and just overpower Alex in this particular matchup. He's got a couple of interesting dragons, such as Tumultai, that can eat the opponent's equipment. However, there's not a huge, there's like a massive target. Probably Grasp is the most relevant one to take down.
Yeah, in that last game, we saw Jamie use Tumultai to the effect of destroying his opponent's masculine momentum, which is obviously a key piece of equipment for the for any Katsu player. But Alex Chitu just and Briar particularly just doesn't particularly have a standout piece of equipment. Alex here just presenting a rabble, coming in for 4 and go again. Jamie opting to block. Now, Alex is always very slow but methodical. Very thought out turns from Alex. When Jamie activates Seeker's Legs there, pitches the red in order to create the ash. As you said, Tripp. Jamie takes 3 damage, down to 40. And how are we feeling in the chat? It's been an exceptional UK Nationals 2023. Down to our final here. We've had 12 games. 12 games of Swiss. Another 3 games in the top 8. So whilst we may be feeling the effects of fatigue ourselves, Tripp, I can't imagine what it's like for these players.
I'm feeling good, Sean. I'm feeling.
Oh, speak for yourself, Mr. Tripp.
I'm feeling awake and I'm feeling ready for this final. I think it's one of those games where we're gonna call out the plays, but we're also gonna let the players speak for themselves. These are the 2 best players in the UK right now. We're not gonna over commentate it. We're gonna let these players play it out. We're gonna call a few things out, but I would encourage everyone to focus on the cards that are being played on the table and really just enjoy this feature match, the final of the UK National Championships. We do see Jamie develop a Yundarai. We talked about this in the previous game. This is a really difficult dragon to remove if you don't have a popper, because it has an endurance counter. That means you basically have to attack it twice. And it looks like Alex is missing a popper on this turn, does choose to block this with a Swarming Gloom Veil. And you might think it's a bit of a shame he's losing his Swarming Gloom Veil, one of his strong cards, very early. But of course, Alex very happy to get that Swarming Gloom Veil into the grave because he does have ways to recur that back out and use that in a powerful upcoming turn.
For sure. Jamie here playing out Passive Mirage, key aura in the Dromai package here. Obviously removing the Phantasm from the first Illusionist attack each round.
And that is going to be an impactful card in this matchup because Alex does have a large number of 6 power cards. Even though he's running a more aggressive, we'll just see one there. Even though he's running a more aggressive, does miss on that Sonata build, he does actually run a large number of 6 powers due to the recursion package he runs with Rites of Replenishment. I'm not 100% certain if he will run that against Jamie. I don't think he's expecting Jamie to try and fatigue him. It's a bit too risky for Jamie to sit back knowing that Alex could pull a Channel Mount Heroic at some... Alex could develop a Channel Mount Heroic at some point and just overpower Jamie. So I think Jamie's going to want to put on some pressure of his own. And this Passing Mirage is going to allow him to do that. Just keep one of those dragons safe every turn. And also the attacks that we've seen from Jamie too in the forms of a Miraging Metamorph that we did see in the Katsu game. We'll see if he runs this into Alex as well.
Yeah, when you talk about overpowering, Tripp, the game that I casted with Hamish, the quarterfinal, where we saw Alex Chitu play double Bramble Spark, each of them pumping the next attack for +3, then played into a CNC. It just shows the power of this deck.
Well, that's the issue, Sean, is
CNC.
If you do sit back and you do allow Briar to really take control, it can be a disaster. The amount of damage that they can push over the top can be backbreaking. And, double bramble into CNC as an option, but Alex is probably going to want to, well, would have want to try and use his CNCs to pop dragons if he can. Jamie got a lot of cards that he will get into the arsenal, such as sigils, that aren't as effective if you do throw down the CNC, but he is going to run a few defense reactions as well.
So starting off the combat chain here with a Sonata Arcanix. Obviously, even if it doesn't hit, it does turn on Briar's ability.
Yeah, if Alex is able to develop another non-attack here, it will allow him to make an embodiment of lightning. But the other thing, of course, that it does enable is the Rosetta swing. You need to play an attack and a non-attack to be able to get the additional effect of Rosetta of dealing 2 arcane damage. And Jamie is only running AB1, so that chip damage will get through. However, if he does develop a Ether Ashwing, we'll have access to a little bit more AB if he requires it.
Oh, Alex just thinking here. Still very early in this UK Nationals final game. As we said, Alex very purposeful, methodical. We saw that in the Swiss game. We saw it in the quarterfinal as well. Now playing the Swarming Gloomveil. Just thinking about the target for the Swarming Gloomveil.
I think he is sending the Swarming into the Passing Mirage, but maybe he's just having a little think. Could also go into the Dragon.
So he's going to put that into the Dragon.
To take down the Dragon. Trying to make sure that Jamie doesn't build a board, but leaving that Passing Mirage up is something he might have to deal with at some point. One of the best tools that Briar would have against Dromai is those 6 power attacks that he can use to pop things. But as long as that Passing Mirage stays up, it's going to be a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, Jamie pitching a Fate Foreseen here. Creates, with that red pitch, creates an Ash and then plays that Kyloria, transforming the Ash into a beautiful golden dragon.
And we talked about this in the Katsu game as well. Kyloria, really awkward card. Comes in for 4. If it hits, draw a card.
It's that Snatch Dragon.
And yes, I was going to say, I think this is a good opportunity for Alex to use his equipment to full effect. We have seen Alex in previous games being very keen to use his equipment, uses his snaps early, and we might see that again in this game. A lot of people like to save their Snapdragons until later in the game to close out a game, for example, to make sure they can always finish with Rosetta, but Alex really likes to use those Snapdragons to create momentum early on, to create tempo early on in a game, and to ride that tempo to the end of the match. But Jamie is developing a reasonable board here.
Yeah,
looks like he is very much going for a wide dragon approach, and with the Burn Them All already down in the field. Worth noting, of course, Alex does have access to AB, but only AB2, which is very inefficient against the 1 arcane that Burn Them All will send towards Alex when Jamie attacks with a dragon.
Yeah, so Burn Them All, there's also a cost to this as well, right? Jamie needs to make sure that he's got those reds in his graveyard in order to, I guess, pay for the Burn Them All at the end of his turn.
He does, Sean, and it might be the case that this Burn Them All is only around for a couple of turns if Jamie's not able to develop a few more red cards in the grave. We have seen a few go there already, and of course one of those dragons being popped as well.
So Alex just having a think here. I think that's a Promise of Plenty in the arsenal.
We've seen Alex use Promise of Plenty to really strong effect in the past, especially the fact that when it hits a dragon, it still gets its effect of putting the top card of the deck into the arsenal, and we actually see Alex hit a really good card there, the Lightning Surge, which actually gets go again when it's played from the arsenal itself. So actually a really nice hit from Alex.
Yeah.
We did see him in a previous game actually hit a Channel Mount Heroic off the top, and then was able to develop that Channel Mount Heroic on that turn, which ended up being backbreaking in that particular game.
He's also got this sort of nimble strike package as well. See, the nimbleism enables the nimble strike to gain go again, and
+1, yeah,
+1 as well.
And
so
it's just a good way for Alex to be able to enable. I chatted to him about this actually. not at this tournament, but in the past, about why he runs that line. Alex is just really keen to make sure he has plenty of ways to swing Rosetta in the late game. And I think that's why he's a bit more keen to use his Snapdragons early, because he has faith that his deck will give him the opportunity to swing Rosetta plenty of times in a matchup.
So Alex here playing Lightning Surge, coming in for 7.
And
here.
creating that embodiment as well of the damage dealt there, and ending up with Rosetta, which looks like Jamie is just going to take 2 arcane and 2 physical.
Yep, so we see 39 plays 35, still very much early doors in the UK Nationals final here. Both players just feeling each other out.
And I was going to say, actually, getting the embodiment here might be useful if another Coloria is played. The 4 attack, a lot less threatening when you can block with a non-attack for 4, but of course very dependent on whether Alex has access to that in hand. Looks like he might have a few options, but looks like he's actually just going to take this. And it'll be interesting to see what I think he attack with the dragon, or maybe he's just developed it at this point. Yeah, we're still waiting for blocks.
Okay,
and
so
it does get popped by that runic reclamation.
So popped by the runic reclamation. That's a tough one to wrap your lips around at this stage in the tournament. Came in for the 1 arcane. With that, burn them all. Gives the first dragon attack. Dragon attack or illusionist attack? Each turn. At 1 arcane. Deals 1 arcane. Hey, Jamie just drawing up here. Alex has 3 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal. Gonna see what sort of response he has here.
So Alex is just going to play out the Tome of Harvest here. He had a bit of an awkward hand, I should say, with the double tome, but does have a way of recurring it out. Does lose the card from Arsenal to do that, but then draws up and might be able to make something happen here. Looks like he has a Earthlore Surge, which we've seen Alex use to good effect this tournament, the really strong buff card in his deck that does seem to run a large number of blues, giving him the resources needed to pull off these turns. We're going to see the Embodiment of Lightning get made, and looks like we might even see a... no, he's going to keep the... looks like it's a Command and Conquer in hand back, and it's just going to come in with the Lightning Surge for 9, probably. Looks like it's a red and a red. 1 resource floating, of course, to make sure that he can finish up with that Rosetta, pushing 13 damage this turn. Jamie not wanting to block too much. It's a very different game for him here. He wants to put on some pressure, doesn't want to give up all of his cards every single turn, willing to take a little bit of damage in order to build a board and try and overpower Alex.
Yeah, and he's just going to use that Rosetta just to take out the Dromai. Just trying to keep the board clear, as you said, Trip. Jamie looking to build up a board state here, and Alex at the moment just trying to keep on top of that.
Yep. We're just going to see Jamie develop some stuff here, make sure he has access to Ash, so that he can keep creating those dragons. The Sweeping Blow, when it attacks, create an Ash token. It has Go Gun itself. It's quite a good starter if you do have a lot of dragons, but at the moment, Jamie a bit dragon starved. We're going to see how Alex responds to this little 1-3 Go Again, whether he respects it with a block, or whether he tries to keep a big hand here to try and hit back at Jamie.
Jamie pitches the Necria, so he's able to keep his the amount of Ash. So he's currently on 2 Ash. So obviously keeping a few Ash just ticking over between rounds, it does allow him to have, I guess, be in the best position to play those dragons as they come up, as he's able to play them out.
Jamie leaking a lot of life here, I have to say. Doing it in a way to try and develop a bit of a board here, but he is down to 27 health. Could shift at some point, try and be a bit more defensive, trying to keep a big hand so that he can enable something. But Alex sitting pretty at 35 life, still got a lot of tools in the deck to play with very early on in this game. Gonna throw a block down here, probably the E-Stroke doesn't quite work with the hand that he wants to play, probably feels like he can manage without it. We'll see what Jamie develops now. Did keep 2 cards to do this, took some damage to do this.
Pitches to rake the embers.
Rake the embers, and he's going to start building some Ether Ashwings here. So he is definitely trying to go for a very wide board. Make sure that it's something that Alex just can't clear, and so that Burn Them All is going to be active every single turn. And we do see a pop there with the Rites of Replenishment.
Pop.
So already down to 2 Ashwings, leaving Jamie with a relatively weak board, but it's incredible to see as Dromai players how quickly their boards can get out of hand, just an access to a couple of 0-cost dragons in hand, and suddenly it goes from nothing to overpowering. And Alex going to want to keep trying to deal with that if he can. Did also use 2 cards on that turn, blocking the attack for 3 with the E-Strike, and then popping one of the Ashwings. Has left him with a little bit of a lackluster turn here. Let's see what he's able to do. I'm thinking, yeah, he's even just going to put it down, because he's going to go into the Ashwing to draw off the Snatch, immediately give it go again with the Snaps. As we were saying earlier, Alex very keen to use these Snapdragon Scalers early on to keep himself in the game as tempo starts to slip away from him, using those Snaps to develop a big turn, and the Command and Conquer coming out as well, which is very nice.
Interesting that Alex has decided to play out this Command and Conquer. Maybe, not when Jamie's got a card in the arsenal.
I think Alex is probably thinking that Jamie is running a more defensive Dromai build with a lot of defense reactions. There is a good chance that this Command and Conquer just might make it through. I do see that Jamie seems to have the Metamorph in hand, probably going to use that to slap back with on the next turn if he has a way of giving that 1 Ashwing go again, though he may not want to risk it in case it does get popped. So we'll see what Jamie decides to do here. Maybe a Rabble as well. Yeah, so Jamie does seem to have brought his more aggressive, he kept the aggressive cards that we saw in the Katsu, didn't sideboard much out. Going to push a bit of damage here, does hit that lovely shiny foil strike off the top of the deck.
Alex just able to keep a card in arsenal round after round. He's able to keep his options open to him here. Jamie as well, he's burned them all now ticked up to 3.
But Jamie has actually been able to fill his grave quite effectively with cards over the last few turns. He did play the Burn Them All quite early, but we have seen him playing these Rabbles, do obviously fill the graveyard
Rabble,
with, and he did come in with the Ashwing, and it did get popped there. So he went for Rabble and then into the Ashwing, and then pitched the Metamorph to the Flamescale Furnace. Was probably hoping to be able to maybe play that Metamorph out, but at least it's a threat that he has. If the game does go that long, it will come back round. And of course, Metamorph itself does have Phantasm, so of course, better to pop one of those little baby dragons than your 7 attack. Maybe Jamie would rather to actually have that dragon in play.
Yeah, life total's 29-24 now.
Yeah, Jamie has been doing a good job here of sort of chipping away as Alex, getting him down a little bit lower with that previous turn with the Rabble. Alex deciding to having a look here what he wants to do with this particular turn. Got 3 cards in hand. Going to go for the Sonata again. Try and make something happen. Going to pay a little bit more so that he can reveal probably 4 cards here. Yeah, we do see the 1 pitch.
So he's going to try and hit here. The last one didn't hit, so we see attack, non-attack. And a non-attack. There it is.
He is currently on higher health, so that Scarf and Scar's not going to have go again, but the Rabble is great.
Okay. So although he's not able to play out I mean, it's certainly able to play the Scarf for a Scarf, but it may not be the most effective use of it at this time.
And he has, of course, played 1 non-attack already, so if he is able to play another non-attack and make that Embodiment of Lightning, might be able to make something happen here. Going to shuffle the deck. The Ravenous Ramble in Alex's deck, he does run a lot of blue cards, a lot of non-reds, so he's going to be hoping to try and hit with this Rabble, come in for 4, rather than hit a blue and come in for 2. But just like the players, just shuffle their deck here. So far, Sean, it's been a pretty normal game. I don't think anyone's developed anything super crazy. We've not seen a Channel Mat Heroic come down from the Briar. We've not seen Jamie develop any of the massive dragons yet.
No,
but
so
it's still a lot to go and a lot to come.
Yeah, both players very much looking for their biggest turns or their big cards to watch. So hits the blue, as you said.
The other thing to
Rabble
point out,
2.
of course, is that the power of the pitching more for the Sonata is It does leave you pay 2, and obviously if you pitch a blue for that, leaves you with 1 resource, which is exactly what you would like for Rosetta Thorn at the end of the chain.
So
Jamie
Rebel
just gonna
hits.
take that, then he's gonna not only make an embodiment of Earth off the Rabble hitting, but also make this lightning off the second non-attack. So he does have a way of giving the Scar for Scar go again, and it will be coming in for 7 with the buff from Nimblism.
Yeah, Alex's deck quite frequently. Oh, we see the Fateful Scene come down by Jamie.
Yeah, so we've seen Jamie be so quite aggressive this game in developing dragons, but we shouldn't forget that he has a lot of defense reactions in the deck and a lot of good blocking cards. And when Alex does turn it on like this, Jamie does have ways of blocking it out and not taking a huge amount of damage.
I'm going to take joy in saying this because I'm not going to be able to say it for much longer, but the Rosetta Thorn there came in for 2 and 2.
Yeah, Rosetta now living legend alongside Briar. So we're seeing Briar here at the finals of the UK Nationals. Who knows, the next time we'll be seeing Briar at the top tables in the finals of a Flesh and Blood tournament. Maybe we'll have to wait until this living legend tournament that's going to take place at Worlds in Barcelona this year.
E-strike for 7 from Jamie.
Yep, just going to push damage. Is it 7? We didn't see a draw or go again. Makes sense to just come in for 7. Jamie very happy to slap attacks at Alex, try and get his life down a little bit low or force Alex to make a block here. We see Alex's final swarming. I'm pretty sure the other 2 are in the grave. Of course, he does have ways to recur those back out with some of the tools that he might be using. But it remains to be seen if he is running anything like that to bring those swarmings back into play.
I mean, 29 plays 16 here, Trip. How do you think both players are feeling at this stage? Are we starting to see it sort of play out?
No,
or?
I think they're both feeling confident at this point. They should both be very proud of the way they've played so far in this really long tournament. It's a 2-day tournament. It's a 128 player maximum size tournament. It's one of the biggest ones in the national season, alongside I think it is Canada, Australia, and Germany. We will see what Alex tries to do to shut down this E-strike shortly. But I think they would both be feeling confident at this point. They are both players who are incredibly confident in their playing of the game. Jamie feels very confident playing Dromai. Alex feels very confident playing Briar. And it's too early in the game to say who is taking the lead. I have to say, Jamie has not been able to develop any dragons, but Alex has been pumping a lot of his attacks into dragons, which obviously means attacks not hitting Jamie. Worth saying, though, of course, Jamie now down to 16 health. Starts to get a bit risky if Alex is able to develop something like a Chanamara or a Kurek. And we do see a double Anthem of Spring here to make the embodiment of lightning. A potential +2, an actual +2 buff. Anthem of Spring actually buffing any card with +1, unlike Weave Earth, which only blocks Earth or Elemental cards. So Alex could give something quite relevant a buff here. We'll see what he's able to play out after these null attacks. Gonna grasp.
Pitches to grasp, creates a rune chant.
Was it the swarming that he had in hand? Maybe using that?
He does have a swarming in hand, but we see a snatch there.
Snatch.
There's snatch coming in for 6.
Yeah, +1 from one anthem, +1 from the other. Alex. Yeah, better to get the embodiment, says Philippe in the chat. I agree. He needs to keep putting pressure on Jamie. Even when Jamie's throwing these 7s, needs to not get scared by that. Needs to keep playing out these big hands, pushing damage. When you know that Jamie's got good blocking cards, defense reactions, cards that you can shut things down, he wants to keep making stuff happen. Especially wants to keep playing that Rosetta Thorn, making sure the bare minimum he's able to get that 1 chip damage through with the 2 arcane that Jamie currently isn't able to prevent because he's only got 1 AB. But if he is able to develop an Ashwing, that will change.
Jamie uses the Crown of Seeds here Crown of Providence. Crown of Seeds, could you imagine? Crown of Providence to sink a card, I believe it was from his arsenal. And then plays a sink again.
Yeah, so we did get a little bit of a read there. Often when you see Alex play, he only makes the rune chant right before he swings the Rosetta Thorn. So seeing him make the rune chant early gives the read maybe to Jamie that a Swarming Gloomveil might be coming, making sure that he's developed as many embodiments as possible before he comes in with that Swarming. Obviously wanting to make... He's already made the embodiment of lightning. He's made the rune chant. He's trying to get the on hit from Snatch to make that 3rd one. And now Swarming Gloomveil can come in with all 3 modes, making Alex's arcane damage unpreventable. Yeah, pressuring Jamie's hand so he can't develop a board. Absolutely. that is the risk in this game for Alex. He can't let Jamie just run away with 1,000 dragons that Alex is not going to be able to shut down like a hero like Katsu or Fi would be able to. Alex, he does have access to lots of good go-again attacks. He has options. Jamie now going to bring down the big dragon. Managed to get the resources to do it with the blue and the red. Will he hit a blue off the top? No, he does not. Gets the red. Going to be able to look at Alex's hand and get rid of a card.
And we see a red.
A really interesting hand.
Promise
here.
of Plenty.
Chooses to get rid of the
An
Anthem of Spring,
Anthem.
which is, you might think, why not get rid of the attack action? But of course, Jamie wanting to make sure that Alex can't just create a mountain and pass. And now Alex left with a pretty awkward hand. Does have the embodiment, so he can block this out for 4 with one of those mountains. But his next turn is going to be pretty lackluster.
Yeah, life total's 22-9 here, but Jamie's got the read on Alex's hand. This is
Say that was
shaping
a
up.
pretty, it was not a good hand for Alex. At the very least, he would be able to have developed a mountain. But of course, Jamie takes away the one card, the Earth card, that would have allowed him to create a mountain and keep it. And now he's not able to do that. He does choose to sink the card with Crown of Providence to give him an out. But unfortunately, he draws into another non-attack, it looks like. And now he has no way to kill Dominia, and he doesn't have any kind of really aggressive play that he can do on this turn. The
Jamie
Tome of
buying
Harvest
is...
that he seems to have drawn into is completely useless. Oh, it's not completely useless at all because it is an Earth card. So he does now have a way to develop the mountain and pass, which is actually going to work out okay for him. But Jamie is going to, of course, yes, gets the mountain up, attacks with the Promise of Plenty into the dragon. So that is a good blue. Finds the Earth blue. Very lucky there. Actually made something happen. Could have been very difficult for Alex in that situation if he didn't actually hit into another Earth blue. And it's actually, when you think about it, very lucky. Looked like a card he couldn't even play, but actually manages to stay in this game. That particular turn could have been it for Alex. Jamie there, the Domineer being incredibly impactful, but Alex really, you got to say, did get a bit of a break there.
Yeah, wow.
Getting the access to the one card that he needs in order to get that mountain up. And not only in doing so, that gave the buff to the Promise of Plenty, which otherwise he would not have been able to kill Domineer with, leaving him at the mercy of Jamie to keep swinging with that big dragon. And now Jamie is the one looking like he's in the backseat with a mountain on the table, and Alex with a 5-card hand potentially.
Yeah, so Jamie bringing out the Rake of Embers here, just trying to have some sort of response. But I mean, I know you were saying Alex was able to find a turn there, really out of nothing, but really comes down to it. Like,
it seemed that it looks like the stars were aligned there for Alex.
Absolutely.
It feels like a little bit of luck on his side, a little bit of fate.
it does take a bit of luck though sometimes, doesn't it? When it comes to these big tournaments, you need a little
what
bit.
people are saying in the chat is that Alex makes his own luck. He plays incredibly cleanly. He plays incredibly well. You make the difficult decisions. You make the tough decisions. You get those right, and then you give yourself the space, the opportunity for a little bit of luck to fall your way. And of course, alongside that is running Crown, knowing when to use Crown correctly, and that was the perfect opportunity to use Crown to save himself, and he did. And now we're going to see Alex make something happen here. We're going to try and hit some more attack actions
Pitch into
with the Sonata and
Sonata.
Tonics. As we said
So,
before, leaving himself
Jamie's got
probably
his
with one
fingers
resource.
crossed here. The ultimate disrespect.
Non-attack. It's not disrespect.
No,
It's-
I'm
it's-
joking. I'm
it's
joking.
the way the game is.
I know
and
players
Jamie-
very well.
And what a fantastic outcome for Alex. Does hit 2 non-attacks. Again, of course, the Scar for a Scar is not going to have go again because Alex is at a higher life total. But hitting those attacks is exactly what Alex wanted. Indeed, the Crown was very heads up, but it's, you got to, yeah, exactly. You got to play to your outs, right? Exactly. That was the only way he was getting out of that situation, and he saw it and he did it. You can call it the heart of the cards, but I don't think Alex would. No, we know
It's
Alex
very,
well.
very methodical,
Been
very
a strong supporter of
logical.
the Push the Point podcast for some time. Always a pleasure to play against. I'm sure you guys are seeing it in the chat as well. He plays very cleanly, very well, and it's fantastic to see him here at this tournament. Now, let's get back in the game. Let's see what Alex is able to make happen with this 5-card hand.
I think I can see 2 Bramble Sparks in hand as well. So
think
as
he
you
lacks
said,
I think he lacks the fuse, but he can definitely give something go again.
Yeah, as you said, he'll be looking to create that embodiment of lightning to be able to maybe give one of those Scar for a Scars go again, since he is on the higher life total. So 15 plays 7 here.
Looks like it's going to be a Bramble into a Scar.
Fantastic final so far.
And then probably follow up with the Lightning Surge for 7. It's not as backbreaking as it could be against when you've got a channel on the board, but because he's not able to enable too much go again this turn, Jamie might just get out of this okay. Yeah. Not if he was able to fuse this, it would certainly be backbreaking, but I don't think he's able to fuse these Bramble Sparks. And there is a question here, everyone. There is a thought. You know, Alex needs to push damage, needs to win this game. But Jamie is gradually
creates
getting
an
these dragons
embodiment
on the board. He's got 2 Ashwings, he's got a dragon. It looks like Alex has to go for the face here, has to try and push Jamie down. But if Jamie can live with a little bit of life, he might be able to build something from here.
So he's still got +3 damage in that Channel Mount Heroic. He gets another +3 off the Bramble Spark,
it's not been
no?
fused. The Bramble Spark's not been fused. So
It's
the
just
Bramble
one
Spark, the only
arcane.
effect that it gets is it gives Scar for a Scar, deal 1 arcane damage.
Mm.
So it's only like it's dealing +1. I mean, I've got to say, if he had an Earth card in here to fuse these Bramble Sparks, that would be it. Jamie throws down the 2-card block.
2 cards left in hand.
Might want to keep a Bramble for the arsenal, set something up for the next turn, or is he just going to try and push as much damage as he can? Of course, arcane damage incredibly good against Dromai because they don't run many blues. Every bit of arcane damage is something
Jamie
that they
down
have
to
do something about.
5. Bramble Spark into Scar for Scar here. So 4 damage.
Pushing another 8 damage here. 1 arcane from the Bramble Spark, 7 from the Scar for the Scar. And he's going to stick that Lightning Surge in the arsenal for the next turn. He is going to lose the mountain. Of course, has not pitched any Earth cards this turn. Jamie got the Sigil to prevent a little bit of damage there.
Yeah, Elmatronic is not... Alex won't be able to swing the Rosetta here because he doesn't have go again on this
Yeah,
Scar
I think
for a
if he
Scar.
had go again, he would just be throwing another 7 at Jamie's face and winning the game. Unfortunately, does not have that right now.
Jamie on 7 life.
Alex appears to have missed the embodiment. Looks like the game may have moved on to the point where he won't be allowed to make it. We'll let the judge decide that. Going to Arsenal at Lightning and move on to the next turn. Jamie with no cards.
Lightning Surge in
just
Arsenal?
going to draw up. Correct. Alex very much in the driving seat here. Jamie on 3 health. He does have a few dragons. Going to think about if he wants to attack with them. Unfortunately, we do see a pretty rough hand here from Alex. He's probably just going to be able to make a mountain that won't last for long. And then have to come in. He can come in with a big attack here. Let's see how this goes out.
Jamie, just having a look through the graveyard. What do you think Jamie's looking for?
I don't think he missed the lightning embodiment. I think he missed the embodiment of Earth because he did deal damage to Jamie, but no lightning embodiment of Earth is on the field.
What would Jamie be looking for in Alex's graveyard at this stage in the game? Is there any particular card, or is he just thinking how many of those go against?
He's probably just thinking about 6 power cards, whether he even wishes to swing with one of these dragons, because of course he still has an action point here. But then he's got the Passing Mirage up, so I'm not sure entirely what he is looking for in the grave.
Yeah, Shamir, there are judges, obviously with it being the final, there's a judge by the side of the table.
And Jamie just
keeping
going
an
to
eye on
draw
the
up
game.
here, going to try and preserve his board the best he can. So Alex has a pretty weird hand. He's got 2 blues.
There's a Nimble Strike.
Another mountain, but he's not going to be able to keep this mountain around. But he is probably going to be able to make something happen here.
So pitches to the mountain.
This is the mountain going down. He's going to get a +3 on the card in Arsenal. He's going to get a +3 on this Nimblism. He's going to banish a Nimblism from the grave. This is going to come in for 8 with go again, +3 from the mountain. And then he's got that card in Arsenal, the Lightning Surge. That's going to come in for 7 as well. Does he have a resource left for Rosetta? I think he does. He might even have enough for... No, he just has 2, so he doesn't have enough for Rune Chant and Rosetta, but he does have enough for 7 with go again. Into Rosetta Fawn for 2 and 2. This is a ton of damage that Jamie's going to have to deal with. 8, 7, and 4.
Jamie now really on the back foot at this stage.
Mountain. He just needs to win this game.
Sink below.
Down with a 3 and a 4. He is still going to take 1 damage because I believe that Nimble Strike is coming in for 8 with Go Again, the +1 from banishing the Nimbleism.
Oh, and he's always thinking about it. So there's a Nimble Strike. Sorry, a Lightning Surge in Arsenal
just
here.
correcting
So
the life total, I believe, because it was for 8 and he only blocked for 7. The Lightning Surge is going to come in here. Alex has to play it out. Surely this is enough. Jamie's on 2. He's about to come in for 7 and then 4 with the Rosetta Thorn. Is Alex Chitu about to take the UK National Championship? And he does.
Alex.
Briar taking down Jamie Faulkner. Well, Alex taking down Jamie Faulkner. Briar getting more Living Legend points, more than they know what to do with. An absolutely fantastic play from Alex. UK National Champion. Sean, what an incredible, fantastic game that was.
That seemingly just almost came out of, maybe not came out of absolutely nowhere, but Alex was just putting on pressure and just kept on going. And really, Alex just kept on putting so much pressure that Jamie just couldn't get a foothold at all.
It was all about that turn where Jamie managed to create Domineer. Thought he had completely locked Alex out of a turn, essentially ended his turn, but then Alex had a little bit of luck with that crown, with that card sunk, managed to fetch a blue earth card that allowed him to develop, not just develop the mountain, but also allowed the one attack that he had to kill Domineer, to allow him to then move into that big mountain turn.
Wow.
And then develop another mountain after that to break the back of Jamie's Dromai to win the UK National Championship. All 3 Channel Mount Heroic showed up in 2 hands, people saying in the chat. Yes, they did, and Alex used them at the perfect opportunity. Managed to win that game with a little bit of a hope and a prayer, but played incredibly well. And what we were saying when we were casting, Alex, he's played perfectly this tournament. He's created the opportunity for him to get a little bit of luck. You can only win nationals with a little bit of luck if you're at the top table. Because that's what you've got to do to get there. You have to play incredibly well. We saw it from Jamie as well. Dromai taking down Katsu in the semi-finals to set up that matchup against Briar. But I'll be honest with you, Sean, I couldn't be happier with the winner we have. Alex is a fantastic player, a lovely gentleman, and a real testament to the quality and professionalism we have in the United Kingdom Flesh and Blood community.
Absolutely. I mean, Alex, local London player or south of the UK player, and he's just been able to show time and time again, regardless of what hero he plays, whether it's Viscerai, whether it's Briar, he's able to turn up for these big events and compete. I mean, hats off to both players. Obviously, Alex there walks away with over $2,000 in prize money, and Jamie walks away with over $1,000 in prize money.
At the end of the day, it is that trophy. It is being able to call yourself the champion of your nation, of the United Kingdom, being able to say that I am the best in the United Kingdom, going through so many rounds of Swiss, 12 rounds of Swiss, making his way through that final. We didn't even see that incredible game he had against Axe Dorinthia in the semis. I got a photo of it. It was one of the craziest things I've seen in my life. But went through that huge game, that long game, that tiring game that you played against Dorinthia in the semis, and then to go into that final against Jamie Faulkner, one of the best Dromai players in the UK, in Europe, in the world, and take him down with the power of Channel Mount Heroic.
Incredible.
I want to see more Earth Heroes in the game. I don't want Channel to be a whisper of the past. I want to see it come back, LSS. But for now, Briar is taking a break, and we will take a break as well.
Yeah.
We will have a catch-up very shortly with Alex, with your UK National Champion. Thank you so much for joining for that
you
incredible
very much,
game. It's
everybody.
been an absolute pleasure to cast it alongside Sean.
Thank you,
Push
Trip.
the point. We are so happy and proud that we are given these opportunities by Living Realms and by LSS, and we want to cast
absolutely spectacular. Hello, boys. Hello.
We're about to have the catch up, but we're not going to have the catch up. You're just going to come in the back.
Yeah. So we've got Baz will be joining us as well. He'll be bringing an interview to you with Alex. That was just an incredible game, wasn't it, boys? Absolutely incredible.
It was what we were saying, like, you know, to be in that position where your luck is paying off, you have to be at the top table. You have to be in the final, and the only way you can get there is by playing so incredibly well. And sure, there was a little bit of element of, you know, hitting the Sonatas, hitting the Earth card in order to play the Channel Mount Heroic, but you can only do that if you put yourself in that seat, if you get to the final by playing hard, playing well, and playing professionally. And that's exactly what Alex has done at not just this tournament, for the tournament, and has led him to qualify for this tournament. And I just want to say, Alex beat
Here's
me.
our man.
Alex got his national championship qualification by beating me in the top 8 of the Rule Zero Road to Nationals. So if it wasn't
Well,
for
we're
me,
gonna-
he wouldn't even be here. So thank
Well,
you
we're
very
gonna
much.
we're gonna make
We're
way
gonna get
for
him
Alex
in right now. Do you want to go? You
we'll
come
let
on
him
in.
in.
We don't even need
yeah,
to take a
come
break.
on in, boys. Come on in. Well done.
Okay, welcome back to UK Nationals, Leeds Royal Armory. Been joined by our new UK champion. Well done. Well done. Thing is, you've been in so many top 4s, so many finals, and it's just like, it's just been taken away from you like all the time. It's been quite painful when I do the meta report to see that you haven't won. It's just like, Christ, you're there all the time. It's so nice that you're no longer the bridesmaid. You are the winner. You are fantastic.
I mean, if there's ever one to win, I suppose it has to be this one, right?
Yeah, but it's nice because you are Runeblade. You are Runeblade through and through.
Yeah.
You've taken Briar on her last run, and you've won it. And you've won it with an aggro Briar, whereas everybody was sort of talking about the fatigue Briar. So let's get your trophy in. Okay, let's get you to hold it because you deserve it so much. George, our former national champion, we'll give you the trophy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Congratulations, Alex.
Cheers.
It's an honor, mate.
Well done. Well done.
You need them.
Yeah.
So Jamie was a little bit worried. He was hoping that Nathan would beat you in the top 4. He didn't want to face your Briar at all. He was quite happy facing the Dory. But that was a long match versus Nathan.
Yeah.
You had a recursion package to fight against him, which you alluded to when we talked about your Briar deck on the very first time you came in for a win, came in for a chat. The rights of replenishment, helped you through that Dory match.
Yeah.
This match, you managed to get the card at the right time. When Jamie had a look at your hand with Dominia, you had, I mean, looked like you bricked. It was just like, oh my God, you haven't got anything.
It wasn't looking good.
No,
it wasn't looking good.
It was just like, I thought Jamie was going to come back, but you crowned, got another card, you played the channel mount out, and it was just like, you managed to keep yourself on the right track. I mean, what were you thinking, like, on that hand when you presented it? I mean, nobody wants a Runeblade bricking, do they?
Well, I don't know. I had to go for it. But if you think about it, it's like it would have been so disastrous if I had missed there, because not only am I not developing the CMH, but at the same time, I'm not killing Dominia, so he's just going to come in next turn with the very same thing. So, yeah, definitely, that was super lucky, but I suppose you need a little bit of luck, right?
Well, everyone needs the luck. You put the reps in, but you get the luck through it.
But like we were sitting outside just before the match, and he was saying like, oh, it's 50-50, but probably just an intimidation tactic. So,
you got to play the mind games.
Yeah. It's like, I don't think it's 50-50, bro.
So you were quite comfortable going into that.
Other than the Dory, probably the one I wanted to face the most. The moment I saw the top 8, I knew once I got past the Lexi, it would be smooth sailing for me, basically. Obviously, it was super close. And that game as well, I had to get super lucky, right? Against Sharif, to even get in that position. And not only that, but I was second seed coming into this top 8.
Yep.
If I had been top seed, which was very, very close to happening, I would have faced Samuel Braben on Icelander.
And you didn't want that.
Well, no, that was basically a almost guaranteed loss.
Okay.
I faced Samuel in the calling Swiss and calling Birmingham.
Yeah.
And yeah, he destroyed me. So I was like, phew.
I bet he was looking around going, I've got Alex's number here. And
Yeah.
He's probably thinking the same way. Oh, I didn't get it.
And then Jamie had to beat the ninja as well, which was like against all odds, basically, right?
He's got a slightly favoured match into Katsu more than Phi. But yeah, it's difficult to get through.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, you know yourself, the quality of players we've got in the UK. You get into the
That's
top
true.
8, it's no easy match. It's just like,
no,
you've got
no
to be
match
on
is
point.
easy. No match is easy.
So, but yeah, you just got to play to your outs, and you definitely played to your outs. And yeah, it was fantastic. Such a fantastic game. Thank you so much for coming on the stream. You know, like 3 or 4 times you were on. It's been an absolute pleasure having you, you know, on the stream, you know, for everybody to watch. But yeah, the London crowd must be going absolutely mental.
Oh, they are. Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to the London crowd and my teammates in general. So the London High Rollers.
Yeah.
They helped me out immensely in getting to this point. So just a few of them. I'm sure I'm not gonna name all of them, but like the ones I've tested with the most was Aryan, Zhang, Shamir, Jason, and so many more. But yeah. And it's particularly, I think, my recursion package that I ended up putting into the deck is definitely due to a lot of testing that we did to figure out that. So my teammate Zhang, basically, I said last time.
Shamir's giving you the love.
He destroyed me because he's like a fatigue specialist. So
And he plays Dromai as well. So he has done in the past. I've seen him play.
He life fatigued me on Bravo, but it ended up helping me out against the Dory as well. Escaping. I ended up fatiguing the Dory basically.
But you need good players around you so you can practice properly.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Yeah. So everybody else who's got their nationals coming up, there are 2 Briar decks to look out for. 1 aggro Briar, 1 fatigue Briar. Take your pick. Let her have a last run out for your nationals. So, Alex, absolute pleasure. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Really well done. Well done.
Thanks, Baz.
Thank you.
Wait, we got the whole crew here.
This is the team
I don't
that's
even
fought
know
in the
who these 2
nationals.
guys are. They just drop in at the end to take all the glory while me, Baz, and Sean have been doing the graft for the whole 3 days.
Some people get to play. Hamish, well done. Top 24.
Yeah, man.
Well done. Well done. Simon, finalist in the PTI event. Well done.
Yeah,
one of the
place.
7 dirty chain players.
Yeah, we didn't even really touch upon that too much, but Simon this whole time was rocketing in the PTI. Actually finished 2nd in the end, and you do have in your possession a gold foil.
Have you opened it?
Well,
I
let's
have
go
opened
from
it.
that.
You can find that on the Push the Point Short.
Push the point short. Sorry, everybody. But thank you so much for watching. Yes, we had a couple of glitches, but Alan, a trooper, worked through them. Alan, you are an absolute superstar running this stream. Thank you. Thank you to you guys. Absolutely brilliant commentary. Well done, Sean. You filled the boots of the other guys so well. It was absolutely brilliant.
Can I just say, doing a whole day of commentary yesterday, 9 rounds, including a meta report and like a draft recap, no breaks, just incredible effort from these two. And yeah, really amazing work.
It's been a real pleasure as well. It's been a real pleasure. Obviously, these guys really set an extraordinarily high bar by casting their call in Birmingham just a few weeks ago. But it's been so much fun, hasn't it, Trip?
Yeah, I just want to give a huge shout out to Sean. Like, Sean is our behind the camera guy, does a lot of the streams, and we needed 2 casters for this tournament. Sean stepped up. He was wanted to do it, but stepped up and did it too. Made sure that I was able to have the opportunity to do it. Me, I really love the casting. I love to do it, and Sean put himself out there, put himself on stream. Just want to give you a huge shout out, Sean, for doing that. We really appreciate it, and I think showed in that final the quality of what we have.
Baz has been killing it as well in the background, pulling up cards all weekend, interviews all weekend.
Yeah, croupier of the table. You see my hands handing out dice, and then but. Thing is, it's really nice. You guys get to see the game, and I get to see and feel it at the table. The tension of some of those games. Liam Holden versus Ollie Cornish. Oh my goodness, the tension at that table was absolutely amazing. It was so good.
There's some classic games to watch back on the stream. Some really fantastic stuff. I want to give a huge shout out to the draft games. Some of those games were really fun and really interesting to watch. Pleasure to cast. Draft gets a bit of a hard rap sometimes, but some of those games were great. But I got to say, the CC games we had, especially ones in the top 8, just seeing the players play at the top of their skill set, seeing Jamie Faulkner and Alex in that final, it was fantastic. And just being able to share with you the new UK National Championship is an honor and a privilege. On behalf of Baz the Bard and the Push the Point team and Tabletop 24, back in the booth again.
Meta report will be coming, so we can wrap up all the national events that are going on. And well done to Dylan Thompson, Irish champion. Well done.
Yeah.
Nice.
Who would have thought the UK? What hero did they play in Ireland? Because I kept saying that the Irish are going to bring Briar down. They flip and love a Briar over there. And then what did we do? We won ours with bloody Briar. That's 2 times we've won with Briar now. We got a bit of a problem over here. And apparently, I've heard that Lexi's the best deck in format. I don't know who was saying that. Somebody else saying they were trash. But now we know Briar, the true hero, and may she rest longly in peace.
She's enjoying her little sunshine moment. She's back.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But thank you all for tuning in. Look out for the
Agreed,
next
Quinn.
stream that we'll be
Agreed.
doing. Cheers, Quinn. So yes,
I can only just give a huge shout out. I just want to give a shout out to Nathan Hill. I feel like that game that took place between Nathan's Dory deck and Alex's Briar deck, we didn't get it on stream. It lasted like a million years. But it was a fantastic game, and taking Axe Dory to the top 4 of nationals is incredible. And Nathan played it so well. The quality are very similar to how the way Alex plays with a high quality. So I just want to shout out Nathan. I think we'll be seeing Nathan in the top 2. We always say, what did we see? We saw Alex in the top 4 last year nationals, and we saw Jamie in the top 4 nationals last year, and they both made it to the finals this year. I'm pretty confident we're going to see Nathan doing something similar in 2024. So big shout out to Nathan in particular, and also Harrison. I think we should say, was it Harrison?
Harrison Shaw.
Harrison Shaw on Katsu as well. Very talented players that we tried to feature as much as we could, but there's just so many good players in the UK. You just can't get it. We need another table. Yeah, we need another table. Yeah?
A double stream.
Double
Alan,
stream,
Alan,
yeah.
let's make it happen. Double streaming.
Yeah, Alan, get on that.
I think his face might go a bit red if we do
No,
that.
no
Oh, he's like,
exclamation
no,
marks
he's not
says
going to do
Alan,
it.
yeah.
But yes, thank you for everyone for watching. We're going to sign out. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Rewatch some of the games. Get some tech going and hit your nationals. And the very best of luck.
Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you later. Love you.